Shen Xinghe, the villain chosen by destiny. The sons of destiny? They are all my nourishment. Their supreme energy, luck, destiny, and even the beauty of my life all belong to me. Palm. Going against the will of heaven, the master can also go against. Fairy accompanied, the empress. Accompany you, surrounded by the beauties of all worlds. Shen Xinghe takes charge of the villain's destiny and vows to fight for the top spot on this avenue. In the middle, seize all the fortunes of the heavens and achieve the supreme position. Chapter 1, Master, is this dual cultivation? As a blue star who traveled through Shen Xinghe, he was actually used as a cauldron by his own master at the very beginning, which caused his dantian to be shattered and became a disabled person. So, relying on the invincible and unruly system, he became a villain without martial ethics. She started out by taking advantage of his master and ended up becoming a jealous little wife every day. Specialize in snatching opportunities from the chosen ones, and specialize in flirting with fairies who are high-ranking flowers. When the fox saint begged me with red eyes, when the human saint fell for me. This kind of Shura field is simply too exciting. Virgin Mary, please take a detour and come and experience the joy of being a villain. Because my other account was always locked in the black room, I have changed my account to detoxify. I may be locked in the black room at any time, so watch and cherish it. You can add it to your bookshelf first to avoid losing it in the future. The plot gets more exciting as it progresses. Not much nonsense, just start the journey. A stunningly beautiful fairy in a flowing white dress came to Shen Xinghe's residence. She is Xinghe, the beautiful fairy of Tiandao sect and also Shen Xinghe's master. Her slender hands slowly pushed open Shen Xinghe's door. When the sandalwood door panel is pushed open, it makes a slight rustling sound, mixed with the clear sound of wind chimes on the eaves, weaving a soft net in the quiet night. Shen Xinghe also happened to notice the movement and got up from the bed. After seeing that the person coming was his master, Shen Xinghe let down his guard. Bow slightly. Disciple greets master. A pair of cold eyes with some tenderness, red lips slightly opened. Disciple, you have been my disciple for 3 years. Yes, master, I have indeed been a member of the sect for 3 years. Xinghe gently stroked the hem of her moon-white skirt with her bare hands, and a faint fragrance floated between her wide sleeves. But I have never taught you any martial arts. Do you blame me? Disciple has never blamed master. When master took me back to Yuqing Palace on that snowy night, I knew there would never be a palm warmer than yours in this world. Xinghe leaned forward toward Shen Xinghe, the necklace on her neck swayed in front of Shen Xinghe's eyes, and her eyes glanced at the undulating ravines. Shen Xinghe swallowed unconsciously, and his rolling Adam's apple was just seen by Xinghe. The corners of Xinghe's mouth rose slightly. This year happens to be your coming of age, right? I have specially prepared a set of exercises for you. Would you like to try it? Shen Xinghe's face turned red instantly, and the warm breath sprayed on his ears, making his whole body hot. Although he had seen many such plots, this was the first time he had been so close to the opposite sex since he traveled through time. Good. Xinghe pushed Shen Xinghe down on the bed and unbuttoned Shen Xinghe's bra with both hands. The spiritual power of both sides began to slowly blend. A gentle breeze blew, and Shen Xinghe looked at the beautiful Xinghe. Holy crap! After 2.5 years of reading novels, this good thing is finally happening to me. The translucent gauze dress was blown by the wind, revealing the skin as white as snow, with a warm pearly halo. The gauze dress she was wearing was light and thin, and it showed off her curves. The belly band inside was embroidered with twine roses, which rose and fell gently with her breathing. The faint depression at the collarbone seemed to hide a mysterious abyss, attracting him to sink into it. Xinghe kissed Shen Xinghe's neck. Master, is this dual cultivation? Xinghe's beautiful long legs pressed against Shen Xinghe, close to his left ear. This is a technique that I, the master, created for you. It's not a dual cultivation technique. Xinghe used a little spiritual power between his fingers to temporarily seal Shen Xinghe's cultivation and guide a stream of cold air into his body. He deliberately let the cold air invade Gao Bai's dantian, forcing him to actively move closer to him to keep warm, so that he could better integrate with his pure yang body. Shen Xinghe shuddered. Master, I feel so cold. This technique will cause a chill to enter your body. You can hold on to me to relieve the chill. Xinghe's fair face was now flushed. Shen Xinghe was already very happy in his heart, but he pretended to know nothing on the surface. Shen Xinghe hugged Xinghe's slender waist, and his hand felt so smooth. Xinghe's body also trembled, because this was also her first time in contact with a man. At this time, the room was filled with the smell of hormones. A few hours later. During these hours, the young woman's panting could be heard from time to time. Xinghe picked up the clothes on the ground and tidied her messy hair. Xinghe felt the changes in her body and circulated her spiritual power. It just so happened that at this time he broke through from the middle stage of Huagang to the late stage of Huagang. Today happened to be the day when her absoluting body fully erupted, and only by practicing dual cultivation with her pure yang body could this side effect be cured. And Shen Xinghe just happens to have a pure yang body. Because the gap between her cultivation and Shen Xinghe's was too big, although her absoluting body was cured. However, Shen Xinghe also fell from the late stage of the body tempering realm to a useless person with a damaged dantian. Xinghe had thought about this day a long time ago, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. It can be said that from the very beginning, Shen Xinghe's pure yang body was destined to become the cauldron for Xinghe to break through the shackles of his cultivation. Xinghe lightly touched his forehead with the index finger of her left hand, erasing his memory. Looking at Shen Xinghe's haggard appearance, she felt a little sorry for him. Although she had suppressed the pain of her shattered dantian, she still gave Shen Xinghe a unique tranquility pill. The next day, the sun was just rising. Shen Xinghe yawned and stretched. His whole body felt a little sore and he had completely forgotten what happened last night. He just felt dazed as if he had done a lifetime's worth of exercise, and his whole body seemed to be hollowed out. Ding! Detected that the host currently has no cultivation, now meets the requirements to activate the super invincible growth system. Host, do you want to activate it? Shen Xinghe said excitedly. Open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the super invincible cheat system. 3 years. I've been in this world for 3 years now, and finally there's a cheat system. Ha 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 ha. Before he could be happy for long, he discovered something was wrong with himself. It's not my cultivation. Isn't it that I'm in the late stage of the body tempering realm? Why do I have no spiritual power now, and my dantian is broken? Ding! The system has imported the host's missing memories into the sea of consciousness. Please check it carefully. Shen Xinghe saw everything her master did. Is it because of master that I lost all my cultivation? But why would master do this? Yes. Host, you are born with a pure yang body, a beautiful cauldron for your master's pure yin body. The dantian was shattered because your master's cultivation level is too far behind yours. The pure yang energy in your body cannot balance the absolute yin energy of your master, causing your dantian to be unable to withstand it. Damn it! You're actually using me as a cauldron for your cultivation. Did you get my subjective consent? The system showed an expression of wiping sweat. Host, where is your face? Do you want to see how strong you were last night? How proactive? Your subjective consent has not yet been obtained. Shen Xinghe scratched his head. Hey! I'm fierce for sure, but am I proactive? Is the host so strong that he can eat everything clean? Last night, I saw you, like a chicken that has been hungry for 2.5 years and is ready to take action when it sees rice. Even if I take the initiative, the premise of taking the initiative is that she has subjective intention. Putting the facts aside, isn't it wrong for her to use me? Don't be ridiculous. This isn't Blue Planet. Your tadpole tattoo is outrageous. If you become a eunuch, you won't say that. Oh my. I just wanted to start a forbidden master-disciple relationship with my master, but I didn't expect that she was just using me. Won't the system comfort me? Comfort you, big bird egg. This system will not comfort weaklings. Shen Xinghe stared at the system in front of him with wide eyes, shaking the system panel in front of him constantly. What? A dog system? Say that again, and I'll smash you to pieces. Calm down. With this system, you are no longer a weakling. You will be a cheat. Click the screen to receive your exclusive newcomer gift pack. Shen Xinghe clicked the receive button on the screen, and the screen suddenly flashed with golden light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive villain identity and 5 lucky draw opportunities. It's not the system that wants to kill me, villains always have short lives. I'll probably be killed soon after I appear. My 2.5 years of rich experience in fiction tells me I can't be a villain. With this system, being a villain is a piece of cake. This system will definitely take you there. Don't you want to experience the feeling of being embraced by beautiful women? Don't you want to experience the feeling of suppressing the child of destiny? Don't you want to have the beauty of the child of destiny? Shen Xinghe couldn't stand being fooled by the system like this, so he readily accepted this identity. Damn it! It's so hard to coax this idiot into accepting his identity. If this isn't a mission from above, I'm too lazy to bother with you. Chapter 2 Master, now it's my turn. Oh right. Don't I have 5 chances to draw the lottery? Just go all in and draw 5 times in a row. Shen Xinghe rubbed his hands, hoping to come up with a good practice technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chaos Yin-Yang body. Those with this physique are known as the cauldron of all laws. They can practice dual cultivation with women of various special physiques. Each breakthrough requires the assistance of women with special physiques, and they can absorb the opponent's power to strengthen themselves. Congratulations to the host for reaching the early stage of the Gathering Spirit realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the flowing light-breaking sky sword. This sword was forged by ancient immortals using the essence of the stars, the ice of the cold pond, and the fire of the earth's core. It can be improved with the host's realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a soul seal. Its main function is to seal the opponent's soul power. When the soul is sealed, the cultivator cannot mobilize the energy of heaven and earth through the soul, thus causing the cultivation to be unable to be fully utilized. Note, the soul seal is a system item that can only be cracked by the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super invincible Qianquan bag, which can accommodate everything. Shen Xinghe's eyes sparkled with gold. Wow! Am I the king of luck? All 5 of them are top-notch. He looked at the soul seal, and the first person that came to his mind was his master. Those shameful thoughts had expanded infinitely. At this moment, a dark shadow flashed past the door. System, get it for me quickly. Shen Xinghe stroked the flowing light-breaking sky sword and began to dance with it. This is too domineering. It was 3 feet 6 inches long, and under the moonlight, its blade was sharp, its body smooth as jade, and smooth as water. A sapphire was embedded in the hilt, imbued with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Shen Xinghe sat cross-legged, consolidating the cultivation rewarded by the system and learning how to use the soul sealing seal. After a few hours, Shen Xinghe formed a red soul sealing seal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the soul seal. There was a rapid knock on the door. Shen Xinghe opened the door and saw that it was his senior sister, who was also called the second most beautiful fairy in the sect by the disciples of Tian Dao sect. As for the first one, it must be his master. She has a beautiful face, delicate features, and beautiful purple hair. She wears an ordinary white dress, without any worldly air, giving people a sense of dignity, holiness, clarity, and elegance. What are your instructions, senior sister? The woman's cold eyes moved slightly. Uncle Su, I'm telling you to go to Yuqing Palace. After saying that, he flew away on his sword, leaving Shen Xinghe standing there in a daze. As expected of the aloof queen of the Tian Dao sect, her aloof personality remains the same as always, but I like it. Ding! The female monk just now has a special physique. Physique, starry eyes, snowy skin. Effect, practicing dual cultivation with this physique can help absorb star essence and enhance the host's spiritual perception. I only have 1 soul sealing seal, and I will definitely use it on my beautiful master. System, don't forget, my master also has a special physique. He. He, the host is so bad, he has the talent to be a villain. Let's go. Let's go find my master now. Shen Xinghe showed a smug smile. Then, Shen Xinghe came to the Yuqing Palace, where a majestic and hazy palace with flying eaves and flowing red water appeared, as if the fairyland of the ninth heaven had come to the world. Shen Xinghe walked forward, went up the stairs, and soon entered the hall. Several elders sat on both sides of the jade steps, their black Taoist robes embroidered with dark golden cloud patterns, and the jade pendants hanging from their sleeves emitted a faint halo. On the lotus throne at the top, a beautiful woman is lazily supporting her white wrists. She is wearing a snow-white dress and a silver-threaded colorful gown. She has a slender and graceful figure, her jade feet sway gently, her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque, and she looks like a celestial maiden who has fallen into the mortal world. Master, she is even more beautiful and charming than last night. Maybe she was busy for too long last night, which made her eyes a little blurry, but she looked very good. Shen Xinghe bowed slightly and said respectfully, Xinghe greets master and all the elders. After seeing Shen Xinghe, the elder next to him walked out from the side to the center of the hall. Didn't the sect master set out the sect's rules? Those without cultivation are not allowed to enter the Tiandao sect. As the sect master's sister, shouldn't you set an example? Xinghe frowned coldly. What do you mean, third elder? Shen Xinghe doesn't have any cultivation at all, yet he relies on being your disciple to wreak havoc and steal spiritual plants and herbs within the sect. Xinghe stared at Shen Xinghe with cold eyes. Shen Xinghe didn't dare to meet Xinghe's eyes. He thought, it's over. How did they know that I stole the elixir in the explosives field? Third elder, you said I don't have any cultivation, so please look at what this is in my hand. I saw a ball of spiritual power condensed in Shen Xinghe's hands, which obviously meant that his cultivation had reached the spiritual gathering realm. The third elder stared at Shen Xinghe intently. How is that possible? I just detected that he didn't have any fluctuations in his cultivation level. When Xinghe saw this scene, she immediately stood up from the lotus seat. That's not right. I remember that his dantian was clearly broken. Xinghe waved his hand. Xinghe, will compensate you all for the losses caused by Xinghe. If you elders have nothing else to do, please return. All the elders left Yuqing Palace one after another. Xinghe spoke slowly, Disciple, I never thought you would cause so much trouble for me. My fault for this was my playful behavior when I was young. I am willing to accept the punishment. Xinghe waved his transparent white sleeves and said, Never mind. Master will not punish you. Come here and let Master take a look at your dantian to see if your cultivation has been fully consolidated. A sinister arc appeared at the corner of Shen Xinghe's mouth. He reached behind his back with his left hand and took out the soul seal. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Shen Xinghe walked briskly to Xinghe. Disciple, relax your mind and let me check your dantian. Okay, master. Xinghe gently placed her fingers on Shen Xinghe's forehead, and the spiritual power on her fingertips began to gather at her fingertips and enter Shen Xinghe's body. When Xinghe closed his eyes and checked carefully, Shen Xinghe's soul-sealing seal had been completely taken out and cast. Shen Xinghe rotated his wrist and the red soul-sealing seal hit Xinghe's forehead. In response, a red lotus formed on Xinghe's forehead. Xinghe suddenly opened her eyes. How dare you, traitor, attack your master, she said, forming seals with her hands. Come, purple sky sword. But there was no response, so she hit Shen Xinghe with her palm, but Shen Xinghe's spiritual power bounced back, causing her to collapse on the ground. Don't struggle, master. You can't break my soul seal. I'm the only one in the world who can break it. Shen Xinghe squatted down and stroked Xinghe's bare feet. Sure enough, master's long legs are also smooth, just like the feeling of my waist last night. Xinghe continued to use the friction between his hands and the floor to move backwards. Traitor! What are you talking about? Help me remove the damn mark quickly, or I will cut you into pieces. She kept moving back, and he kept getting closer. She moved and he chased her, and she couldn't escape even if she had wings. Master, you are so forgetful. You forgot what you did last night the next day. I must help you remember it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the villain bodycard 100%. Destined villain, as long as you continue to do evil, you will receive rewards from the system. System, do you have any more specific explanation for what you mean by evil? She specializes in snatching opportunities from the chosen one, and flirting with fairies who are the most beautiful flowers on the mountain. She can also give the host's master to her and let her become a jealous little wife every day. Hee. System, you are even more sinister than me, but I like systems like you that have personality. The handsome young man let out bursts of laughter typical of a destined villain, rubbing his hands together, and frightened Su Yingli on the bed so much that he kept moving back. Hee, master, let me take good care of you. Chapter 3, Master, is it over so soon? Evil disciple. How dare you? What is there for me to be afraid of? I remember there seems to be a hot spring in Yuqing Palace. Master, would you like to experience a different feeling? Without waiting for Su Yingli to speak, Shen Xinghe picked her up directly. Su Yingli's hands and feet were always restless. She clenched her fists and punched Shen Xinghe's chest, and her long legs kept kicking around, making it almost impossible for Shen Xinghe to hold her. Shen Xinghe leaned close to Su Yingli's left ear and whispered in an extremely ambiguous voice. If you keep kicking your legs, I'll add 2 more hours. I'll keep my word. Su Yingli seemed to understand what Shen Xinghe meant, and buried her face in Shen Xinghe's arms with a red face. It also stopped her restless long legs. Seeing that his master was so obedient, Shen Xinghe couldn't control himself and the corners of his mouth had already turned up. This is what an obedient master baby should be like, he. Su Yingli murmured in Shen Xinghe's arms, Traitor, who is your master's baby? But Shen Xinghe saw all of this, and he teased. You don't want to be my master's baby, do you want me to be your husband? But it's not impossible, just prepare your betrothal gifts. Su Yingli continued to murmur, Traitor, you wish for it. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the large hot spring behind the Yuqing Palace. The hot spring was filled with rose petals and the entire place was filled with the fragrance of roses. Shen Xinghe took a deep breath of Su Yingli's scent. Master, do you soak in the hot springs here every day? No wonder your whole body smells like roses, especially last night, it was so fragrant. Master, the hot spring here seems a bit hot. Your cultivation has been sealed by me, so you probably can't stand the temperature of this hot spring. Let's soak in the hot spring later. Shen Xinghe carried Su Yingli to the bed next to the hot spring. As soon as he put Su Yingli on the bed, she retreated to the corner of the bed. Master, please don't be so afraid of me. I won't eat you. As he spoke, Shen Xinghe took off his shirt and threw it aside. Master, do you feel it's hot here? Traitor, what do you want to do? I'm not hot. I'm your master. Sweat soaked her transparent gauze dress, but she was still stubborn. Do what you wanted to do with me last night. Master, oh master, why didn't you tell me that I was your disciple last night? Shen Xinghe raised his index finger and said, Master, be obedient and come here quickly. You don't want me to use my spiritual power, do you? Su Yingli knew that he was no different from an ordinary person now, while this traitor had reached the level of gathering spirit realm. It's better not to offend him, so Su Yingli could only slowly approach Shen Xinghe. Under the bluish-white light, a master in a white dress glared at the young man in front of her with a mixture of shame and annoyance. Shen Xinghe pushed Su Yingli down on the bed. All her magic skills were lost, and Su Yingli, who was as cold as ice in everyone's eyes, suddenly had a look of panic on her red lips. The atmosphere was like this, it would be a lie for her to say she wasn't panicking. She also understood what Shen Xinghe wanted to do. But last night, facing Shen Xinghe who had no cultivation, he was a little overwhelmed, not to mention that now that he had lost all his cultivation, Shen Xinghe had also broken through. Su Yingli closed her eyes, tilted her head and rested it on the soft pillow, and her long legs began to kick restlessly again. The transparent skirt was kicked and fluttered continuously. Master, have you forgotten what I just told you? Su Yingli began to calm down. Then you can't use spiritual power. When Shen Xinghe saw his master's shy look, it further aroused his desire to control his master. Master is so cute. As expected, online novels never lie to me. In this situation, the male protagonist of the novel will lose control, but I, the villain, can do it, he he he. A few hours later. But during these few hours, Su Yingli had scolded Shen Xinghe no less than 100 times, and every sentence contained the word traitor. Of course, Su Yingli saw that scolding the traitor had no effect, so she begged Shen Xinghe for mercy again, using the most gentle tone to ask Shen Xinghe to let her go. But who is Shen Xinghe? He is a big villain. Facing the master's plea for mercy and every call of traitor, it only makes him more excited. Ding! Due to the host's dual cultivation of the chaos yin-yang body and the absolute yin body and the behavioral characteristics of satisfying the fate of the villain, now rewards the host with a cultivation level upgrade to the spiritual vein realm, a 50% recovery of the dantian, and 500 villain points. I hope the host will continue to work hard. The system is optimistic about the host. He he he. You have directly broken through to a great realm. You are truly my treasured master. Shen Xinghe turned his head to look at his beautiful master, who was lying on the bed with her knees hugged, her eyes cold and her hair disheveled. I touched the hot spring with my hand. Master, have you relaxed enough? The temperature of this hot spring is perfect for you to bathe in. Come on, let's soak in the hot spring together. Su Yingli showed a murderous look and his face was red. I don't want to. I can't do it anymore. Shen Xinghe's smile widened. Master, if you are obedient, I can help you unlock the soul seal later. If you are not obedient, then I will let you live a life without cultivation in this life. Su Yingli, with disheveled hair, looked at Shen Xinghe. Traitor, you must keep your word. I will listen to you. You must help me to unlock the soul seal. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Shen Xinghe's obscene smile appeared again. Su Yingli was still hugging her knees, as if she was very afraid of Shen Xinghe and didn't dare to look at Shen Xinghe out of the corner of her eye. Shen Xinghe walked to Su Yingli's side, and without waiting for her to speak, Shen Xinghe directly picked her up from the bed in a princess hug. She looked at Shen Xinghe's handsome face, and in Shen Xinghe's arms, she felt a bit like a little wife. Traitor, this time you can't use your spiritual power. Shen Xinghe smiled with satisfaction. Okay, master. This time, I will definitely not use my spiritual power. Shen Xinghe carried Su Yingli into the center of the hot spring. Master, please soak in the hot spring for a while. I will go and get ready first and come back to join you later. Without waiting for Su Yingli's answer, Shen Xinghe left the hot spring. Come to a corner. System, give me a Diwang pill. You know what I mean. My waist hurts a little now. He, this host is so mean. He just promised not to use his spiritual power, and now he's taking drugs. He truly deserves to be the host chosen by this system. Reward the host with 5 villain points. A light flashed before Shen Xinghe's eyes, and a big pill appeared in front of him. Shen Xinghe didn't hesitate and directly picked up the big pill in front of him and swallowed it. He just felt that his body was getting very hot, so he took off his clothes and dived directly into the hot spring. Su Yingli was soaking in the hot spring, cursing under his breath. This traitor, has he done something bad again? The hot air, wrapped in the scent of roses, penetrated into Su Yingli's nose. Water droplets condensed on her eyelashes, and she was using her fingertips to touch the water vapor floating on the edge of the pool. Suddenly, my arm was pulled and a warm chest pressed against my lower back. Shen Xinghe's palm covered the back of her head, his fingertips rubbed her wet hair, and his breath with the temperature of a hot spring blew on her face. Before she could react, her lips were gently pressed against hers, and her nose was filled with the other person's steam mixed with the scent of roses. The only sound in my ears was the ridiculously fast thumping of my heart, and I couldn't tell whether it was my own or his. Shen Xinghe threw Su Yingli directly into the hot spring, wrapped himself with spiritual power, and only used his mouth to supply oxygen to Su Yingli. Su Yingli pushed Shen Xinghe away with both hands, but she was pinned down in the water by Shen Xinghe in order to avoid drowning. Even those who can't swim know that drowning feels very uncomfortable. Su Yingli actually took the initiative to move towards Shen Xinghe, absorbing the energy that Shen Xinghe gave her like a little elf. Xinghe slowly opened her eyes in the water and stared at Shen Xinghe. Traitor! 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 Doesn't your conscience hurt that you're so aggressive towards the master? Xinghe had already cursed Shen Xinghe as a traitor thousands of times in her heart. At this time, the medicinal power was completely absorbed by Shen Xinghe, and the primordial power in his body also burst out. The hot spring was only as hot as the temperature of two people. This situation is like a fish in the pond, constantly slapping the water surface and swimming back and forth in the water. Chapter 4 Traitor. A few more hours passed. Xinghe was completely limp, and Shen Xinghe carried her out of the hot spring. The misty water vapor swirled around her, outlining her graceful figure vaguely, like a dream. Xinghe closed her eyes tightly, panted slightly, and parted her cherry lips. The hot air she exhaled, with the warmth of a hot spring, gently brushed across his cheek. Shen Xinghe passed a little spiritual power to Xinghe through mouth to mouth, allowing her to recover some strength. The moment their lips touched, an electric feeling spread throughout their bodies. Xinghe moaned, her eyelashes trembling slightly. In her hazy consciousness, she vaguely felt this strange intimacy, and a bright blush appeared on her cheeks. Shen Xinghe had just put Xinghe down from his arms, but her long legs kept shaking. It seemed like he was about to fall with every step he took, so Shen Xinghe hurried over to support him. And his gaze was also caught by the water droplets sliding down her body. The crystal clear water droplets slowly slid down her white jade neck. It passed through the deep ravine, followed the flat belly, and finally sank into the mysterious realm. Shen Xinghe couldn't take his eyes off for a moment, and his throat rolled unconsciously. Xinghe scolded shyly, "Traitor!" Still looking. Shen Xinghe took out a maid outfit with black stockings and high heels from the system and handed it to Xinghe. Xinghe saw such strange clothes, so she scolded him again, "Traitor, what do you want to do?" "You don't want to." Her face instantly turned red again. "Master, what are you thinking? You can hardly walk. Your disciple will not do anything to you. I just want you to wear this outfit, which I carefully selected for you. Of course you don't have to wear it, but I won't break your soul seal." "Master, it's your choice." Xinghe clenched her fists and swore that she would never let this traitor off once her cultivation level recovered. "You're pushing your luck. Despicable. Shameless. Obscene." On the contrary, the more she scolded, the more excited Shen Xinghe became, and he gradually began to like his master's scolding. Xinghe snatched the clothes and limped to the corner with staggering steps. She turned her back to Shen Xinghe and undressed with trembling hands. The warm air brushed against her exposed skin, sending shivers through her body. Every time she unbuttoned a button, her heart beat faster, and the shameful look of herself wearing this dress kept appearing in her mind. After a lot of effort, she put on the maid outfit. The tight fabric fit her body curves, outlining her figure perfectly. The black stockings tightly wrapped around her legs, highlighting their slenderness and roundness, and the high heels made her figure even more graceful. Long legs, black stockings, high heels. Every buff can make Shen Xinghe fascinated. Just when Shen Xinghe was still intoxicated by the beauty of his master, Xinghe tugged at the tight black stockings in annoyance. The delicate touch made her feel uncomfortable all over and she twisted her feet out of habit. He said angrily, "Traitor, it's over now. Quickly remove this broken soul seal." There was a hint of anxiety and shyness in his voice. "Master, please don't be anxious. The time is not yet ripe. If you unlock it prematurely, you will lose all your cultivation." Shen Xinghe spoke leisurely, but his eyes were always fixed on her legs wrapped in black stockings, his eyes full of desire. Xinghe was so angry that she stamped her feet and almost bit her lips. "Traitor! Traitor! Traitor! How dare you lie to your master? You traitor, you shall not die a hapless death." Xinghe took off her high heels and threw them at Shen Xinghe, shouting "traitor" every time she threw one. Her angry and delicate appearance added a bit of charm to Shen Xinghe's eyes. Shen Xinghe dodged it nimbly and easily, with that wicked smile still on his lips. "When the time is right, I will definitely unlock this soul seal for you. What are you holding?" Xinghe's teeth were grinding as she stared at the red crystal ball that was constantly tossing up and down in Shen Xinghe's right hand. Haha, you're talking about this? Of course, it's the photo crystal. What, you actually took a photo of Xinghe's beautiful blushing face turned paler? Traitor. Xinghe's lips were pursed so tightly that they turned pale, and her fingertips dug deeply into her palms. Master, don't get excited. I'm just keeping this as a souvenir. Shen Xinghe waved his sleeves and prepared to leave Yuqing Palace. Master, listen to my disciple's advice. Don't even think about breaking the seal. This is a system thing, how can people in this world crack it? Oh, by the way, considering our brief friendship today, I'd like to remind you that I'm the only one in the universe who can break the seal. If I die, you'll be reduced to a mortal for the rest of your life, your soul returning to the river of oblivion. If Master doesn't believe it, you can still give it a try. Of course. If my disciple dies, the secret records in this crystal will not only spread throughout the entire Tian Dao sect, but even to all the living beings in the entire 9 heavens, you understand, You evil disciple, you will be punished by heaven and earth, and you will not die a good death. You vile and shameless bastard. Looking at his back as he walked away with his sword. Xinghe clenched her sleeves, her teeth almost breaking. She was determined to find a way to break the soul seal and reduce the bones of the evil disciple of the writing master who destroyed his ancestors to ashes. Oh, she just didn't believe that the soul seal set by the traitor in the gathering spirit realm was really as unsolvable as he boasted. At last. Her face turned pale as she discovered that this forbidden technique was truly bizarre. Even with her 100 years of experience in the late stage of Huagang, she couldn't even understand half of its patterns. By the way, Master seems to have lost all her cultivation, so she cannot be left alone in the Yuqing Palace. Shen Xinghe returned to the Yuqing Palace and was relieved to see that his master's black stockings had not been taken off. Xinghe glared at Shen Xinghe. Traitor, why are you back? Disciple can't bear to leave my dear master's baby. Shen Xinghe took out the super Qianquan bag from the system, pointed it at Xinghe, made a hand seal with his right hand, and sucked Xinghe back into the super Qianquan bag. The next day, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding, the host has successfully obtained the status of Villain Traitor and won the Destiny level achievement Master Terminator. Rewards, Villain points times 500, Forbidden Technique Fragment times 1/5. Ding, a conflict has been detected between the host and the master, triggering the passive effect God Bless the Evil. All injuries are instantly healed, and the damage to the Dantian is repaired to 100%. The system is working again. Ding, the system has officially assigned a task to the host, please check it carefully. Shen Xinghe opened the system panel and saw his personal panel. Host, Shen Xinghe. Realm, Spirit Gathering Realm. Special Constitution, Yin-Yang Chaos Body. Luck 200, can be obtained by taking the Child of Destiny or practicing dual cultivation. Shen Xinghe scrolled down and saw the task issued by the system. He then pursued the strategy and practiced dual cultivation with Xia Qingyue, the sect's senior sister who possessed starry eyes and snow-white skin. Success will reward you with 5th grade advanced spiritual fluid, 100 villain points, 100 luck points, and 1/5 of the forbidden technique fragment. Function, it can accelerate the condensation and transformation of Gaiqi, help the cultivators in the Gaiqi realm to improve the quality and quantity of Gaiqi, and enhance combat effectiveness. Taking it together with the Shen level Tianluan pill can also help the cultivators in the late stage of the Gaiqi realm to break through the Tianluan realm. It's not the system. I just reached the gathering spirit realm. How can I conquer senior sister Xia Qingyue, who is in the late stage of condensing veins? And I don't have the soul sealing seal anymore. How can I melt her icy personality? The system's soul sealing seal is so expensive, it costs me 10,000 villain points, which is almost like robbery. Host, please find a solution yourself. Shen Xinghe was leaning against the grass slope, his neck resting on his arm, and a piece of foxtail grass was dangling from his mouth. At this moment, 2 passers-by happened to walk by. Have you heard? The sect's secret realm trial begins tomorrow. I heard that our senior sister Shen Xinghe paid a large sum of money to obtain the Chaos Azure Lotus from the secret realm, just to cure her brother's terminal illness. This thing is an earth-level spiritual plant, how can it be so easy to find? Even if I find it, I won't dare to fight the guardian spiritual beast, the green water crocodile. Isn't this jade water crocodile only at the condensing veins stage? Why doesn't senior sister go there herself? Isn't she also at the condensing veins stage? You forgot that the secret realm does not allow cultivators at the condensing veins realm to enter. Then why are there monsters at the condensed veins realm in this secret realm? Maybe it's because the sect wants to test our ability to fight against opponents of higher rank. Chapter 5: Bullying the Teacher. Shen Xinghe frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Sect secret realm? I don't seem to have any impression of this, because I have never been there. But I have to go in this time. I should be able to start from here to conquer Shen Xinghe. With his thoughts made up, Shen Xinghe stood up quickly and gently brushed off the non-existent dust on his clothes. In a blink of an eye, Shen Xinghe arrived at the Yuqing Palace. Because the Yuqing Palace was where his master lived, the spiritual energy was also relatively rich. Shen Xinghe took out the super Qianquan bag, made a seal with his right hand, and called Xinghe out. At this moment, she was already fast asleep, her sleeping posture elegant and charming, her long and straight legs tightly wrapped in black stockings, exuding the temptation of a mature young woman. Master is so generous. Isn't she afraid that I might do something to her again? Compared to the black stockings, he actually felt that his master's bare feet, as white as jade, had more charm. Shen Xinghe squatted down and looked at Xinghe's long legs with lustful eyes. He stretched out his hand, gently but with a hint of urgency, and slowly took off the layer of black stockings. When the stockings were completely removed, he brought them to his nose and took a deep breath. He performed a top-notch performance with an intoxicated look on his face. Ah, is this the unique aura of a royal sister? With a faint rose fragrance, in one word, absolutely. He muttered to himself, and at the end he took 2 puffs of air, a satisfied smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. At this time, Xinghe just woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Shen Xinghe's obscene behavior, and her face instantly became extremely ugly. Xinghe tightened her collar with her hands. She subconsciously tightened her collar, her chest heaving violently with anger. What do you want to do, you traitor? I don't want to do that with you. My whole body aches and aches. Shen Xinghe was not annoyed. Instead, he smiled and reached out his hand to pinch her left cheek. He asked in an ambiguous tone, Master, could you please explain the matter you mentioned more clearly? Xinghe felt a chill all over his body and goosebumps all over the floor. She glared at him and shouted, Stop being so presumptuous, you traitor. Ha, Master, do you realize that I've gone too far? Do you want me to take you through it all again? Shen Xinghe kept getting closer to Xinghe. Xinghe's face flushed red, traitor. Stay away from me, your master. He, master, we have already exchanged genes. The distance between us is the closest in this world. Even if we are at the ends of the earth, we are still the closest. Traitor, what nonsense are you talking about? Our distance is the greatest. You wouldn't understand even if I told you, so I won't tell you anymore. Shen Xinghe stopped talking, his eyes fell on Xinghe's buttocks, and an evil arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Snap. The perky part was slapped hard. It feels numb, painful, embarrassing and annoying. Xinghe's beautiful face flushed red. Ha ha ha. Master, the touch is good, it's still the same recipe. A weak roar came from the sandalwood mouth. Traitor! You're courting death. Shen Xinghe took out the roast chicken he had just exchanged from the system, along with the soul sauce. The roasted chicken, with its hot aroma, instantly attracted Xinghe. Xinghe's eyes were involuntarily attracted to the roast chicken. She swallowed her saliva, and this subtle movement naturally did not escape Shen Xinghe's eyes. But he pretended nothing happened, just glanced at Xinghe secretly with the corner of his eyes, with a barely perceptible smile on the corner of his mouth. Shen Xinghe slowly poured the soul sauce into the roast chicken. With a devilish whisper and a unique accent, he said, Soul juice, pour it on. Suddenly, the aroma of the roasted chicken became richer and mellower. The fragrance became even more fragrant, but Shen Xinghe still felt it was not enough, so he used his spiritual power between his fingers. The fragrance filled the entire Yuqing palace. I don't believe it, master, let's see how long you can hold on. You are a mortal now and cannot practice fasting. If you can bear it, then master, please bear it. Shen Xinghe sat on the ground and shouted, show off. Show off. After saying that, he picked up the roast chicken with both hands and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Every time he took a big bite, he would close his eyes and sigh with satisfaction, oh how fragrant, so delicious. Su Yingli watched Shen Xinghe finish the whole chicken, and she swallowed her saliva no less than 20 times. Finally, Su Yingli was so hungry that she could not bear it any longer. She stood up, her voice weak and shy. Disciple, what is that thing in your hand? Does it taste good? Shen Xinghe looked up and saw Su Yingli, whose jade feet moved lightly in front of him with a blush on her face, and he felt secretly happy. He deliberately shook the chicken skeleton in his hand and said with a smile. This is called cow koan. Oh, that's not right, Shen Xinghe interrupted immediately. Then he said seriously. This is roast chicken, a delicacy made with my brother's secret recipe. Master, would you like to try it? Su Yingli's cheeks became even redder, and she put her hands behind her back. His fingers kept fiddling with the hem of his clothes, and he whispered, I want it. Then I wonder what master intends to exchange for it. The corners of Shen Xinghe's mouth rose, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Su Yingli seemed to have thought of something, and her beautiful face turned even redder. Then I don't want it. Su Yingli turned around and wanted to leave, but Shen Xinghe, who stood up, grabbed her hand. Master, it was just a joke. After that, he took out a roasted chicken and some fruits from the system and handed them to Su Yingli. Thank you. Su Yingli took the food, her voice soft and shy. Shen Xinghe lifted up a few strands of Su Yingli's hair and whispered. Shen Xinghe gently lifted a few strands of Su Yingli's hair and leaned close to her ear. He whispered, actually, there's no need for master and I to be so polite. After teasing Su Yingli, Shen Xinghe sat cross-legged and began to practice his mental skills. Shen Xinghe took out from the system a Ganoderma lucidum with a golden halo all over its body, which was suspended in the air. Tiny rays of sunlight and starlight flow around the edges of the leaves. This is an additional reward for newbies given by the system. A blue introduction bar appears above Lingji. Item, Sanyao Jinji. Category Natural Materials and Treasures. Grade, Heavenly Grade. Function, a sacred object for refining spiritual energy. After taking it, a cultivator can purify the spiritual energy in his body into the properties of true solar fire, and the quality of the spiritual energy will be increased by 3 times. If combined with the practice of fire-based exercises, it can open up special meridians that contain the laws of the sun. If taken when comprehending the sword intent, the success rate can be increased to more than 80%. Introduction, grown in the core of the sun's true fire domain, it needs to absorb the essence of the sun for 1,000 years before it can mature. The patterns on its cap correspond to the stars in the sky, and each leaf contains a wisp of eternal golden flame. In the past, the ancient fire phoenix fought fiercely for 300 years with the 3 ancient dragon clans for this herb, causing 1/3 of the eastern wilderness continent to be reduced to scorched earth. Eventually, this she was taken away by a mysterious powerful person and has not appeared in the world for nearly 1,000,000 years. A burning look flashed across Shen Xinghe's eyes, and his bony fingers slowly grasped the sunflower golden Ganoderma. He stroked the gilded sesame leaves with his fingertips, and suddenly tore off a piece and put it into his mouth. The golden mushroom melted in his mouth, and the energy as hot as lava rushed along his throat straight to his dantian. Chu Xiu suddenly arched his back, and a 3-meter-high red-gold flame rose from his body. He bit his lower lip tightly with his sharp white teeth, letting the blood seep out and stain the corners of his mouth scarlet. In a moment, the spiritual energy around Shen Xinghe began to surge wildly, and the meridians in his body were burned and reshaped again and again by the true fire of the sun. There was a blazing golden light flowing under his tightly closed eyes. He let out a low roar, and flames around him suddenly burst out. At first, he felt that the blood vessels in his body were like small trees that suddenly grew wildly, swollen and painful. The dense blood vessels under the skin bulged like a woven net, and the gaps between the bones were itchy and painful, as if being pricked by countless small needles. Suddenly, it felt like a storm was blowing up in his stomach, blood was rushing around in his body, and the rumbling sound made his eardrums hurt. The originally thin blood vessels are now filled with a large amount of energy. After a while, the blood vessels began to glow, and the newly grown blood vessels were shiny. The energy in my body was flowing more and more smoothly, and I felt stronger with each turn. At this moment, a prompt suddenly popped up in my head: does the host want to break through the realm? Want. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura exploded from him. Energy rushed through the new blood vessels like a flood, carrying tremendous force with each flow. This is great, I have directly broken through to the late stage of condensation veins. Chapter 6, World of Swords. Xinghe suddenly felt this powerful aura, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. However, she quickly returned to her usual self. He snorted softly. Luckily, you, the traitor, are not dead. If you were to die, you would have to help me unseal the soul seal before you die. Shen Xinghe raised his lips to an evil smile and gently pinched Xinghe's little face with his hands. He jokingly said, "How could I bear to see Master being alone? By the way, Master, how did you comprehend the sword's meaning?" Xinghe took Shen Xinghe's hand away from her face. Sword intentions are categorized into sensing rhythm, forming momentum, controlling form, asking the way, breaking the void, and transcendence. Although I am only at the Hua Gang realm, my sword intent has already reached the level of controlling the form. You can incorporate sword spirit into weapon moves, making them more agile and powerful. Being able to control the form of weapons, unleashing greater power. Shen Xinghe couldn't help but complain. "No, big sister. I asked you to tell me how you comprehended the sword intent. Don't talk nonsense to me." Xinghe put her hands on her hips, her face flushed instantly, and she said coquettishly, "Traitor! Who are you calling big sister? If you continue to disrespect your teacher, I won't talk to you anymore." Shen Xinghe leaned close to Xinghe's ear and whispered softly, "Of course. In that case, I will definitely not care about your back pain anymore." Xinghe's face turned red with anger. "Traitor! Didn't I tell you that there is a shortcut to this sword intent? The shortcut is to first feel a bond between you and the sword. But you have to feel this bond yourself. I, the teacher, can't help you. I've initially sensed the charm of the sword and can demonstrate some basic techniques and momentum in its use. Now you can understand it yourself." Shen Xinghe curled his lips in disdain. "But I feel like I just said a lot of nonsense." Xinghe was so angry that she threw the wild fruit in her hand at Shen Xinghe. "Traitor! Traitor! Your teacher taught you with good intentions, but you... Master, you must be joking. Now that I've heard what you said, I feel like I've touched the rhythm of the sword's will. You're full of big talk." Shen Xinghe took out the flowing light-breaking sky sword, grasped the hilt, and suspended the sword in the air. Shen Xinghe closed his eyes and felt the bond with the sword with his heart. At this moment, Shen Xinghe's consciousness suddenly entered the sword world in the Liuguang Pokong sword. Countless islands made of star fragments are suspended here, and each island shines with brilliant light, like a gem inlaid in the black sky. Between the islands flows a galaxy waterfall like liquid starlight. The water flows through the gaps between the islands, colliding with the clear and pleasant sound, just like the sound of nature. Above the sky, giant star tracks slowly rotate, emitting a mysterious and powerful force. Every change in the track will cause the space to tremble and burst into brilliant light. However, establishing a special bond with the world within the sword is not easy. In the core area of the sword world, there is a powerful restriction called the meteoric barrier. This barrier is formed by the resentment and power left over from the fall of countless stars. Its surface is covered with flickering dark purple lines and is surging with a heart-pounding aura of destruction. Inside the barrier, brilliant but dangerous starlight bursts out from time to time. Once you get close, you will be impacted by the soul power. The meteoric barrier not only has a strong defensive force, but also adapts to the state of mind and strength of the intruder. It conjures up various illusions and enemies, attacking the most vulnerable corners of the intruder's heart. Only by overcoming inner fear and confusion and sticking to one's heart can one find the weak points of the barrier and break through this difficulty. In the process of attacking the barrier again and again, Shen Xinghe constantly experiences the test of his soul. On the blue planet, he was pulled back to his childhood by an illusion. Faced with the scene of his parents' accidental death, he fell into endless self-blame and pain. I also saw myself in a hallucination as a loser despised by everyone, looked down upon by my former friends and teachers. Shen Xinghe fell into his own fantasy again and again. The galaxy surged like a waterfall under Shen Xinghe's feet. When the liquid starlight flowed over his ankles, tiny ice spikes appeared. Looking up, the meteoric barrier suspended at the intersection of star tracks was emitting a dark purple light. When the nth attack failed, Shen Xinghe's spiritual power had been exhausted. He fell awkwardly onto the platform made of star fragments, his fingertips still trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the surface of the barrier, and a familiar figure walked out. It was his late father. In the illusion, his father's white hair drifted in the air. "You can't even face yourself. You really are a terrible person." He closed his eyes and forced himself to recall the memory he least wanted to touch. I was wrong. Shen Xinghe suddenly opened his eyes, and a bloody roar came out of his throat. The flowing light-breaking sky sword in his hand trembled violently, and the sapphire on the hilt actually oozed out a little starlight, which flowed along his wrist into his dantian. Only then did he understand that the so-called falling star barrier was actually a test of the sword wielder by the divine weapon. Only by facing the shadows deep within your soul can you awaken the dormant power within the sword and establish a bond with it. When approaching the barrier for the n+1th time, Shen Xinghe was no longer in a hurry to attack. He sat on the ground, transformed his spiritual power into thin threads, and slowly penetrated along the lines of the barrier. The dark purple restriction began to repel external forces, and in the illusion, countless sword-wielding shadows pounced towards him. Each shadow carries the jealousy, greed, and cowardice he once had on Blue Star. These are all me, but none of these are me. Shen Xinghe suddenly drew his sword, and the brilliance of the sword echoed with the waterfall of the galaxy in the distance. He used his sword as a pen and his spiritual power as ink to sketch in the void, "I am God." When the last bit of starlight from the sword tip touched the barrier, the twisted lines suddenly solidified. The dark purple faded, revealing the crystal-clear core of the star. It turns out that the key is never destruction, but acceptance. Shen Xinghe chuckled and stabbed the flowing light-breaking sky sword into the core of the barrier. The entire flowing space suddenly shook violently, and the giant star track began to rotate in the opposite direction. The scattered stardust blended with the galactic light bursting out from the sword. When the meteoric barrier was completely shattered, the sapphire on the hilt shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Countless points of light followed the sword blade and wrapped around the protagonist's arm, forming star-shaped contract patterns on the skin. From then on, whenever Shen Xinghe swung the flowing light-breaking sky sword, the trajectory of the blade would briefly tear open a crack in space, revealing the eternally flowing galaxy and the world within the sword. Shen Xinghe suddenly woke up from the dreamlike and mysterious perception. His eyes suddenly lit up like cold stars, emitting a sharp light. Without thinking too much, he slashed his sword into the air. Cracks suddenly appeared in space, revealing countless stars. Shen Xinghe raised the flowing light-breaking sky sword in his right hand. The initial stage of sword intent has been achieved. Suingli, who was standing by, was stunned, her beautiful eyes wide open, her mouth slightly open, her face full of disbelief. How did this traitor gain enlightenment so quickly? Back then, it took me a month to grasp the rhythm of the sword. Also, the traitor's sword is at least of the upper earth grade. Where did he get such a good sword? In this world of cultivation, top-grade earth-level magic weapons are considered rare treasures. Even some famous sects may not have many of them. Master, what do you think of my first sword intention experience? Shen Xinghe had a smug look on his face, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a hint of youthful frivolity and confidence. He shook the sword lightly, and the light on the sword became brighter. Suingli came back to his senses, coughed lightly, and waved his hand pretending to be calm. He forced himself to look serious. Not bad. Just not as good as when I was your teacher. Shen Xinghe curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a sly smile. Master, why don't you blush when you lie? What do you mean by lying? Master, this is the truth. Xinghe's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes were a little evasive, but she was secretly complaining in her heart. This traitor is becoming more and more disrespectful. Do you know why my disciple gained enlightenment so quickly? It's because of the Sun Golden Ji energy. At this moment, he was interrupted by Xinghe. Xinghe suddenly covered her ears and shook her head like a naughty child. I won't listen. I won't listen. You're talking nonsense. You're just a jerk. That coquettish look was completely different from the usual dignified and serious image of the master. Chapter 8 Secret Realm. The sect's secret realm is about to begin. Shen Xinghe straightened his clothes. I will go to join the sect's secret realm now. The chaos pure lotus belongs to me. Senior sister Xia Qingyue must be me. I must awaken from the illusion and confusion of my mind. Oh, I seem to have forgotten about the system. I seem to have reached the late stage of condensation vein. The secret realm only allows people below the condensation vein stage to participate. The host goes to the system store to purchase a mask that can conceal one's cultivation, 1,000 faces of concealed breath. Shen Xinghe made a series of operations. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 200 villain points to purchase the 1,000 faces of breath retention. Shen Xinghe put on the mask. The Tiandao sect's secret realm trial begins. The towering jade staircase is faintly visible in the morning mist, and 9 stargazing pavilions with gilded eaves surround the main peak. The silver-scaled dragon hovering above the vermilion pillars was breathing in and out clouds. A 3-meter-high bronze plate was suspended in the center of the Tiandao sect square, and the emblems of the 28 constellations were emitting green light. 72 black iron chains hang down around the magic plate, at the end of which is locked a secret token engraved with talismans. Clang! The morning bell rings at 9 o'clock, shaking the snow off the pine branches. 3,000 disciples dressed in moonwhite Taoist robes lined up in neat rows, with the jade plates on their waists gleaming in the morning sun. From time to time, the subtle hum of spiritual energy flowing could be heard from the crowd, from those disciples whose auras were restrained and whose spiritual power fluctuations were below the condensation vein realm. They clenched their fists, their eyes showing tension and expectation. Or he would gently stroke the magic weapon at his waist and whisper his thoughts to his companions. Quiet. In front of the crowd, 6 elders slowly descended on a lotus platform, with stardust flickering between their sleeves. The white hair of Elder Shen Xinghe, who was in the lead, moved without wind, and the red jade slip held in his palm was oozing out wisps of blood mist that was the essence of his life force that opened the secret realm. 9 realms of heavenly Tao, a secret realm has appeared. This trial is only open to disciples below the condensed veins realm. Elder Xuanqing's voice was like a loud bell, and the red jade slip suddenly exploded, turning into a sky full of talismans that seeped into the bronze magic plate. The ground suddenly shook, and a dark vortex appeared in the center of the magic disc. A howling gale carrying an ancient aura blew towards him. Low cries were heard from the crowd, and the silver hair crowns of some disciples were rustling in the wind. The body-refining elder on the left stepped out, his iron tower-like body shrouded in red gold energy. Youngsters of the Tiandao sect, listen up. This trial is incredibly dangerous. Anyone who passes the 3rd level and retrieves the Chaos Pure Lotus and returns it to the sect will be able to enter the Sutra Library and choose any Earth-level technique. He waved his hand casually, and thousands of golden lights condensed into trial rules and floated in the air. The words were filled with sword energy, and the big words limited to those below the condensation vein realm were particularly eye-catching. Shen Xinghe looked at this rule he had never seen before. Oh, it turns out there are 10 floors here, and each floor corresponds to a different monster. So we can only move below the 3rd floor. Above the 3rd level are monsters at the Tongqiao realm and above. At this time, the system popped up. Host, your sect's secret realm is not simple. What do you mean? This is a treasure house of an ancient sect. I'll tell you more after you go in. The alchemy elder Ji Tingxue gently waved his jade fan, and the shadow of the alchemy furnace appeared on the fan. My disciple, if you can bring back the Millennium Vermilion fruit, I will personally grant you the 9 transformation life-extending pill. Remember, even though you've reached the late stage of the gathering spirit realm, don't rush into anything too quickly. Saving your life is the best strategy. Shui Wujiu bowed slightly. Understood, master. I will definitely bring back the Millennium Vermilion fruit. Then he looked down at the disciples below with a look of contempt. Suddenly he noticed Shen Xinghe. This loser has a good master but is still in the body tempering stage. He is really a hopeless case. Of course, Shen Xinghe also noticed the malicious intent emanating from Shui Wujiu. Shen Xinghe raised his middle finger towards Shui Wujiu. A sentence in Cantonese came out of his mouth. Eat shit. Shui Wujiu clenched his fists. Why is Shui Wujiu so hostile towards Shen Xinghe? The first is that Shui Wujiu and Shen Xinghe joined the Tiandao sect in the same year. But Shui Wujiu was a little earlier than Shen Xinghe, and his talent was also stronger than Shen Xinghe's. But he has always had a dream, to become Su Yingli's disciple, but he has always been rejected. Until the low-talented Shen Xinghe was brought back by Su Yingli, who accepted him as his apprentice. Su Yingli had a reason to reject Shui Wujiu's request to become his disciple. The second one is the spiritual field that was blown up by the spiritual plants stolen by Shen Xinghe but was taken care of by Shui Wujiu. Amidst the heated discussion among the crowd, the law enforcement elder suddenly opened his eyes. 2 cold rays swept across the entire venue. Inside the secret realm, harming fellow disciples is strictly prohibited. Anyone who violates this rule will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. The originally restless atmosphere also calmed down a little. With the last restriction lifted, the bronze disc completely transformed into a teleportation array. Elder Xianqing raised his hand and pointed, and 3,000 disciples instantly disappeared in the green light in the vortex. The moment he stepped into the secret realm, Shen Xinghe felt dizzy. When he steadied himself, he saw a vast wasteland in front of him. The strong wind whistled past with sand and gravel, and there were rugged rocks all around. A faint roar came from the distance. The first challenge appeared. A rhinoceros as big as a hill came running towards them. It was covered with black scales, and every time it stepped on the ground, it caused it to crack. Shen Xinghe's expression changed, and he drew out the flowing light-breaking sky sword. The sword body suddenly burst into brilliant light, and the surrounding air trembled. The earth-splitting rhino rushed forward, raised its front hooves and stomped down hard. Shen Xinghe dodged like a ghost and swung his sword at the rhino's leg. The sword blade scraped across the scales, creating sparks. Shen Xinghe used the force to slide, and the flowing light-breaking sky sword tore a tiny crack in the void. The bits of star power that overflowed from it merged into the sword energy and attacked the earth-splitting rhino again. Under the continuous attacks of the star sword energy, the earth-splitting rhino gradually became exhausted and finally fell to the ground with a bang. Host, find its weakness. Don't just attack it randomly right away. How strong can the monsters on the first level be? At most, they are at the gathering spirit realm. I'm in the late stage of condensing veins realm, so I don't need to be so cautious. Be prudent in your actions. Don't let yourself get caught in a ditch. I have my own system of measure, just watch me perform. After solving the earth-splitting rhino, Shen Xinghe continued to move forward. Why are there so many low-level spiritual plants here? Shen Xinghe kicked the spiritual plant impatiently. Host, there are good things in here. Quickly pack all the spiritual plants here into the super Qiankuan bag. Aren't all these spiritual plants very low level? What do you know? These spiritual plants are not as simple as they seem. These are spiritual plants that have been deposited over thousands of years, and are different from what you see outside. And the effects are different too. You fool! Oh, I see. Got it. Shen Xinghe took out the super Qiankuan bag and formed a seal with his right hand. Collect it for me. Soon all the spiritual plants here were collected. I suggest that you, the host, clear out all the spiritual plants on the first floor. Because I don't think this secret realm can last much longer, 6 years at most. If this secret realm cannot be sustained, the spiritual plants here will be exposed. By then, the entire Tiandao sect might have changed hands. What should I do? My master is still here. It's very simple. Wouldn't it be solved if you break through to the Emperor realm? Emperor realm? This is the highest realm. How is it possible to reach it in 6 years? You are a fool who has never seen the world. The Emperor realm is just the beginning of the upper realm. Although the spiritual power in the lower realm is a bit weak, with this system here, you have nothing to fear. Break through to the little Emperor realm, and control it at will. Don't ask so many questions. Do more. Okay. Hurry up and collect the spiritual plants on the first floor, then we can go to the second floor. Chapter 9 Second Floor. Along the way, Shen Xinghe met many fellow disciples. When everyone saw that Shen Xinghe was keen on collecting low-level spiritual plants, they were all confused. Some people laughed. Some people are puzzled. But there is a very interesting junior brother. Brother, do you need these spiritual plants? A clear voice sounded. It was from a junior brother with lively eyebrows and eyes. Yes, junior brother. What's wrong? Shen Xinghe nodded slightly. I saw the junior brother took out an ancient storage ring, and spiritual power flowed from his fingertips and poured into it like a gurgling stream. A lot of spiritual plants were quickly released from the storage ring. I have collected all the spiritual plants here. Since senior brother needs it, I will give it to him. Shen Xinghe was slightly stunned. Brother, don't you need it? He scratched his head. He smiled foolishly and said, there's no use for me having these spiritual plants. I'm just going to use them to feed the spiritual beasts. Because I was just promoted from a menial disciple to an outer disciple, the sect sometimes asks me to feed some spirit beasts. Then I'd rather obey than be disrespectful. Shen Xinghe put these spiritual plants into the super Qiankuan bag. By the way, junior brother, what's your name? The junior brother grinned. Hey, brother, my name is Xinghe. Shen Xinghe couldn't hold it back any longer. What? Your name is Xinghe? Such a weird name. My father gave me this name. So I've been using it ever since. Then your father is really a genius. Isn't that right? That's what my mother said about my father. Shen Xinghe patted Xinghe's shoulder. My last name is Shen, so you can call me Senior Brother Shen. Do you want to go to the second floor? I'll take you in, brother. No need, senior brother. I'll just train on this first level for a while. Well, since you said so, I won't force you, senior brother. We'll meet again. Xinghe waved his hand. See you later, senior brother Shen. Oh, after collecting this, I'll have completely cleared out all the spiritual plants on this first floor. At this time, Shui Wujiu and a passing junior fellow student happened to see Shen Xinghe picking up these low-level spiritual plants. Walked toward Shen Xinghe. Hey! Isn't this our junior brother Shen Xinghe? What? Your master doesn't want to give you spiritual plants anymore? You come here to collect these low-level spiritual plants. Get lost. Don't disturb me while I'm collecting spiritual plants, or I'll send you to see your grandmother. Upon hearing this, Shui Wujiu and the passing junior fellow looked at each other in surprise. The next moment, he burst into laughter, tears welling up in his eyes. Let me see how junior brother Shen Xinghe, who is at the body-tempering realm, sends us to see grandma. Shen Xinghe's eyes turned cold, and he instantly summoned a sword from the air. In an instant, a small space crack appeared in the air. Shui Wujiu was completely unaware that he had been hit by the sword. He was still mocking me the last second. The next second, he was comforted by the Liuguan Pokong sword and fell asleep. The flowing light-breaking sky sword is quite good. A few stars even emerged from the space cracks and covered Shui Wujiu's body. Seeing this, another passerby wanted to run away immediately. Shen Xinghe snorted coldly. You can't get away. The sword pierced through his body in an instant. If you didn't see me kill him, then it must have been a monster. Okay, now we have completely collected all the spiritual plants on the first floor. Prepare to go to the second floor. Soon Shen Xinghe arrived at the second level of the fog abyss. The place is shrouded in fog, visibility is extremely low, and an eerie atmosphere is overwhelming. Suddenly, a group of shadow bats jumped out of the fog. They were shaped like bats, but had sharp fangs and dark green eyes. They were extremely fast and surrounded Shen Xinghe in an instant. Shen Xinghe circulated his spiritual power, and the sword danced out a sword net to resist the attack of the shadow bat. But there were so many shadow bats coming one after another, and Shen Xinghe realized that he could not just defend. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged. He swung the flowing light-breaking sky sword with force, and a big hole was torn in the void. The power of the stars surged out like a small star exploding. The strong light dispelled the fog and shook off all the shadow bats. There are shadow bats like this all along the way. The lowest level of cultivation for this kind of shadow radiation is at the early stage of gathering spirits. The highest level of cultivation is the middle stage of condensation vein. But facing Shen Xinghe's late stage of condensation vein cultivation. Even if there are a lot of shadow bats, they cannot stop Shen Xinghe. I haven't seen any spiritual plants along the way. System, it seems that there is nothing good on the second floor. The good stuff on this second floor should have been taken. Then let's go to the third floor and take a look. Okay. Let's go now. Shen Xinghe reached the third level. An ancient palace stood in the valley. The palace gate was closed, but a 9-headed dragon was coiled in front of the gate. Host, please be careful. This 9-headed dragon has reached the late stage of condensed veins cultivation. The weak point is the eye in the middle of his head, that is the main dragon. Okay, I understand the system. Shen Xinghe got into a fighting stance. Every dragon head spewed out flames and waves of heat. When the 9-headed dragon saw Shen Xinghe, it let out a deafening roar. 9 dragon heads attacked at the same time, some spewing fire, some spitting poison, and some biting directly. Shen Xinghe did not dare to be careless and used all his skills. He took the 7 star steps, shuttled through flames and poisonous fog, and the sword in his hand continuously slashed out star-like sword energy. Whenever the dragon's attack was approaching, he would tear open the void with his sword, using the void suction and the power of the stars to resist and counterattack. The battle became increasingly intense, and Shen Xinghe also had several wounds on his body, but his eyes became more determined. During a break in a dragon's attack, he seized the opportunity and poured all his spiritual power into it. He thrust the flowing light-breaking sky sword fiercely towards the eyes of the 9-headed dragon in the middle. A huge void crack opened up in front of the dragon, with stars shining in the crack. The 9-headed dragon kept tearing itself apart in pain. While the dragon was struggling in confusion, Shen Xinghe pulled the sword out of its eye. Shen Xinghe slashed out several more sword energies and finally succeeded in killing the 9-headed dragon. Host, this 9-headed dragon's body is full of treasures. Quickly put it into the super universe bag. What use is this ugly thing? Host, please watch the VCR. Dragon Horn can be used to refine top-level magic weapons, can enhance the spiritual power and stability of magic weapons, and also has the effect of exorcising evil spirits. Dragon Scales, they are an excellent material for making advanced defensive equipment. The armor or protective gear made from them can withstand powerful spell attacks and have the ability to repair themselves automatically. Dragon Fawn, extremely sharp, it can be polished into a divine weapon. The dragon energy contained in it can give the weapon a powerful attack power, and it is extremely powerful when killing demons. Dragon Blood, it is a precious material for alchemy. After taking it, it can enhance the practitioner's physical fitness, improve spiritual power, and also has the magical effect of healing and detoxification. Dragon Tendons, they can be used to make bowstrings or core components of magic weapons, making magic weapons more powerful and enhancing the range and lethality of bows and crossbows. Dragon Inner Elixir, it is the essence of the dragon's cultivation. If a practitioner can obtain and refine it, he can greatly improve his own cultivation level and increase his skills by hundreds of years. Ambergris, it has magical effects and can be used to refine precious elixirs to improve the quality of elixirs. It can also be used as a spice to calm the mind, ward off evil spirits and drive away filth. Dragon liver, a precious food ingredient. Eating it not only prolongs life, but also greatly strengthens the practitioner's body, which is of great benefit to cultivation. Chapter 10, The Third Floor. Host, you are truly blessed with bad luck. Although this 9-headed dragon is a straw dragon, its cultivation level in its normal state is at the level of Yuanfu realm. Then why has it now become the late stage of condensation vein? Maybe it's because of this secret place. I don't know the specific reason. Shen Xinghe put the body of the 9-headed dragon into the super Qiankuan bag. Never mind, just collect it first. By the way, why don't the elders in the sect come in and collect herbs themselves? Instead, they want us, the low-level disciples, to come in. Do you think they don't want to? It's just that they can't come in because of their cultivation level restrictions. Then why can I come in even though I'm in the late stage of condensation veins and have to hide my cultivation? Do you really think the things in this system are junk? No. By the way, system, do you know where the Chaos Pure Lotus is? Who do you think I am? How could I know so much? Shen Xinghe gave a silly smile. Hey, I thought you knew everything. Host, look at what that thing is. Shen Xinghe looked at the ground. There was only a fragment of a scroll lying on the ground. It seems to have many years of history. The remaining scroll has been wrapped with ores. Shen Xinghe picked up the remaining scroll. Open it and take a look. It just happened to record the place where the Chaos Pure Lotus grew. There's always a way out. Shen Xinghe was stunned. Oh. That's not right, how could it be such a coincidence? It's just like reading a cool novel. Never mind. Let's find it first. He followed the star map on the fragment and headed deeper into the secret realm. Passing through a stone forest flashing with lightning, Shen Xinghe stepped into a swamp filled with mist. In the distance, the blue light of water was faintly visible in the mist, and the air was filled with a damp and foul smell. When he pushed aside the overgrown vines, a clear blue lake suddenly appeared before his eyes. Countless jade-white lotuses are floating in the center of the pond, and the petals are emitting colorful halos. They are none other than the Chaos Green Lotus. Shen Xinghe widened his eyes. Heartbeat accelerates. Rubbing his hands constantly. Muttering to himself. Oh my God. So much. I'm rich. I'm rich. Shen Xinghe immediately took out the super Qiankuan bag, his saliva already flowing to the ground. Host, don't move. Look what that is. I know you are anxious, but please don't be anxious. Suddenly I saw a green water crocodile lurking in the water. Is this the green water crocodile? Why does it look so big and scary? This jade water crocodile has reached the transformation realm. If you don't want to die, don't move. Oh, no, there's something wrong. Didn't they say that the green water crocodile only has the cultivation level of the condensed veins realm? You idiot. You just believe whatever others say. I don't know how long ago the last person came here. Besides, the growth environment here is so good, and with this 1,000-year-old Chaos Pure Lotus, it's very easy to reach the gang realm. What should we do? Why would we just give up such a good thing? You're like a pig, asking this system everything. So what? System, I know you're the best. This jade water crocodile is extremely greedy. Just spend 300 villain points to exchange for a drunken fragrance powder. If a monster eats this pill, within half an incense stick of time, its eyelids will feel heavy, its limbs will become weak, and it will eventually collapse to the ground and fall into a deep sleep. The drug's effects usually last 2 to 3 hours, enough time for you to steal something and run away. Host, please click to purchase. It's worth it to be able to obtain so many Chaos Pure Lotuses. Buy. This pill looks like an ordinary brown pill. But once you take it out, a sweet aroma will waft out, a bit like ripe fruit, with a faint floral scent. System, are you sure this little ball is useful? And it cost me 300 villain points. Host, rest assured. Whether it's a small demon or a powerful big demon beast. As soon as I smell this, I can't help but come closer. Shen Xinghe secretly threw it over to the place where the green water crocodile was. The blue water crocodile seemed to smell the fragrance and quickly climbed ashore. Swallow the pill. It didn't take long for the small pill to take effect, and the green water crocodile turned over in the water. Success. System, can I go collect the Chaos Pure Lotus now? Go ahead. Leave only one or two. Pull out all the others. He. I'm rich. I'm rich. Shen Xinghe opened the Super Qianquan bag and put the Chaos Pure Lotus into it. But this time he found 3 eggs. Pick up these 3 eggs too. Host, be careful. There seems to be more than one green water crocodile here. Hurry up. Collect it and run away. Finally finished collecting. Shen Xinghe wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this time, a green water crocodile just came back with prey in its mouth. Host, run. Shen Xinghe saw the green water crocodile. He was quick and immediately took out a magic talisman from his body and stuck it on his leg. The legs performed the 7-star step. 7-star steps. Run away, brother. Before the green water crocodile could react, Shen Xinghe had already escaped. But how could this green water crocodile, who was in the late Huagang stage, bear it? His eggs were stolen. Your own wife is pregnant. There are only 2 Chaos Pure Lotuses left that he had carefully protected. So he used all his strength to chase Shen Xinghe immediately. Holy crap! This system is so exciting. Suddenly Shen Xinghe felt a chill on his back. Host, stop irritating me. Look what's behind you. Shen Xinghe turned around suddenly. Holy crap! Damn it! How can this thing run so fast? The green water crocodile just bit the clothes on Shen Xinghe's butt. The green water crocodile swung hard. Tear. It was the sound of clothes tearing. Shen Xinghe's white buttocks were exposed. Seeing this, Shen Xinghe immediately took out an egg from his Super Qianquan bag. Then throw it behind. Brother, your balls. Catch them. When the green water crocodile saw its eggs being thrown like this, it quickly ran to catch them. And his eyes were full of anger. Shen Xinghe took out 2 more magic talismans and stuck them on his legs. The green water crocodile caught its eggs and put them back where they were, then chased after it again. And this time, it used spiritual power in its mouth to condense a ball and sprayed it towards Shen Xinghe. But Shen Xinghe's body movements were a little tricky, and he dodged all of them with his 7-star steps. Seeing that the green water crocodile was about to catch up again, Shen Xinghe took out another egg. Bill. Throw it back again. The green water crocodile went to catch its eggs again. After catching it, he ran towards Shen Xinghe angrily. Is this ever going to end? Shen Xinghe was breathing heavily. Host, hurry up. We are almost at the junction of the 2nd and 3rd floors. Shen Xinghe ran out of the 3rd floor with all his might. We arrived at the junction of the 2nd and 3rd floors. At this moment, the green water crocodile just hit a barrier between the 2nd and 3rd layers. Come on. What are you looking at? Come out and challenge me. Fight me. Come on. I hit you, so what if you hit me? Have you ever bitten anyone? Have you ever bitten a dead person? After venting, Shen Xinghe patted his butt. Said proudly. Run away, brother. Just run. Only the green water crocodile was left there, madly hitting the barrier. Chapter 11 Leaving the Country. Shen Xinghe tossed the Super Qianquan bag up and down. This time the harvest is really rich. Various 1,000-year-old spiritual plants, a 9-headed dragon, and a green water crocodile egg. So cool. So cool. A wanton smile appeared on Shen Xinghe's lips, and his dark eyes flashed with irrepressible excitement. The spiritual energy in the secret realm produced subtle fluctuations, and Shen Xinghe's heart was filled with alarm. Oh no, the secret realm is about to close. His expression instantly became solemn, and he decisively performed the 7 star steps. He walked through the secret passage with strange steps, and every step he took left a faint trail of starlight. When Shen Xinghe finally appeared on the first floor, the gazes from all around him made him startled. Everyone had strange looks in their eyes, some with hidden smiles, and some with indescribable expressions. He subconsciously touched his cheek, his mind full of confusion. What are they laughing at? A familiar voice called out, "Senior brother Shen." Here. Xiao Haizi pushed through the crowd and ran quickly to Shen Xinghe. He looked a little nervous and approached Shen Xinghe's ear cautiously. He lowered his voice and said, "Brother Shen, there's a big hole on the back of your butt." Shen Xinghe's body suddenly stiffened, a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and then he returned to normal. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and his magic power flowed around his body like a trickle of water. In the blink of an eye, he had quietly changed into a green robe. A breeze blew by, and his robe swayed gently, making his posture even more elegant and his temperament more extraordinary, as if a banished immortal had descended. Shen Xinghe patted Xiao Haizi's shoulder. "Little Blackie, I'll give you something good after we get out of the secret realm." Xiao Haizi hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands, with a simple smile on his face. "Brother Shen, you should keep the good stuff for yourself." How can I take it?" "It's settled. You don't need to refuse." Shen Xinghe's tone left no room for doubt. Xiao Haizi scratched the back of his head and smiled shyly. "Since senior brother has said so, I will be disrespectful to refuse." After a while, the exit of the secret realm slowly opened. A brilliant energy layer appeared before everyone's eyes, shining brightly. Shen Xinghe took out the smallest chaos pure lotus from his Qiankuan bag. Through the energy layer, Shen Xinghe held the chaos pure lotus in his palm and played with it casually. The halo of the chaos pure lotus attracted countless eyes. Suddenly, there was a burst of discussion among the crowd. How could Shen Xinghe, who was at the body tempering realm, actually obtain the chaos pure lotus? How is this possible? Maybe he used some shady means in the secret realm. That's right. This guy has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Shui Wuzhou's medicinal fields have been repeatedly destroyed by him. Either they were blown up, or the spiritual plants were stolen. He even poured unknown liquid into them, completely ruining the medicinal fields. Shen Xinghe's lips curled up in a playful arc, and he thought to himself, the more people watching, the better. Inadvertently, his gaze fell on Xia Qingyue in the crowd. Xia Qingyue was dressed in a long white dress, with her hands clasped in front of her chest, looking like a fairy who was isolated from the world. The breeze blows gently, and the skirt flutters, adding a touch of extraordinary temperament. However, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her face was full of anxiety. Even Shen Xinghe was able to obtain the chaos pure lotus, so I guess others must have gotten it too. I'll just wait a little longer. At this time, the body refining elder stepped out. He stared at the chaos pure lotus in Shen Xinghe's hand. There was a hint of temptation in his tone. "Xinghe, if you hand over this chaos pure lotus to the sect, you can exchange it for a local level technique. How about it?" Shen Xinghe was a little disdainful. What kind of earth-level skills can there be in the sect? Some of them have been hidden by you bunch of old immortals. What's left are some incomplete skills that are of no use at all. The sect leader is really something. He has been away from the sect all the time, and all the resources have been divided up by the 2 old dogs, the body refining elder and Ji Tingxue. Shen Xinghe bowed slightly. My master has instructed me to hand over the chaos pure lotus to her in its entirety. As for the skills, my master has plenty of them. The body refining elder's face darkened, and he waved his sleeves helplessly, saying, "Forget it, since that's the case, I won't force it anymore." Shen Xinghe glanced at Xia Qingyue from the corner of his eye, thinking to himself, not coming yet? Interesting. The secret realm slowly closed, but Shui Wuzhou never showed up. A roar suddenly erupted from the crowd. "Shen Xinghe! die. Shen Xinghe looked up suddenly and saw a blue figure rushing towards him with a fierce momentum. The man who came was holding a sledgehammer, his eyes full of hatred and anger. He was Shui Wuzhou's elder brother Shui Wuya, who was now the direct disciple of the law enforcement elder, and his strength had reached the peak of the condensed meridians. The sledgehammer in Shui Wuya's hand smashed down like a mountain. Shen Xinghe reacted extremely quickly, doing a nimble backflip and easily avoiding the attack. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Shui Wuya, with a playful smile on his lips. "Big fool, what are you doing? Tell me. Did you kill my brother and take away his chaos pure lotus?" Shui Wuya's eyes were wide open, and his fingers almost poked Shen Xinghe's face. Shen Xinghe sneered, his eyes full of mockery. "Ha ha. No, you're out of your mind. I'm only at the body tempering stage. How could I possibly kill your brother who's at the late stage of spirit gathering?" Shui Wuya grew increasingly furious and shouted, "Perhaps you've resorted to some dirty tricks. On behalf of the law enforcement hall, I arrest you now. Where's the evidence? Why do you think it's me?" Shen Xinghe crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. "Come back with me to the law enforcement hall and search my soul, and you'll have the evidence." "Search my soul? Are you worthy enough? Don't you even take a piss and look at yourself? Are you worthy enough to search your father's soul? If you want to capture me, go talk to my master who is in the late stage of Hua Gang." "Shen Xinghe, don't be so mean. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because your master is protecting you. Once I find evidence, I will crush your dantian." Shui Wuya raised the sledgehammer and threatened. Shen Xinghe deliberately pretended to be frightened, but his voice was full of provocation. "Oh. I'm so scared. See you at the Tiandao Sect's life and death arena in a month. Do you dare?" The people around were stunned at first, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Just him? He dares to challenge the peak of vein condensation realm at the body tempering realm. What? You don't dare?" Shen Xinghe stared at Shui Wuya with a sharp gaze. Shui Wuya raised his thumbs down disdainfully, his face full of contempt. "Why not? What kind of trouble can a small minion in the body tempering realm cause?" Shen Xinghe said no more and strode back to his residence. Night. Shen Xinghe was carefully checking his harvest when suddenly, a slight noise came from outside the door. He looked up and saw a fairy standing in front of the door. She had beautiful purple hair cascading like a waterfall and was wearing a plain white long dress, looking elegant and refined. Before the other party could speak, Shen Xinghe was the first to break the silence. "Senior sister, why do you have time to come to my place?" Xia Qingyue looked a little embarrassed. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "That's it. I heard that junior brother obtained the Chaos Pure Lotus, so I wanted to exchange my items with you." Shen Xinghe slowly stood up, a playful look in his eyes. "Okay, I wonder what you plan to exchange for me, senior sister." Xia Qingyue handed over the storage ring with a sincere tone. "This is all my belongings. See if you need anything, junior brother. Feel free to take it." Shen Xinghe took the storage ring and probed his spiritual power into it. After a moment, he raised his eyebrows and said, 1,000 spirit stones, a weapon, a local level technique. I don't care about these things, senior sister. This technique is not suitable for me. As for the spirit stones. Ha ha. The inferior Chaos Pure Lotus at the last auction was worth 2,000 spiritual stones, but mine is a top grade one, so the minimum is 4,000 spiritual stones. Xia Qingyue bit her lip, a conflicted look on her face. "Then I'll give it to you along with the storage ring. I hope junior brother can exchange the Chaos Pure Lotus for me." Shen Xinghe shook his head slightly, waving his index finger back and forth. "No." "Then what do you want?" Xia Qingyue asked anxiously. Shen Xinghe raised his lips to a wicked smile, his eyes blazing. "I want you to sleep with me for one night." Shameless. Xia Qingyue's face flushed crimson instantly as she turned and tried to leave. "Senior sister, please stay," Shen Xinghe said slowly. "Although this Chaos Pure Lotus is not a heavenly spiritual plant, it is still a rare item and is hard to find in many auction houses. If senior sister doesn't reply by tomorrow, I will refine it into a pill." After saying this, he gazed deeply at Xia Qingyue's receding figure, the smile on his lips growing more intense. During these 2 years, she searched everywhere she could, but either the Chaos Pure Lotus was not available or the price was too high. Then she remembered that there was a Chaos Pure Lotus in the Sect's secret realm. Chapter 12 Shen Xinghe. Midnight. Shen Xinghe sat in front of her brother's bed, her slender fingers gently covering Mingxuan's bloodless face. Outside the window, the night wind is howling. Mingxian, sister will never let anything happen to you, she murmured. The poisoning happened 2 years ago. Mingxian accidentally stepped on the nether flower while collecting herbs. The strange purple-black poisonous patterns quickly crawled up his skin like a poisonous snake. This poison is like a cancer attached to the bone, and only the purifying power of the Chaos Green Lotus can cure it. Once it invades the heart, even the golden immortal cannot save it. In the past 2 years, if Shen Xinghe hadn't gone out every day to look for spiritual plants and take on sect missions to keep him alive, he would have died long ago. But even so, Mingxuan's condition is still worsening, because the netherworld poison can only be cured by the Chaos Pure Lotus, and other elixirs and spiritual plants can only provide temporary relief. And now, seeing Mingxuan's increasingly declining appearance, Shen Xinghe's heart was filled with despair and fear. Mom, I promised you that I would take good care of Mingxian, but now. Shen Xinghe closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart filled with guilt and helplessness. After some inner struggle, Shen Xinghe opened her eyes, a hint of determination flashing in them. She turned and walked to the closet and took out the snow-white gauze dress. The gauze skirt is light in texture and has a soft sheen under the moonlight, yet it also has a hint of temptation. She put it on slowly, and the thin fabric, as thin as a cicada's wing, outlined her graceful figure perfectly. Walking in the watery moonlight, Shen Xinghe arrived at Shen Xinghe's residence. She took a deep breath, raised her hand and knocked on the door, her voice soft but with a barely perceptible tremor. Junior brother, are you asleep? The door slowly opened. Shen Xinghe rubbed his sleepy eyes and woke up instantly when he saw Shen Xinghe outside. In the moonlight, Shen Xinghe's gauze skirt was faintly visible, and the hazy beauty made him slightly startled. Why is senior sister here? Shen Xinghe didn't answer, but walked straight into the room and sat down at the table. She picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all in one gulp, trying to calm her inner tension and anxiety. Then, she stood up and turned her back to Shen Xinghe, her tone tinged with shyness and determination. Didn't junior brother ask me to sleep with you for one night? Maybe her skin was very smooth, and before she could finish her words, all her clothes slipped off, leaving only the white belly band. The moonlight sprinkled on her milky skin, giving it a faint milky white hue. Senior sister, what are you doing? Shen Xinghe's Adam's apple slid slightly. The gauze skirt that had slipped off her ankles was put back on her. However, because Shen Xinghe was clumsy, it took him a long time to put on Shen Xinghe's gauze skirt. However, Shen Xinghe seemed very shy and didn't dare to look at Shen Xinghe. At this moment, the room was filled with some kind of biological signaling agent. Oh wow! It's the same size as Master's baby, but bigger than Master's baby, hee. Shen Xinghe was the first to break the silence. Didn't you say that you wanted me to stay with you for one night? Shen Xinghe controlled his desire. Do you believe everything I say? Put your hand out here. Shen Xinghe stretched out her hand in front of Shen Xinghe, looking particularly shy. Shen Xinghe took out the Chaos Pure Lotus and placed it in her hand. There was a subtle tenderness in his eyes. Take it. You really gave it to me. Here you go. Take this Chaos Pure Lotus and leave before I change my mind. Shen Xinghe was stunned. Looking at the Chaos Azure Lotus in her hand, which was emitting a soft light, her eyes instantly became moist. Thank you, junior brother Shen. She carefully held Xinglian in her arms, bowed deeply to Shen Xinghe, and turned to leave. After Shen Xinghe's figure disappeared into the night, Shen Xinghe leaned against the doorframe, a meaningful smile curling up the corner of his mouth. At this time, the system comes out to make a cameo appearance. Why didn't the host just have sex with her? You know nothing. This is called playing hard to get. Besides, she may not be able to get this Chaos Pure Lotus back. He frowned slightly, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Just now I sensed a cultivator at the Huagang stage outside the house. I think it must be that old bastard Xinghe. He doesn't pretend to be indifferent to his disciple's death. He must be very angry. After all, Shui Wujiu is indeed a genius. Maybe because Master didn't come today, he thought Master was in seclusion now, so he wanted to fight me and steal my chaos pure lotus. I must beat this old dog to death. What about that chaos pure lotus? Is it just going to be given away to that old bastard Xinghe? That chaos pure lotus is fake and poisonous. The next step is to see the performance of that old dog. He shouldn't be defeated by the next generation who are in the late stage of condensation vein. That's not the case. Sai, what if Shen Xinghe is killed by that old dog? So now we are asking for help from the great elder. The host is so bad that he's guzzling soy milk. Awarded 100 villain points. Shen Xinghe tapped his toes lightly and stepped onto the Pu Peak using the 7-star steps. The mountain mist is like a veil, wrapping the 1,000-year-old temple in misty clouds. The copper bells on the eaves rang softly in the wind, startling a few crows. He looked at the mottled vermilion gate, sweat oozing from his palms, and took a deep breath. He clasped his fists and said loudly, "Disciple Shen Xinghe has an urgent matter to discuss with the great elder." Before he finished speaking, a clear voice like a bell pierced through the void. "What is it?" The sect master's disciple, Shen Xinghe, is being hunted by a cultivator in the transformation gang stage. Great elder, please come and rescue her. The mountain wind suddenly blew, and as the clouds and mist rolled, a green shadow stood in front of him. The elder with white hair and long beard had a gleaming gaze, his dark Taoist robe rustling. Lead the way. Shen Xinghe didn't dare to delay. He pinched his fingertips and attached the magic talisman, then started the 7-star steps again, leaving a trail of afterimages as his clothes fluttered. At the same time, in Kangwu Valley 10 miles away, the sound of fierce fighting scared away all the birds in the mountains and forests. Shen Xinghe half-knelt on the gravelly ground, her white skirt stained with blood. She tightly grasped the black-robed monk's ankle, her eyes still as sharp as an eagle's. "Don't even think about taking the chaos pure lotus away from you." But because Xinghe was wearing a black robe, his face could not be seen clearly. A sinister sneer rang out from beneath the black robe. Xinghe suddenly swung out a silver light from his sleeve, accurately piercing Shen Xinghe's shoulder, a dying struggle. It's really interesting that he can still act strong even though his meridians are broken. He approached slowly, and the tip of his sword lifted up the girl's messy hair. "I didn't want to kill you, but you insisted on seeking death, so you can't blame me. Sumuyu, I'm sorry, I've taken your disciple's life." Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch the throat, a glittering spiritual bead broke through the air and slammed into the sword. Xinghe staggered back, looked up and saw the great elder standing in the air, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Before he could react, the great elder swooped down like an eagle, and the immortal binding rope flew out of his sleeve and went straight for his vitals. "Want to leave?" the great elder shouted, his voice shaking the valley. Xinghe's face suddenly changed, and he turned into a puff of black smoke and fled in panic. Shen Xinghe rushed forward anxiously. He carefully picked up Shen Xinghe, and when he touched her cold skin, a sharp pain surged in his heart. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath. "I didn't expect this old dog to be so cruel." All the meridians in his body were broken. "How dare you hit my future wife like this? Wait until I kill you." The girl in his arms unconsciously murmured, "Chaos pure lotus." Shen Xinghe tightened his arms, turned around and rushed towards his residence. The twilight stretched the figures of the two people very long. Chapter 13 Yin Yang Meridian Pill. Shen Xinghe put her on his bed. Shen Xinghe's body collapsed on the bed. Shen Xinghe knelt on one knee, his palm glowing blue, and spiritual power flowed into her body like a trickle. Squeak! The wooden door was flung open, bringing with it a foul wind. The great elder's dark robe rustled. "Great elder! What happened to the man in black robe?" Shen Xinghe turned around. The great elder swung his sleeves violently. "Humph! So slippery. Like a loach soaked in oil, it disappeared in the blink of an eye." He took 2 steps at a time and reached the bed, a trace of solemnity flashing in his cloudy eyes. Shen Xinghe subconsciously moved aside. The great elder placed his finger on Xia Qinghue's wrist pulse, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. After a long moment, he withdrew his hand, his old face filled with helplessness as he sighed deeply. Her meridians are severed. Even I can only barely protect her heart meridian. Is there really no way to reconnect the meridians? Shen Xinghe's voice rose. The great elder stroked his long snow-white beard and looked into the distance with deep eyes. Yes, there is Yin Yang Meridian Renewal Pill, a 4th grade elixir. However, the recipe has been lost for many years, but it may still be recorded in the fragments left by the founder. However, to obtain it, you must pass the forbidden trial in the mountain behind the sect. Shen Xinghe's eyes lit up instantly, and he said anxiously, Grand Elder, please tell me the details of the trial. The great elder looked at the young man in front of him meaningfully and patted his shoulder lightly. That forbidden area is extremely dangerous. Even a master at the Hua Gang realm might not be able to escape unscathed after entering. You are only at the KT realm, so you must think carefully. Fate is unpredictable. There are some things that you don't need to force yourself. We are just a drop in the ocean in front of fate, and we cannot force it. After saying this, golden spiritual energy surged from the great elder's body. An ray of light condensed from his fingertips, gently tapping Xia Qinghue's eyebrows. After a moment, he withdrew his hand. I've temporarily protected her injuries, and will take good care of her from now on. The great elder turned around to leave, but seemed to remember something and turned back suddenly, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. By the way, how did you, who is at the tempering body realm, escape from the black-robed man at the transformation realm? Shen Xinghe's heart tightened, but he remained calm and bowed. I heard a strange noise and went out to investigate. I happened to see senior sister fighting with the man in black. Knowing my low level of cultivation, I knew that a rash move would only hinder senior sister, so I immediately rushed to find the great elder. There's a saying from my hometown, knowing you can't win, yet still going out to get killed is a foolish act called hot-bloodedness. Even if you win, it's just fate's favor. The great elder was stunned at first, then laughed out loud. Interesting. Interesting. This awareness is much better than those reckless brats. The laughter gradually faded away, and he looked at Shen Xinghe meaningfully. Well done. By the way, has your master gone out again? Shen Xinghe's forehead was covered with sweat. Yes, master is out, but he didn't tell me why. Yeah. I understand. The great elder wanted to leave. Great elder, please stay. I have something to tell you. Oh? What's that? Shen Xinghe whispered in his ear, that's it. The elder patted Shen Xinghe on the shoulder. Well done, boy, that's ruthless. After saying this, his clothes fluttered and he disappeared into the night in an instant. After the great elder left, Shen Xinghe closed the door tightly. System. Are there any Yin Yang Meridian Renewal Pills available for redemption in the mall? Host, this elixir is a 4th grade elixir. Due to your insufficient cultivation authority, you can only unlock elixirs below the 4th grade. I cannot provide you with this service. The detailed permission description is as follows. Before the host can open the orifice, he can unlock the 3 volumes of Daily Necessities, Soul Seal, and the True Solution of Alchemy. Hosts who reach the Tongqiao realm can obtain the right to purchase skills. Hosts who reach the Yuanfu realm can obtain system proxy access. Hosts who reach the transformation realm can obtain the right to purchase elixirs. Hosts who reach the heavenly will realm can obtain sword intent upgrade privileges. The host can unlock all permissions once he reaches the Dharma realm. You need permission? Then what are these 3 volumes of the true explanation of the Tao of Alchemy? Click here for more details about Shen Xinghe. The true explanation of alchemy is divided into 3 volumes, Introduction, Advanced, and Grandmaster. The basics are about how to refine top-grade 1st to 3rd grade pills. Villain value, 450. The advanced chapter is about how to refine high-quality 4th to 6th grade elixirs. Villain value, 50,000. The Grandmaster chapter is about how to refine top-grade 7th to 10th level elixirs. Villain value, 100,000. Chapter 14 Packet Capture. Shen Xinghe began to think. I really don't dare to go to this trial in the back mountain. But this Shen Xinghe doesn't have the method to refine the yin-yang meridian pill, so annoying. If I can't repair Shen Xinghe's meridians, I won't be able to awaken my illusory mind-body. This is so annoying. It's all this old dog G's fault. His grandma made banana, pineapple, cantaloupe, and apple juice. Forget it, let's ignore these troubles for now and solve the crisis at hand first. Temporarily suppressing his surging anger, Shen Xinghe looked far to the southeast, where the alchemy pavilion was. The Chaos Pure Lotus has the ability to repair injuries. I really don't believe you won't use it. Old dog. If you use it, you'll die. Suddenly, a dazzling spiritual energy shot up from the sky. Shen Xinghe's pupils shrank suddenly, revealing a sly smile. Oh, old dog. You can't hold it back so soon? Then your death will be approaching soon. Shen Xinghe looked at Shen Xinghe, who was still unconscious on the bed. Forget it, I'd better put her in my super Qianquan bag. I can't guarantee that no one will do anything. Besides, my master's baby is in it. I'll have to ask my master's baby to take care of her. The spiritual power at his fingertips transformed into a soft band of light, which drew Shen Xinghe into the super Qianquan bag he carried with him. After casting the spell, he took the 7-star steps and shot towards the place where the spiritual power exploded like an arrow. Shen Xinghe had just arrived at the scene and saw that the Great Elder had also arrived there. When they arrived at the scene, the Great Elder was already fighting with that old dog Ji Tingxue. The roar of the collision of spiritual power made the air buzz. Ji Tingxue had just broken through to the late stage of Huagang, and the spiritual energy around him was surging with an arrogance. He fought back and forth with the Great Elder. The important thing is that he is an alchemist and must have stolen a lot of secret books from the sect. Why did the Great Elder attack the next alchemist? Ji Tingxue asked while fighting, his tone full of arrogance and offense. Shut up, the Great Elder shouted coldly, and the mind bead in his palm shot out like a meteor, followed by the immortal binding rope. The silver thread flashed and wrapped Ji Tingxue tightly. Just at this moment, Shen Xinghe's figure approached like a ghost, holding a ball of green spiritual plant residue that had long been crushed into a paste in his hand. With the help of the cunning 7-star steps, he instantly came in front of Ji Tingxue. Then he stuffed the spiritual plant residue into Ji Tingxue's mouth and forced him to swallow it. And spoke a beautiful Cantonese sentence. Eat shit, you. Immediately he retreated several feet. Ji Tingxue was shocked and angry. He suddenly burst out with spiritual power to break the immortal binding rope, and bloodshot flashed in his eyes. You are looking for death. He summoned the pitch-black soul flag, formed seals with his hands and was about to cast a forbidden spell, but suddenly he felt a sweetness in his throat. A large mouthful of blood spurted out. In an instant, the spiritual energy around him plummeted like the tide, and his cultivation level plummeted from the late stage of Huagang to the Ningmai stage. Purple epiphyllum patterns spread across his skin, his eyes were bloodshot, and he pointed at Shen Xinghe and roared. Why? What did you, Moriguchi, feed me? Why is my cultivation level like this? Ji Tingxue looked at her hands in disbelief. Of course it's the super snack I've been secretly making for 2.5 years. If you can survive today, I'll give you as much of this snack as you can. Ha ha ha. Shen Xinghe walked forward, slowly patting his cheek with his right hand, his tone full of provocation. Hit me, hit me. He waved his soul flag, but was caught by Shen Xinghe. Old dog. I want to fight you in a duel. Great Elder, please don't do anything. Let me deal with this bastard myself. Shen Xinghe will summon the flowing light-breaking sky sword from the air. He raised his thumb and showed a provocative expression. Come on. If I can't kill you in 2.5 minutes, I'll chop you up directly. You strike first, I'm afraid my sword skills will be awesome. You ant from the body tempering realm. How dare you shout like that? Ji Tingxue was furious. He raised his hand and threw the soul flag to the ground. A long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, and yellow spiritual power condensed at the tip of the sword. He roared and swung his sword, breaking the sky slash. A yellow sword energy slashed towards Shen Xinghe. Ha ha. That's interesting. Shen Xinghe was suspended in the air, using his fingertips to gather spiritual power into the sword. 360-degree spiral jump slash. The sword energy that was swung out was accompanied by the muffled sound of space shattering, and a blue sword energy slashed towards Xinghe. The two sword energies collided violently in the air, and the yellow light blade shattered into pieces. Shen Xinghe's sword energy penetrated Xinghe's body protection aura like a sharp knife cutting vegetables, and went straight into his heart. Xinghe stared at the bloody hole on his chest in disbelief, muttering, "How can someone in the body-tempering realm have sword intent?" Chapter 15, Plunder. No. No. Shen Xinghe sheathed his sword and said calmly, "This is my power. Just sleep peacefully, old dog." The great elder stroked his beard and gazed at the young man, a flash of surprise in his eyes. "Little fellow, your cultivation level is probably more than just the body-tempering realm, right?" Shen Xinghe scratched his head, raised the flowing light-breaking sky sword and shook it. "This junior is really in the body-tempering realm. It's all thanks to this sword that I am so proud of it." A high-grade earth-level spiritual weapon. The great elder's eyes narrowed slightly. "You are just showing it out like this. Aren't you afraid that I will kill people to take the treasure?" The young man bowed and said sincerely, "I trust you, great elder." "You little brat. Next time, don't show this sword to others so easily. Your master should have taught you the truth that it is a crime to possess a treasure." "Master has taught me, I understand." Because Su Yingli once told him that the great elder was her great uncle, and he had a high prestige in the sect, and the disciples had a good impression of him. That's why he dared to expose the flowing light-breaking sky sword in front of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to reveal his trump card in this cruel world of immortal cultivation. In other words, he had no choice but to trust the great elder. Otherwise, if he unsealed Su Yingli, he might die even sooner. If he ran away, he would be hunted down by Xinghe, Shuewoya, and the body-refining elder, and there would be no escape, so he was taking a gamble. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. As they were talking, several elders from the alchemy pavilion rushed over after hearing the news. Seeing Xinghe lying on the ground seriously injured, an elder glared at him and wanted to question him, but was interrupted by Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe threw out a crystal that could record images. As light and shadows flickered, it clearly showed the entire process from Xinghe leaving his residence to being severely injured by Xinghe. What's even more tricky is that the crystal recorded the true face of the man in black robe. It was Xinghe who was asleep at the moment. The beast Xinghe, posing as an elder with higher cultivation, bullied Xinghe, the sect master's personal disciple of lower cultivation, and beat her to the point of severing her meridians. According to the sect's rules, Xinghe must be executed immediately. And all his property must be confiscated. This is the decision. Luckily I exchanged a super night camera from the system, and I installed it while I was helping my senior sister put on her clothes. Who would have thought? Ha 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 ha. Xinghe used his status as an elder to bully the younger generation, causing the sect master's personal disciple Xinghe's meridians to be severed. According to the sect's laws, he should be executed immediately, the elder said in a deep voice, waving his hand to project the video into the air for all the onlookers to see. The disciples of the sect were discussing it. This Xinghe pretends to be dignified on the surface, but behind the scenes he is actually such a shameless person. That's not the point. The point is that my senior sister Xinghe's meridians were severed by him. I really can't relieve the hatred in my heart unless I take him out and whip his corpse. The chief elder of the alchemy pavilion actually relied on his mid-stage Hua gang cultivation to bully a late-stage condensation vein disciple. How shameless. In the darkness, in an elegant attic, someone took a sip from a celadon teacup, a smile growing in their eyes. Shen Xinghe, this game of chess is becoming more and more interesting. Shen Xinghe began to plunder Xinghe's resources in the name of justice. This old guy has a lot of good stuff. What a great alchemy furnace. A furnace engraved with cyan runes flashed before him. Wow. This alchemy furnace is at least level 4, I'll take it. Chapter 16, Good Days. Shen Xinghe squatted in front of Xinghe's storage bag, checking the dazzling array of items with his fingertips. He casually threw aside the earth-level martial arts techniques Shen Xinghe and Fen Xinghe, and the Peiyuan pills and condensing qi in the jade bottle rolled all over the floor, but he didn't even look at them. This old dog has 2 complete earth-level skills, Shen Xinghe and Fen Tianjin, and so many pills, but I don't eat them. The most outrageous thing is that this old dog actually has a very evil pill book, Xie Dan Mi Lu. Turning over the inner pages, the recipes for forbidden elixirs such as aphrodisiac powder, bone-eroding pills, and dream soul-inducing pills were clearly listed. Hee, the old dog is quite good at playing, but it suits my taste. I'll put it away for now, he sneered and put the book in his pocket. Shen Xinghe dusted off his hands. All looted. This old dog. I'm afraid he never doubted that chaos pure lotus until he died. Fortunately, when I just returned from the secret realm, I asked the system to classify all the spiritual plants, until I found this, the fate-defying epiphyllum. The stem of this flower is like a carving of black jade, with 3 petals of dark purple night-blooming cereus at the top. The petals glow with pearly rainbow light, and a drop of blood-red dew condenses at the pistil. After the cultivator takes it, the blood-colored dew will merge into the dantian, instantly stimulating the potential of the whole body, and the realm of cultivation will directly break through the current shackles. The user's skin will develop dark purple epiphyllum patterns, their eyes will glow bloodshot, their strength and awareness will surge, and they will be able to temporarily control high-level spells that they cannot normally control. However, if this flower is taken together with the momentary immortal ginseng, one will be poisoned instantly, causing a serious decline in one's cultivation level, and eventually become a lamb to be slaughtered. You brought this upon yourself, old dog. Somewhere in the alchemy pavilion, a man with half his face covered by a bronze ghost mask pounded the tabletop repeatedly. Shen Xinghe. You little brat. How dare you kill senior brother G? I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. He wore an iron ring engraved with spells on his knuckles, and dark brown marks had always formed between his nails. I have to learn how to make pills first, otherwise all these spiritual plants and this good pill furnace will be wasted. The system helped me exchange for an introductory edition of the true solution to the Tao of Alchemy. Ding! The host has obtained the elementary chapter of The True Explanation of the Tao of Alchemy and has stored it in the Sea of Consciousness. After confirming that the skills had taken hold, Shen Xinghe walked into the Yuqing Palace carrying a bag full of stolen goods and looked around. No one, safe. Shen Xinghe opened the Super Qianquan bag and saw his master and Xiao Qingyue coming out, but Xiao Qingyue had not yet woken up. Traitor, what did you do to your senior sister? Shen Xinghe waved his hands quickly. Master, this is unfair. Ji Tingxue beat him like this. Shen Xinghe took out the photo crystal and told Suingli everything that had happened in the sect recently. Suingli stared at Ji Tingxue's ferocious face in the light and shadow, and her jade fingers made a crackling sound. I should have realized that Ji Tingxue was not a good person. I really regret not killing him back then. Alright, master, please take care of senior sister Xiao Qingyue for the next few days. You don't have much cultivation anyway, so don't wander around outside. After saying that, Shen Xinghe took off the mask on his face and handed it to Suingli. Master, this mask can hide your cultivation. Put on the mask and stay in Yuqing Palace to develop your skills. When Suingli took the mask, she glared at him angrily, but her cheeks turned slightly red. You are the one who sealed my cultivation, traitor. Seeing this, Shen Xinghe smiled even more happily and pinched her cheek. Oh, master, please don't dwell on this matter. Alright, master, I have some things to attend to. I'm leaving now. Shen Xinghe walked out of the hall, walking towards where Xiao Qingyue's younger brother Mingxian was. Shen Xinghe slowly opened the door. I saw a pale-faced young man lying on the bed. Shen Xinghe placed his finger on his wrist pulse, feeling the faint, gossamer pulse. It is indeed the netherworld poison. Let me save you then. Shen Xinghe took out the chaos pure lotus, and the spiritual power from his fingertips flowed into the lotus heart like a stream. The emerald green lotus petals transformed into streams of light and merged into his dantian. A surge of vitality erupted from his body, and the expelled black poisonous gas condensed into a hideous ghost face in the air, which disappeared in an instant. Chapter 17 Master. Cough cough. The young man on the bed suddenly coughed and opened his eyes blankly. I saw Shen Xinghe sitting aside. How's your recovery now, kid? Who are you? Why are you like this? Where is my sister? What have you done to my sister? Shen Xinghe raised his eyebrows. You're such an ungrateful idiot. I gave you my precious chaos pure lotus to treat your netherworld poison, and this is how you treat me. Only then did Xiaomingxian realize that the cold and gloomy energy surging in his body had disappeared, replaced by the long-lost warm current of spiritual power. His cheeks flushed instantly, and he struggled to get out of bed and bowed. Junior, I'm sorry, thank you for saving my life. All right? Lie down. Shen Xinghe threw the photo crystal into his arms and said, Your sister was beaten into a cripple by Ji Tingshui in order to protect the chaos pure lotus, but don't worry. He tapped his brow with his fingertips and smiled, maybe I have a way to make her recover. As light and shadow flowed, Xiaomingxian looked at the scene of his sister being seriously injured, and his eyes gradually turned red. This is what happened. Your sister lost all her cultivation just for a chaos pure lotus. If Senior can help my sister recover her cultivation, I'm willing to do anything. Dry your tears. I will save your sister. She is my senior sister. Just don't run around during this time, or you will have to ask me to save you again. Shen Xinghe glanced back at Xiaomingxian and walked out of the room. When I walked out of the courtyard, dusk had already spread over the eaves. Let's go back to Yuqing Palace first. Otherwise my master won't be able to wait any longer, he. Master. I'm back. Did you miss me? I saw that there was no one in the front hall. So the master is in the back hall. He walked slowly towards the back hall. At this time, Xinghe was squatting on the lotus throne with her bare feet, holding a red fruit in her hands and eating it in small bites, looking pitiful and helpless. Is it tasty? It's delicious. Ah. Xinghe hid the fruit behind her, raised her head, and looked coldly at the source of the voice. Looking at that smiling face, she wished she could tear it to pieces. You traitor. Master, I'm trying to figure out how long it's been since we've been together. Oh, it seems like it's been 7 days. Master, do you know how I've been spending these past 7 days? Shen Xinghe strolled over, his dark eyes looking up and down at this wary woman. What do you want to do, traitor? Your senior sister is still here. Shen Xinghe pointed his spiritual power, and blue spiritual energy shot towards Xia Qinghe. Now senior sister won't wake up at night and won't bother us. Shen Xinghe walked in front of Xinghe, very close to her. Shen Xinghe took a deep breath. Oh my! Master, you took a bath secretly? Why didn't you wait for me to come back and take a bath together? I'm so sad. Xinghe pushed Shen Xinghe away. Traitor. Get out of my way. Shen Xinghe stroked Qimingge's face with a gentle smile. Master has been disobedient again after not seeing him for 7 days, but it doesn't matter. I will make him obedient. You traitor. An hour later. Traitor, you pressed my hair. Shen Xinghe took his hands away from her hair. Oh, sorry, master. I will pay attention to it. Oh my, host, you are such a villain, actually again and again with master. You and the absolute body, villain value plus 100. You and the absolute body, villain value plus 100. You and the absolute body, villain value plus 100. Chapter 18, Wake Up. After a few more hours, the sky gradually brightened. He host, you're so mean. From night to daybreak reward the host with 100 villain points. Looking at Xinghe who was sleeping soundly with a red face, Shen Xinghe was very satisfied with himself. He. Oh, right, why isn't my chaos yin-yang body working anymore? Host, you can't just take advantage of me. Oh, I understand, he. Shen Xinghe looked at Xia Qinghe who had not yet woken up. Shen Xinghe shook his head, no. I'm a reasonable villain, I can't do such a thing. Host, you're just pretending to be your mother. Why don't you talk to your master about reason? That was a special case. My goal was to make Xia Qingyue fall in love with me. What do you know? Let's put Master into the super universe bag first, otherwise it will be hard to explain when Xia Qingyue wakes up. He deliberately put in a lot of sweet-scented osmanthus cakes produced in Blue Star and some barbecues. These snacks should help her relieve the depression caused by her sealed cultivation. Just as she had put away the super universe bag, she heard a slight noise from the bed. Xia Qingyue's beautiful eyes trembled and she slowly opened them. Those beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of weak mist. The moment she saw Shen Xinghe clearly, she struggled to sit up. Junior brother Chaos Pure Lotus. Before he could finish his words, his broken meridians were affected and his face turned pale. Don't move. Shen Xinghe quickly stepped forward and held her shoulders, while simultaneously piling the cushion beside her pillow higher. The meridians have just been stabilized, don't move around. He turned around and brought the bowl of medicine that had been warmed up long ago. The yellow medicine had a faint bitter taste. Xia Qingyue ignored the pain and grabbed his sleeve, demanding, "Did you snatch Qinglian? How's Ming Xian?" Xia Qingyue wanted to sit up from the bed, but she couldn't because of the pain in her body from the meridians being severed. Xia Qingyue ignored the pain and grabbed his sleeve, demanding, "Did you snatch Qinglian? How's Ming Xian?" Her fingertips were cold and the anxiety in her eyes seemed to be overflowing. Shen Xinghe didn't respond, but shouted outside the door, "Xia Ming Xian, come in." The wooden door creaked open, and the young man rushed in with red eyes and knelt down in front of the bed. Seeing his sister's pale face, he was speechless with sobs in his throat, tears falling onto the quilt. "Sister, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If you hadn't gone to ask for the Chaos Pure Lotus, it wouldn't have become like this." Xia Qingyue raised her hand with difficulty and wiped away the tears from her brother's cheek with her fingertips. "Don't cry, look, I'm fine, right?" Shen Xinghe silently placed the medicine bowl on the table, turned around and walked out of the room. The golden glow of the setting sun shone through the window lattice onto the corridor. He leaned against the pillar with his eyes closed, listening to the suppressed sobs of the brother and sister in the house, a barely perceptible smile on the corner of his mouth. For a long time, Xia Mingxian walked out of the house with a look of strength on his face. "Senior, please take good care of my sister." "Yeah." Shen Xinghe raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Shen Xinghe walked into the room, picked up the medicine on the table and walked to his bed. "Senior sister, it's time to take medicine, otherwise you'll get cold." Xia Qingyue looked at his face so close to her, and suddenly remembered the way he ran wildly with her in his arms before he passed out. Her eyes suddenly turned red. "Junior brother," she wanted to say thank you and thank you for your hard work, but when the words came to her lips, she could only choke with sobs. "You're such a grown-up, why are you still crying?" "Thank you, junior brother." "How did you get that Chaos Pure Lotus?" "Take the medicine first and I'll tell you. It's not easy for me to drink while lying down. Please help me stand up." Xia Qingyue lowered her eyes. Chapter 19, Obtaining Xia Qingyue's First Kiss. "I'm sorry, senior sister." Shen Xinghe put the medicine into his mouth. Without waiting for Xia Qingyue's reaction, he leaned in closer, and the warm medicinal juice flowed over along the seam between her lips. She opened her eyes wide in shock, and could clearly see the playful smile in his eyes, as well as her own shy reflection. The bitterness of the medicine mixed with the faint fresh scent from his lips instantly made her pale cheeks turn red and even her ears felt hot. "There's one more mouthful left." Shen Xinghe held the last mouthful of medicine and repeated the same trick. Xia Qingyue didn't hide, but she clutched the quilt tightly with nervousness, her heartbeat pounding against her chest. After she had swallowed all the medicine, he stood up and gently used his fingertips to tidy up her messy hair, which still had stains from the medicine he had accidentally left when feeding her the medicine. "Chaos Pure Lotus." Xia Qingyue's voice trembled, not daring to look him in the eye. Seeing this, Shen Xinghe suddenly leaned close to Xia Qingyue's ear. "Chaos Pure Lotus, I actually got 2 in the secret realm." Then you don't have it, right?" "I will definitely return it." Without waiting for Xia Qingyue to finish, Shen Xinghe gently placed his thumb on Xia Qingyue's lips. The fingertips carried the hormones unique to teenagers, and when they touched her lips, it was like a feather brushing against her lips, making her cheeks suddenly feel hot. "Don't say anything." Shen Xinghe's gaze fell on the panic in her eyes, and his tone was more serious than ever before. Senior sister's teaching is my business. Xiao Qingyue drooped her eyelashes in panic, not daring to look at his burning gaze. She only felt her lips, which were pressed by him, burning hot, and even her heartbeat lost its rhythm. Seeing her blush spreading to her ears, Shen Xinghe chuckled and tucked the corners of the quilt for her. Senior sister, have a good rest. I will be refining the elixir in the room next door. The door closed gently, isolating the ambiguity in the room. Xiao Qingyue stared at the tightly closed wooden door, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against the lips he had just touched. She suddenly remembered the warm breath he had felt when he fed her the medicine. She shook her head to dispel her chaotic thoughts, but her eyes fell on the furnishings in the room. Shen Xinghe's room was very simple. There was a strange chicken on the table and a book called How to Become an Idol Trainee in the corner. As she read, she felt tired and curled up in the quilt, falling asleep with a hint of confusion and throbbing. In the next room, Shen Xinghe was staring at the elementary chapter of The True Explanation of Alchemy in his Sea of Consciousness. The basic chapter of The True Explanation of Alchemy, let me see how to make elixir. Ding! The host can purchase alchemy enlightenment stones to make their enlightenment faster. How many villain values? 500 villain points. 500 is 500. Just buy it. A gem glowing green appeared in the system. Shen Xinghe clicked for details. Place the alchemy enlightenment stone in your hand. Holy crap, is it really that magical? Just hold this thing in your hand and you're done? I have to give it a try. Then let's start with the simplest elixir. Let me see how to make it. Shen Xinghe quickly checked the true meaning of alchemy in his mind. According to the records of The True Explanation of Alchemy, the essence of alchemy is to learn to control fire and grasp the temperature so that the medicinal materials can more easily exert the best effect. Okay. Then I'll learn this fire control first. Shen Xinghe sat down cross-legged, holding the enlightenment stone in his left hand, and clenched his right hand into a fist, trying to mobilize the spiritual power in his body. At first, there was only a faint warmth at his fingertips, until he integrated the green light of the enlightenment stone into his spiritual power, and suddenly a cluster of bean-sized flames rose in his palm. The fire was light blue in color, but its temperature was much hotter than ordinary spiritual power. Interesting. He became interested and practiced for several hours. From the initial unstable flame to being able to control the size of the flame at will, when the sun set, he could condense a palm-sized green flame in the palm of his hand. I've learned it. Let's start refining the elixir. He took out the bronze cauldron that Ji Tingxue had brought back, but had trouble lighting the fire. His spiritual fire was just ordinary fire after all, and could not be used to refine proper elixirs. Suddenly remembering the things in Ji Tingxue's storage bag, he probed with his spiritual sense and found a curled-up yellow flame in the corner. It was the primary Dan Fire Red Sun flame. Chapter 20 done. The process of subduing Danhua was more difficult than he had imagined. The flame moved like a living thing, burning his palms so hard that they stung. Shen Xinghe gritted his teeth and suppressed his spiritual power. According to the method recorded in The True Explanation, he used the green light of the perception stone to weave a net and tame Qi Yan Yen bit by bit. When the last wisp of flame settled obediently in his palm, the young man was already sweating profusely, but a smug grin spread across his lips. Ha! I did it! I did it! The red sun flame in his palm jumped, emitting a warmth richer than spiritual fire. Shen Xinghe opened the pill recipe and his eyes fell on the Biga pill. This pill can keep a person from being hungry for 7 days, and it is just right for his master and senior sister. Fortunately, this old dog G has a lot of spiritual plants, otherwise my 1,000-year-old spiritual plants would be wasted. He picked out spiritual rice, Poria cocos, Polygonatum sibiricum and other medicinal herbs from Ji Tingxue's storage ring, took a deep breath and lit the alchemy furnace. Controlling the fire, heating the furnace, adding the ingredients, Shen Xinghe was so focused that he didn't even have time to pay attention to the sweat beads sliding down his forehead. The red sun flame grew stronger and weaker under his control, and a faint medicinal fragrance gradually emanated from the alchemy furnace. About an incense stick later, the lid of the furnace suddenly jumped up with a ding sound, and 3 strands of golden elixir energy shot up into the sky, condensing into elixir patterns in the air. It's done. He opened the lid of the furnace, and 3 pigeon egg-sized pills lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace. They were golden and translucent, with 3 circles of clear pill patterns surrounding the surface. They were actually top-grade fasting pills. Shen Xinghe picked up the pill and sniffed it. The rich fragrance of the pill was mixed with a hint of sweetness from grains, which was the characteristic of a top-grade pill. Shen Xinghe put the pill into the jade bottle, turned around and walked towards Xia Qinghue's room. At this moment, Xia Qinghue was still in a dream. He pushed open the door silently, and the moonlight seeped in through the window, casting a layer of warm gold on her pale cheeks. Shen Xinghe's fingertips couldn't help but fall, sliding from her brow bone to her jaw. The touch was as delicate as the finest mutton fat jade. Oh! So smooth, my skin is almost as smooth as Master's baby's. Suddenly, Xia Qinghue's eyelashes trembled, and her beautiful eyes slowly opened. Shen Xinghe's fingertips froze, like a child caught stealing candy. He withdrew his hand awkwardly. Senior sister, I'm sorry, did I wake you? No, I've been sleeping for a long time too. It's time to wake up. Xia Qinghue's voice was hoarse from just waking up, and her eyes fell on the jade bottle in his hand. What smells so fragrant? Fasting pill. Shen Xinghe unscrewed the cork and poured out a golden pill. I just made it. 1 pill will keep you full for 7 days. He held the back of her neck and gently lifted her up, then handed the pill to her lips. The pill melted in the mouth, and the sweet pill energy slid down the throat, but it also brought a slight dryness. Is there any water? Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes were a little evasive. I feel a little choked. Shen Xinghe chuckled softly and used his spiritual power to pour the water on the table. The celadone cup reflected a fragmented light in his hand. He suddenly remembered the scene of feeding the medicine just now. His fingertips rubbed the edge of the cup for a while before he took the water into his mouth. When he leaned over again, Xia Qinghue had already closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling nervously like a frightened butterfly. The warm water flowed into the lips, carrying its unique refreshing scent, and had a more heart-pounding warmth than ordinary drinking water. Are you still thirsty? He stepped back half an inch, his nose almost touching her forehead. Xia Qinghue suddenly opened her eyes and met his smiling eyes, in which her blushing face was clearly reflected. She hurriedly looked away, her fingertips clenching the quilt, still a little bit. Shen Xinghe smiled slightly. Senior sister, have you accepted me? He. Good senior sister. Shen Xinghe's voice was filled with a smile, with a slightly rising tone at the end. He took the water in his mouth again, but this time he deliberately slowed down his movements, gently supporting her jaw with his fingertips, allowing the water to flow more slowly into her mouth. That's enough. She finally couldn't help but turned her head away, her voice as thin as a mosquito. I'm not thirsty anymore. Shen Xinghe stood up and looked at her red earlobes, his heart itching as if being scratched by a feather. He tidied up her hair that was scattered on the pillow. A faint medicinal fragrance still lingered in her hair. Okay. Then I'll go make the elixir first. I already have a solution for your meridian problem. Wait for my senior sister. Thank you. Alright, senior sister, you're being so reserved again. When he turned around, the corner of his clothes brushed the edge of the bed, bringing up a slight breeze. The moment the door closed, Xia Qinghue realized that the quilt she was holding had been crumpled. Chapter 21 Cough. It was dusk when Shen Xinghe stepped into the chores of the outer disciples. The lanterns under the eaves were emitting warm light, illuminating the young man squatting at the foot of the wall feeding rabbits. The young man turned around suddenly when he heard the footsteps. Seeing that it was him, a smile spread across his innocent face. Senior brother Shen. Little Blackie, Shen Xinghe raised the jade slip in his hand, the gift I promised you last time. Xiao Haizi ran over in straw sandals, but withdrew his hand the moment he took the jade slip. The mysterious ice art was clearly an earth-level technique. He hurriedly stuffed the jade slip back. Brother! This is too precious. How can a chorister disciple like me be worthy of it? Just take it if it's given to you. Don't be so polite. If you give it to me again, I'll be angry. Shen Xinghe held his hand. When he raised his eyebrows, the corners of his eyes turned up, with the arrogance unique to young people, but it made Xiao Haizi inexplicably convinced. Xiao Haizi scratched his head, smiled foolishly, and put the jade slip into his arms, his fingertips still rubbing the outside of the jade slip. By the way, senior brother, Xiao Haizi suddenly lowered his voice, I heard that you are going to fight Xue Weiya in a life and death duel? He is in the late stage of condensation veins. Shen Xinghe patted his shoulder and said with familiar movements, don't worry, it's easier to crush him than to crush an ant. Brother, I can crush him casually, as easy as drinking water. Xiao Haizi muttered, but you are only at the body-tempering realm. Before he could finish his words, Shen Xinghe glared at him. Xiao Haizi quickly waved his hands, I believe it. Brother said we can win, then we can win. You're smart. Shen Xinghe hooked his finger and motioned him to come closer. Do me a favor, set up a handicap among the disciples and say I'm betting on myself to win, he whispered. The more Haizi listened, the brighter his eyes became. Finally, he nodded heavily, don't worry, brother. I'll take care of it. When leaving the menial office, Shen Xinghe still had a smile on his face. When they returned to their residence, Xia Qingyue was still sound asleep, her beautiful eyelashes casting fan-shaped shadows under her eyes. He condensed a ray of spiritual power on his fingertips and gently tapped her brow. The spiritual power penetrated into her meridians and repaired the broken skin. After doing all this, he opened the super Qiankuan bag. The lightness dissipated, and Su Yingli stood there with his arms folded, with osmanthus cake crumbs at the corners of his mouth. Seeing Shen Xinghe, her eyebrows raised, Traitor. What do you want to do now? Shen Xinghe looked at her angry expression and suddenly laughed out loud. He took a step forward and deliberately put his nose close to hers. Master, guess what I want to do this time? Shouldn't Master know what I want to do better than me? Su Yingli's face flushed red, and she said coquettishly, Traitor, I should have known that I should not have taken you back, the traitor who destroyed my ancestors. Shen Xinghe looked at the beautiful master in front of him. Oh, Master, don't regret what you've done. You must bear the consequences of your actions. Su Yingli's cheeks felt hot when he looked at her, and she turned her head away. Who knows what tricks you are going to play next? Before she could finish her words, he picked her up and hugged her neck with a cry of surprise. Shen Xinghe placed her on the soft couch beside Xia Qingyue and lifted a strand of her hair with his fingertips. In a few days, my disciple will be competing in the life and death arena. Isn't it time to take out Master's treasure? If you don't give it to me, then my disciple will be gone, and Master's cultivation will never be unlocked. Traitor, how dare you fight Xue Weiya in a life and death arena? Do you know that he is? Before Su Yingli could finish her words, he pressed her lips with his thumb. Shen Xinghe's fingertips carried a slightly cool spiritual power, and when it touched her lips, it made her heart skip a beat. She looked up into his playful eyes, which reflected her own panic. Master, I know all this. Please take out your cultivation resources. I want to start practicing now. My storage ring is under the throne at the back of the hall. Her voice was weak and her eyes drifted away. The closer Shen Xinghe's face got, the more Su Yingli looked at Shen Xinghe with pitiful eyes, which frightened him. Oh, tell me the truth, when did Master hide the storage ring there? That's the first time we did it when you pressed me there, I hid it secretly. Oh, Shen Xinghe had dragged out his words, leaning closer. Master, did you still have something hidden back then? Didn't you say that your disciple made it, huh? Traitor Su Yingli was both ashamed and annoyed. She raised her hand to hit him, but he grabbed her wrist. The boy's palm was so hot that her cheeks felt like they were on fire and even her earlobes were flushed. She tried to pull away, but she heard him chuckle, Master, you look so pretty when you blush. What do you want to do? Su Yingli looked at his face gradually approaching, her eyelashes trembling nervously. Su Yingli looked at Shen Xinghe's face gradually approaching, and the tip of her nose was filled with the fresh youthful scent of him. She subconsciously shrank back, and the quilt slipped down a little, revealing the delicate skin on her neck. The tips of her ears had turned a suspicious red. What are you doing so close to me? Her eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings, casting tiny shadows under her eyes. Shen Xinghe chuckled softly, and lifted a strand of her hair with his fingertips, twisting it around his fingertips. Of course, I'm asking Master to teach me. He deliberately dragged out the ending tone, and the ambiguity in his voice made Shen Xinghe blush instantly. She hurriedly glanced at Shen Xinghe, who was sleeping soundly beside her. Seeing the girl's even breathing, she lowered her voice and said angrily, "Xinghe is still here. Stop messing around." "Oh, master, don't worry about what I'm doing. Don't worry about senior sister waking up." Shen Xinghe's fingertips slid to her chin, gently lifting it up and forcing her to look at him. "Speaking of which, wasn't it the same thing we did last time? So, master, your image won't be ruined." "Traitor! You are shameless, vulgar, despicable, filthy." Master scolded me again. Shen Xinghe frowned in a feigned aggrieved manner, but his fingertips gently stroked her wrist. It seems that master must learn a lesson. He suddenly leaned over and blew hot air into her ear. "How about punishing master to spend 3 hours with your disciple?" "You?" Shen Xinghe shuddered and tried to break free, but he held her tighter. Her nose brushed against his slightly cool earlobe, and she heard him chuckle softly, "Master, please don't wake me up. I only gave her a light sleep powder." Several passionate hours passed. The quilt on the soft couch was in disarray. Shen Xinghe was curled up in a deep sleep, with a few strands of black hair wet with sweat. Her cheeks were still flushed, and the corners of her lips were unconsciously pursed, as if she was still sulking. Shen Xinghe sat beside the couch and tucked the quilt for her. When his fingertips touched her skin, she subconsciously shrank back into the quilt. He, the host is indeed the ultimate villain. The system's electronic voice suddenly sounded in the sea of consciousness, with undisguised ridicule. Complete another intimate interaction with master, triggering a special reward, plus 5 lucky draw chances. Shen Xinghe stood up, holding his waist, and his bones made a slight clicking sound. He rubbed his aching lower back and walked towards the back hall, muttering to himself, "Damn it! Why is master so obedient and proactive this time? I almost couldn't bear it. The host is such a loser. If he doesn't take D11, he will have to hold his waist and come out." The system complained mercilessly. "Your grandma is a triangular basket. If you can't speak, don't speak. This is a broken system. There is no Daiwangwan in stock. It's obviously my fault. Why are you blaming me? If not you, who should I blame? Should I blame you? It's because the medicine is sold out. Actually, the mall just updated a few tonic pills with mild and long-lasting effects. Would you like to take a look?" Shen Xinghe paused and immediately adopted a flattering tone, "System Dad. I just spoke without thinking. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart." He rubbed his hands, a gleam in his eyes, opened the system mall and saw Super Diwang Maru. Looking at the long list of functions, Shen Xinghe's mouth was watering. This system is awesome. Required. Shen Xinghe stood at the door of the back hall, touching his chin, looking at the dark night outside the window, a helpless and playful smile on the corner of his mouth. On the couch behind him, Shen Xinghe turned over and murmured something unconsciously. Her voice was soft and sleepy, which made his heart move slightly. "Forget it, I'll go get Master's storage ring and buy some pills. I'll come back next time and repay her properly." Chapter 22, Take It As You Please. Shen Xinghe tapped lightly with his fingertips on the carvings on the throne, and the secret compartment opened. The ebony storage ring lay quietly in it, with fine cloud patterns engraved on the ring's surface, which was the style Shen Xinghe often used. A probe of spiritual power between fingers. The young man raised his eyebrows and shook the storage ring. The light sound of the spirit stones colliding echoed in the empty back hall. "Master, why do you have so few things?" "Just a few thousand spirit stones, a few weapons, and a sword technique book called Cold Star Chasing the Moon. This sword technique seems to be of the upper earth grade, which is quite suitable for me. Let's practice it." The jade slip felt slightly cool in his hand, and the sword move diagrams unfolded in his sea of consciousness. The tip of the sword condensed into a star, and the sword's momentum followed the moon. It was exactly the explosive sword skill he needed most at the moment. He sat on the ground, pressing the jade slip to his brow. Dusk streamed through the window lattice onto the young man, outlining his focused silhouette. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes, so that's it, he formed seals with his fingertips, spiritual power condensed in the void, and a long sword made of pure spiritual power slowly took shape. Shuewoya, you are not worthy of me using the flowing light-breaking sky sword. Also, if I use my flowing light-breaking sky sword, that old dog of body refining will find out. So it is more appropriate to use Master's purple sky sword. Shen Xinghe weighed the spiritual sword, slid his thumb across the sword's spine, and blue spiritual light rushed along the blade. He swung his sword violently, and a crescent-shaped sword wave broke through the air, cutting the stone table outside the hall into two halves, and the cross-section was as smooth as a mirror. Oh wow! The power of this cold star chasing the moon is quite strong. Master's sword skills are really useful. The young man laughed softly, the sword energy surged in his palm, and tiny spatial ripples appeared in the air. In the next few days, the sound of swords could often be heard in the back garden of Yuqing Palace. Shen Xinghe went from being clumsy at first to becoming proficient gradually. Every time he swung his sword, it was chilling, and the tail of light trailed by the sword drew a brilliant star trail in the twilight. Ha ha! Shuewoya, tomorrow is the day you die. The sunlight on the life and death arena was particularly dazzling, and Shuewoya had been waiting there early. Xiao Haizi set up a gambling game under the ring, with two flags next to it, one for betting on Shuewoya to win, and the other for betting on Shen Xinghe to win. Come and see, there is actually a gambling game here, but who would bet on Shen Xinghe, who is in the body-tempering realm, to win? Shuewoya stood in the center of the stage carrying an iron hammer as big as a millstone, and his black iron wristband shone coldly in the sunlight. He stamped his feet impatiently, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the stone slab of the arena. Where's that coward Shen Xinghe? He doesn't dare to come. Who said you dare not? A cold voice came from behind the crowd. Shen Xinghe, masked and dressed in a turquoise robe, walked through the booing disciples and calmly approached the ring. He wore no sword at his waist, only a storage talisman casually inserted. That Shen Xinghe really dares to come. He's at the body-tempering realm and dares to fight Shuewoya, who's at the late vein condensation realm. Is his brain fried? This indifference made Shuewoya sneer. You dare to come and die in the body-tempering realm? It's okay, I will make your death a little painful, but you have to relax, otherwise you will feel a little dizzy, but dizziness is normal. Beating a small fry like you is as easy as drinking water. Shen Xinghe's voice came through the mask with a hint of teasing. The tempering body realm is so rampant. But don't worry, I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Shuewoya was just about to pick up the sledgehammer and hit him. Shen Xinghe waved his hand. Hey! Wait a minute. Do you dare to place a bet? Otherwise, there's no pressure. Shuewoya laughed loudly. Sure. Not only can I fuck you hard today, but I can also make money. That's really cool. He suddenly raised his hand, and a streak of purple light flew out from the storage talisman, landing with a clang in the center of the arena. It was Suingli's purple sky sword. An icy blue halo swirled around the blade, and the amethyst inlaid in the hilt sparkled. I'm betting on myself to win. The bet is my master's Earth-grade Zhixiao sword. I'm sure you all know the value of this sword. Shen Xinghe's voice was not loud, but it made the whole audience quiet instantly. Shuewoya frowned. Who knows whether your sword is real or fake? Elder Lienti. Stop watching from the dark. Tell me, is this sword my master's? Shen Xinghe suddenly raised his eyes and looked towards the shadows on the west side of the arena. Come and inspect it. Before he finished speaking, a powerful pressure descended. The white-haired and bearded elder appeared with a sullen expression. How did this guy know I was in the dark? What a cunning guy. The elder of body refining waved his sleeve, and the purple sky sword flew into his hand. He stroked the blade, feeling the familiar spiritual energy fluctuations within it. It is indeed Suingli's sword. The body refining elder stared at Shen Xinghe intently. He couldn't understand why that crazy woman would give her personal sword to this kid. The body refining elder returned the sword to Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe raised the Zhixiao sword. My master had an adventure these days while out, and she has a better sword. Now this sword belongs to me. Don't worry about me not being able to compensate you with enough spirit stones. I don't need to tell you how much spirit stones this kind of sword can be auctioned for. I believe you know it better than me. This sword is indeed Elder Su's Earth-grade Zixia sword. When the body-refining elder said this, the whole place went into an uproar. What the hell? A ground-level sword as a bet. Why did he get such a good master? He even knew he would lose and gave the purple sky sword to him. Is Shen Xinghe stupid? If he loses. Amidst the discussion, the disciples' eyes were red. Xiaohaizi hurriedly raised the flags with Shui Woya wins and Shen Xinghe wins written on them, shouting until his voice was hoarse, bet on Shui Woya to win, the odds are 3-1. Bet on senior brother Shen to win, the odds are 1-100 inch. Could this Shen Xinghe be a big enemy? Who cares? I'm going to bet all my spirit stones on it. I bet 3,000 spirit stones on Shui Woya. I bet 5,000. In the crowd, a muscular man wrapped in bandages shouted, I bet 50,000. Shen Xinghe caught a glimpse of him out of the corner of his eye and sneered in his heart, he was indeed the body-refining elder's man. Shen Xinghe chuckled secretly. Ha ha ha, what a bargain. This guy must have been hired by that old dog, the body-refining elder. Hey, come on. Come on. The more you come, the better. Enough. Shui Woya stomped his feet and slammed the iron hammer heavily on the stage. Boy, give me your life. His blood and energy surged, his muscles were as hard as iron, and he smashed the hammer into Shen Xinghe's face with a sound of breaking through the air. Shen Xinghe advanced instead, holding the purple sky sword across his chest. With a resounding clang, the sword bent under the immense force, sending a numbing sensation through his palms. He was sent flying several feet. Shui Woya pressed on, his hammer wielding like a violent storm. Die! Shen Xinghe backflipped to avoid the blow, his clothes torn by the wind from the hammer. Your fighting style sounds more like a certain idiot I know on Blue Star. Looking for death. Shui Woya was furious, and the blood and energy in his body turned into a ferocious ghost face. Furious hammer. He ignored the defense and hit Shen Xinghe's lower body with the iron hammer. Shen Xinghe's pupils suddenly shrank, and he used the 7-star steps to the extreme, narrowly avoiding the vital points, but his robe was cut. Shen Xinghe quickly covered his lower body and used the 7-star steps to avoid Shui Woya's attack. You grandma's a triangular basket. You dare to do this to me? I'm going to use my ultimate move right away. Shen Xinghe leaped into the air, he formed seals with his hands, interlocking his thumb and middle finger. The Zixia sword burst out with a dazzling blue light under the infusion of spiritual power, and a cold force flowed into the sword along the meridians. Shen Xinghe spun in the air, and the blue light condensed on the tip of the sword fell like a cold star, dragging a long tail of light as it slashed towards Shui Woya. Puff! The sword energy struck Shui Woya directly and accurately, breaking his iron hammer and splitting her in half. The whole place was dead silent, with only the slight sound of Shen Xinghe's footsteps as he landed. This is an earth-level sword technique? The body-refining elder's expression changed drastically. Get it! Get it! How is this possible? Body tempering stage killed the late stage of vein condensation. The disciples were stunned, looking at the young man in blue standing in a pool of blood, as if they were meeting him for the first time. The body-refining elder's face turned pale. 50,000 spirit stones had gone to waste, and he had even been tricked by this brat. He snorted and walked away. Shen Xinghe sheathed his sword, a smug smile appearing at the corner of his mouth beneath his mask. He winked at Xiaohaizi in the audience, who immediately understood and quickly put all the spirit stones on the table into his storage bag. Chapter 23, Tanqiao Realm. Shen Xinghe raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiaohaizi. The boy was rubbing the corner of his clothes, his face full of anticipation but also pretending to be reserved. Xiaohaizi, calculate how much you earned. The moment Xiaohaizi's spiritual sense penetrated, his eyes widened. Brother Shen. 100,000 spirit stones. A full 100,000 inch. His voice was trembling, and his fingers unconsciously touched the ring face, as if he were still dreaming. The monthly salary of a menial disciple was only 10 low-grade spirit stones a year. These 100,000 were enough for him to spend for several lifetimes. Xiao Haizi handed the spirit stone to Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe shook the storage ring in his hand, and the sound of the spirit stone colliding came through the jade ring. Oh my god, soy milk! I'm going to get rich, ha 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 ha. Shen Xinghe put some of the spirit stones into the super Qiankuan bag, and gave the remaining 50,000 spirit stones directly to Xiao Haizi. Take the blackie. Brother! This is too much, Xiao Haizi hurriedly refused. I just opened a bet, how can I take so much? Just take it if I tell you to. Shen Xinghe frowned and tapped his forehead with his fingertips. Without your help, where would I find so many suckers? If you keep making excuses, I won't play with you next time. The boy's feigned seriousness made Haizi dare not refuse. He took the storage bag with trembling hands, feeling as if he were floating. Thank you, brother. All right, Shen Xinghe waved his hand. Go back quickly. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. After watching Xiao Haizi running away while looking back every few steps, he turned around and walked towards Yuqing Palace, unable to hide the smile on his face. When Shen Xinghe returned to Yuqing Palace, Xia Qingyue was holding onto the headboard and trying to sit up. Her long black hair fell across her shoulders, making her face look even paler. Shen Xinghe quickly stepped forward and held her waist. The softness to his touch made his heart skip a beat. Senior sister, be careful. How do you feel? Xia Qingyue gave him a faint smile, but her eyes were filled with confusion. I feel much better now. I just didn't sleep well last night. I felt like the bed was shaking all the time and it was making strange noises. Well, a spirit beast broke in last night. Shen Xinghe's eyes flickered, and his fingers nervously picked at his belt. That beast was running around everywhere. I chased it for half the night but couldn't catch it. I was so angry that cough, I just cursed it. His voice became softer and softer, and his ears turned red. Xia Qingyue chuckled upon hearing this, the dimples at the corners of her eyes faintly visible. Junior brother is quite funny. She suddenly caught sight of Su Yingli sleeping soundly on the couch and frowned slightly. Why is Master Su here? Shen Xinghe's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly made up a lie, while Shen Xinghe scratched his head. This is Yuqing Palace, where your Uncle Su originally lived. Oh, so this is Yuqing Palace. Uncle Su's cultivation is so high, why do I feel that she is so weak now? Shen Xinghe had a flash of inspiration. It seems your Uncle Su had a fight with someone from the outer sect last night. The fight lasted for a long time. He might have exhausted his spiritual energy. Then why? Shen Xinghe directly interrupted Xia Qingyue. Senior sister needs a bigu pill now because the effect of the previous one has worn off. Oh, then give me one. Shen Xinghe handed a bottle of fasting pills to Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue took the jade bottle, but didn't eat immediately. Instead, she looked at him intently. Junior brother, are you hiding something from me? No, Shen Xinghe raised his head suddenly and met her clear eyes. He felt as guilty as a popped balloon. What could I possibly hide from you? Senior sister, you're being overly suspicious. He quickly changed the subject. I'm going to be refining pills next, so I might not have the time to always be with you, but look, senior uncle is here. If you get bored, talk to her. Xia Qingyue stared at the reddened tips of his ears for a long moment before suddenly bursting out in laughter. All right, I trust you. She peeled off the wax coating of the valley opening pill and placed it in her mouth. Go ahead and do your work. I can handle this myself. Okay, junior brother, if you want to be busy, then go ahead. I can do it on my own. I think I can walk on my own now, and besides, I have Uncle Su here, so I can do it. Shen Xinghe felt as if he had been pardoned. He reached out and rubbed her hair. His fingertips touched the soft hair, and his heart was moved again. Then sister, have a good rest. Call me if you need anything. He quickly placed the mask next to Su Yingli's bed and left a message in Su Yingli's ear with his fingers. He left the inner hall almost as if escaping, and only realized that his palms were sweaty after closing the door. Xia Qingyue stared at the tightly closed door, the smile on her lips gradually fading. She lowered her head to look at the jade bottle in her hand, then glanced at Su Yingli, who lay on the soft couch, breathing evenly. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. That strange sound last night, was it really a spirit beast? Why did she seem to hear Uncle Su's soft panting and Shen Xinghe's low laugh? She shook her head gently, pushing these chaotic thoughts aside. Perhaps she was just being overly suspicious. Xia Qingyue leaned against the headboard, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the jade bottle as she gazed at the azure sky outside the window. However, she felt vaguely in her heart that something was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. During these 3 months, Shen Xinghe has been obsessed with refining pills, and he has refined a lot of pills from the first-grade qi-gathering pill to the second-grade vein-condensing pill. But he would occasionally tease Suingli and bring her delicious food. Of course, he also had to do his own job. The system rewarded him with a total of 3,000 villain points. The details are omitted. And he would definitely not let senior sister Xia Qingyue go. Although he could walk now, whenever Shen Xinghe refined the qigong pill, he would go to find her. He had to take advantage of her. With the help of the comprehension stone, Shen Xinghe is now able to completely refine secondary third-grade elixirs. Shen Xinghe was thinking. If I use the 1,000-year-old spiritual plants directly to refine, will it be possible to refine a top-grade third-grade elixir? Anyway, I have as many spiritual plants as I want. Let's give it a try. After saying that, he controlled the fire and began to refine the 1,000-year-old spiritual plant. He threw the spiritual plant into the alchemy furnace, and the flame suddenly rose 3 inches under the stimulation of spiritual power. However, just a moment later, there was a sudden crackling sound from the furnace, followed by a violent medicinal force exploding. The lid of the furnace was blown off, and the broken pieces of the spiritual plant splashed all over his face with black ash. That's right, his furnace exploded, and this was the first time he had a furnace exploded. Oh my god! The furnace actually exploded. I don't believe it. Come again. Damn it! Shen Xinghe wiped his face, looked at the messy alchemy furnace on the ground, gritted his teeth and took out another 1,000-year-old awakening flower. Come again. In the following hours, the alchemy room became an explosion scene. Bang boom sounds came one after another. He had wasted 7 or 8,000-year-old spiritual plants. My 1,000-year-old spiritual plant. Even Xia Qingyue next door couldn't help but knock on the door. Junior brother, are you refining explosives? He opened the door with a wry smile, his nose still stained with ash. Don't worry, senior sister, I'm researching high-grade pills. After she left, Shen Xinghe stared at the charred remains of the spiritual plant and suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, I think I covered it up. The 1,000-year-old spiritual plant may have been precipitated for thousands of years, and its medicinal properties may have completely changed, so its optimum temperature must have changed as well. Come on. Let's try again. Let's refine the Tongqiao pill. After all, I'm also ready to break through. Tongqiao pill, a third-grade elixir. Function: it helps the monks in the Tongqiao realm to open the acupoints, increase the number of acupoints opened and the sensitivity of sensing spiritual energy, and improve the monk's ability to control spiritual power. This time he did not rush to add the ingredients, but first nurtured the red sun flame to its extreme, and the flame took on a rare red-gold color. The order of the spiritual plants was also changed. Others put the main medicine, the Tongqiao lingua, first, but he insisted on putting in the strong-natured Pakshu orchid first, using high temperature to force out its medicinal properties as a base. The medicinal aroma within the furnace gradually intensified. A thin layer of sweat formed on Shen Xinghe's forehead, and his fingertips, controlling the fire, trembled slightly. As the last of the Tongqiao spiritual fruits entered the furnace, he abruptly compressed the flame to 3 inches, his spiritual energy entangling every wisp of medicinal energy like a spider's thread. After 3 incense sticks, the furnace emitted a soft humming sound, and 3 strands of green elixir energy burst forth, condensing into 2 distinct spiritual patterns in the air. Mid-grade Tongqiao pill. Shen Xinghe grabbed the pill and stuffed it into his mouth without caring about the heat. In an instant, the violet medicinal power exploded in the dantian, like thousands of steel needles piercing into the limbs and bones at the same time, causing tearing pain from the 108 acupoints. He gritted his teeth and sat cross-legged, allowing his spiritual power to impact the blocked acupuncture points. Sweat soaked his robes and formed dark marks on the ground. A powerful spiritual energy descended from the sky, flowing into the meridians along the open acupoints, and forcibly pushed his cultivation to the level of opening the acupoints. Shen Xinghe suddenly opened his eyes were as sharp as a sword, and with a casual flick of his fingertips, the alchemy furnace on the desk flew lightly into his palm. I have achieved the Tongqiao realm. He opened the window and looked at the spiritual light column that had not yet dissipated in the sky, with a smug smile on his face. Xiao Qingyue, who was in the next room, was startled by the beam of light. She opened the window and looked in, just in time to see Shen Xinghe standing in the morning light, a faint aura of spiritual energy lingering around him, and his eyes could not hide the youthful vigor and vitality that could not be concealed. Chapter 24. Shen Xinghe was sitting cross-legged on the cushion in the alchemy room when he suddenly trembled all over, and the spiritual power surging in his meridians suddenly became violent. He felt the surging qi in his dantian and couldn't help but chuckle. His fingertips tapped his knees unconsciously. The feeling of reaching the acupoint opening realm is really good, ha ha ha. Oh, by the way, system, don't I have 5 chances to draw a lottery now? With a thought, a blue system panel unfolded in his mind. The treasure chest next to the single draw button glowed faintly, while the icon for the 5-draw combo was gray, clearly indicating he couldn't afford it. Just a single draw. Shen Xinghe licked his lips and pressed the single draw button hard with his fingertips. A dazzling golden light suddenly burst out. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strange fire, Molanuan C fire. The system's prompt sounded with a hint of mechanical excitement. Strange fire. Shen Xinghe stood up suddenly, his palms trembling uncontrollably. His pupils suddenly shrank, and an introduction to the strange fire appeared on the system panel. Molan Abyss Sea Fire. At the bottom of the distant North Sea, there lies an underwater ruin forgotten by time. Within the ruins grows a strange molan, rooted in ancient mysterious stones, absorbing the spiritual energy and mysterious power of the seabed. After tens of thousands of years, this black orchid produced a wonderful resonance with the surrounding energy, eventually giving rise to the black orchid abyssal sea fire. Function introduction. This fire possesses dual properties, possessing the fiery heat and fury of flames, yet also the icy cold of seawater. Its temperature can drop from extreme heat to extreme cold in an instant, leaving the enemy defenseless. If used for attack, the dark blue flame can transform into a sharp sword blade to cut through the enemy's defense, and can also release energy waves containing deep sea pressure to impact the enemy's body and soul. In addition, it can perfectly integrate with the water element, manipulate sea water for its own use, and form a powerful means of attack and defense. If used in medicine refining, it can give the elixir unique healing and spiritual enhancement effects. Shen Xinghe looked at the strange fire in front of him, his eyes filled with longing for it. The strange fire is a deep dark purple in color. The flame shape is like a dark orchid blooming. The edges of the petals are slightly curled and flickering with a faint blue light. Oh my god! Strange fire! Ha ha ha! So cool! He couldn't help but swear, rubbing his hands together and impatiently clicking on the second single draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fire-Devouring Spiritual Mark. Fire-Devouring Spiritual Mark, a parasitic carrier of strange fire that does not require any threshold. The spiritual mark is not a magic weapon or a technique, but a kind of acquired beneficial parasitism, similar to a flame container, which can accommodate strange fire without the need for cultivation. If the host absorbs the spiritual pattern, it will automatically generate suction, channeling the core energy of the strange fire into the body like a sponge absorbs water. The process is painless and may even make the host feel nourished. Holy crap! This feels so good! Ha ha ha! Keep going! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the recipe for the Yin-Yang Meridian Pill. Yin-Yang Meridian Pill can help cultivators with severed meridians repair their meridians and restore their cultivation. System, are you giving me some inside information? Ha ha ha! How come everything I draw is exactly what I need right now? One more. It is a pity that the host did not win any prizes. Oh, System Dad, I know you definitely didn't do anything insider. Please hit me again, System Dad. Shen Xinghe lightly clicked the single draw button on the screen. Shen Xinghe closed his eyes and prayed, not daring to look at the system panel. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Alchemy Prodigy Talent. When the prompt sound of Alchemy Genius Talent sounded, Shen Xinghe felt a warm current flowing into his mind. Those once obscure alchemy terms suddenly became extremely clear, and he could even understand some of the secrets of the evil alchemy secret record left by Ji Tingxue. Oh wow! Thanks to the system, Shen Xinghe growled, and the fire-devouring spirit pattern turned into a red light and merged into his left arm, instantly leaving a flowing rune on his skin. Almost at the same time, Mo Lan Yuan Si fire was absorbed by the spiritual pattern, and a deep purple pattern appeared on his left arm. Shen Xinghe tentatively stretched out his right hand, and the Mo Lan Yuan Si fire ignited with a puff. The petal-shaped flames danced in the palm of his hand, carrying a biting chill and a burning breath. Fuck, is this what strange fire feels like? Then Shen Xinghe stretched out his left hand again, and a red sun flame appeared on his left hand. What would happen if I fused these two fires together? Would it be like he? As soon as the two flames came into contact, Qi Yangyan was like water encountering a sponge, and was swallowed up by Mo Lan Yuan Si fire with a sizzling sound. The purple flame suddenly exploded. The light was so bright that people could not open their eyes, and even the roar of the deep sea could be heard in the air. Is there such a thing? Flames can absorb each other, so this seems reasonable. After all, the red sun flame is just a garbage fire. Shen Xinghe looked at Mo Lan Yuan Haiwa. How can it compare with my Mo Lan Yuan Haiwa? Shen Xinghe was amazed, stroking his chin and thought, oh right. System, if I give the Molan Abyss Sea fire more of this fire to absorb, will it evolve into a very powerful strange fire? Theoretically, it should be possible, but if all the fire is of this low level, then more fire may be needed. If the fire is of a higher level, it may evolve faster, and the level of evolution will also be different. Shen Xinghe took back the Molanuan sea fire. Oh I see, I understand. Shen Xinghe's eyes flashed as he turned to look at the recipe in his sea of consciousness. Yin Yang Lian, Xu Mai Tang, and Han Yusu Ji Tingxue had all of these in her storage bag. Strangely, the pill recipes that seemed complicated in the past now seemed as clear to him as arithmetic problems. How much of the main ingredient was present, when to add the auxiliary ingredients, how to control the temperature, all were clear at a glance. Is this the power of alchemy genius? Shen Xinghe laughed, thinking back to the days when he was tortured by derivative problems on Blue Star. Looking at the pill recipe now, it's as simple as mindlessly brute-forcing it. He licked his lips, and his gaze towards the pill furnace became fiery. Back then, I was the little prince who was desperate to be directed. This level of directing is too easy. Chapter 25, Alchemy with Strange Fire. Shen Xinghe took out the alchemy furnace. Shen Xinghe condensed his right hand and summoned the Molanuan sea fire under the alchemy cauldron. The fire was dark blue, and the surface of the flame surged like waves, carrying a biting chill and the domineering power to burn everything. He controlled the flame temperature at the initial appearance of purple flame stage. At this time, a faint purple light appeared on the surface of the flame, and the temperature was stable at a level suitable for the initial tempering of medicinal materials. Shen Xinghe used special fire-controlling gestures to guide the flames to evenly wrap around the alchemy cauldron, allowing the temperature inside the cauldron to rise evenly. He then gently placed the yin-yang lotus petals into the alchemy cauldron, and the black orchid abyss sea fire instantly enveloped the petals. The petals slowly unfurled within the flames, the white and red colors gradually blending, releasing a soft halo of light. Shen Xinghe used fire control techniques to make the flames stir in a spiral shape, accelerating the release of the medicinal power of the petals. When the petals turned into a wisp of red and white smoke, he immediately lowered the temperature of the flames and locked the smoke firmly in the cauldron. The tip of the vine was dropped into the cauldron, and the temperature of the black orchid abyss sea fire suddenly increased to a raging blue flame. The vine twisted violently under the high temperature, its silver veins gleaming, and it released strands of dark gray energy. At this time, Shen Xinghe was observing closely with his mental power. When the tip of the vine completely turned into liquid and fine silver lines appeared on the surface of the liquid, he quickly lowered the temperature of the flame to prevent excessive evaporation of the liquid. After the red blood Ganoderma entered the cauldron, the flames turned dark red. A special rhythm was used to manipulate the flames, which waxed and waned, simulating the surge of volcanic magma. The red blood Ganoderma gradually expanded and melted in the flames, eventually turning into a viscous red liquid. Tiny bubbles appeared on the surface of the liquid from time to time, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. When the cold chalcedony was thrown into the sea, the Molanuan sea fire was impacted by the cold air, and it stagnated briefly, and then erupted with an even more intense high temperature. The cold chalcedony quickly melted into a transparent liquid, colliding with the previous medicinal liquid, producing a violent reaction, and a large amount of white mist appeared in the cauldron. Shen Xinghe used fire control techniques to make the flames form a circulating airflow inside the cauldron, accelerating the fusion of the medicinal liquid until the mist completely dissipated and the medicinal liquid became translucent pink-white. The 4 refined main medicinal liquid ingredients are placed in layers in the cauldron, with the red and white smoke on top, the dark gray medicinal liquid in the middle, the crimson liquid at the bottom, and the transparent liquid of cold chalcedony wrapped on the outer layer. Control the Molanuan sea fire to rotate in the trajectory of a yin-yang fish. The upper flame is yang fire, with a higher temperature, and rotates clockwise. The lower flame is yin fire, with a slightly lower temperature, and rotates counterclockwise. Driven by the flame, the 4 layers of medicinal liquid began to blend slowly. When the medicinal liquid was completely integrated into a uniform pink-white color and a faint yin-yang fish pattern appeared on the surface, it marked the initial completion of the yin-yang harmony. Shen Xinghe lowered the flame temperature to a twilight level, keeping it warm. At the same time, Shen Xinghe's spiritual power wove a dense network of elixir patterns within the cauldron, guiding the medicinal liquid to condense. Over time, the liquid gradually concentrated, and granular substances began to appear. At this time, you need to concentrate fully and make the particles continue to aggregate through subtle fire control and mental adjustment. When the first 2 patterned yin-yang meridian replenishing pill with a warm luster slowly rose from the cauldron, it was quickly caught in a jade bottle, and the mouth of the bottle was sealed with a special sealing talisman to prevent the medicinal properties of the pill from being lost. 2 patterned yin-yang meridian renewing pill. Mission accomplished. Shen Xinghe, jade bottle in hand, walked briskly to Xia Qingyue's residence. He pushed the door open and entered, only to see his master Suingli huddled close to his senior sister Xia Qingyue, whispering something in low voices. Upon seeing him, the 2 paused in their conversation. Shen Xinghe glanced at Suingli's beautiful face, which was tinged with anger, and felt no fear at all. He had already left a backup plan on her, a cryptic message in his mind: if master dares to tell others about what I did to you, then I don't mind releasing the crystal that recorded the last photo, so that the whole sect will know about the relationship between you and me. A faint, somewhat devilish smile played on the corner of his mouth. He bowed slightly to Suingli, his movements standard yet revealing a hint of frivolous playfulness. Disciple greets master. Suingli looked at the well-behaved traitor in front of her, feeling angry and annoyed. She couldn't help but pout. This traitor is pretending again. Is he planning to do something to his senior sister again? Shen Xinghe ignored his master's angry glare and walked straight to the bedside. He handed the jade bottle to the expectant Xia Qingyue, his voice deliberately gentle. Senior sister, I have fulfilled my mission. This is the yin-yang meridian renewal pill, which will help you rebuild your meridians. Xia Qingyue's eyes instantly turned red, shimmering with tears, filled with gratitude and dependence. Junior brother Xinghe, thank you. She took the pill without hesitation, tilted her head back, and swallowed it. Suingli on the side just glanced at the pill coldly, then looked at Shen Xinghe, her rosy lips pursed even tighter, her cheeks puffed up slightly with anger. She turned her head away, as if she didn't see it. After Xia Qingyue took the yin-yang meridian renewal pill, the meridians in her body suddenly began to condense, and her complexion began to slowly improve. Her cultivation level recovered to the late stage of meridian condensation. However, just as Xia Qingyue's face flickered with surprise, something strange happened. An indescribable heat, completely different from the effects of the medicine, suddenly erupted from deep within her abdomen, sweeping across her body like wildfire. Her fair skin instantly turned an intoxicating blush, her breathing became rapid and hot, and her eyes quickly became blurred. Her originally clear eyes were covered with a layer of watery mist full of primitive desire. Master Junior brother, she murmured unconsciously, her eyes fixed on Shen Xinghe with burning passion. The next second, before either Shen Xinghe or Suingli could react, Xia Qingyue, like a moth to a flame, pounced on Shen Xinghe with astonishing strength and speed. Her delicate hands, scorching hot, clutched his collar tightly. Plop, caught off guard, Shen Xinghe was thrown heavily onto the soft couch beside him. Shen Xinghe lay on the soft couch, looking at his senior sister, whose eyes were hazy, breath was as fragrant as orchid, and body was hot. He was stunned at first, and then a playful and somewhat understanding evil smile appeared on his handsome face. Oh! This is an unexpected surprise, his mind raced. Is it that senior sister's nature is so different? Or is it that this yin-yang meridian renewal pill has such an indescribable side effect? Whatever, if you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences. He chuckled softly, his long, powerful arms effortlessly wrapping around Xia Qinghua's slender waist, which was so thin it could barely fit in one hand. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he clearly caught sight of his master, Su Yingli, standing beside the bed. She seemed frozen in place, her beautiful eyes fixed on the two men entangled on the couch. Her pupils constricted violently, churning with shock, shame, disbelief, and a hint of pain she herself hadn't even noticed. Her slender shoulders trembled uncontrollably. She turned abruptly, raised her hand, and quickly wiped the corner of her eye. A single, glittering teardrop silently fell to the floor. Oh no! Shen Xinghe's heart skipped a beat. Master, wouldn't she be overthinking it? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Xia Qinghua's scorching body and the enchanting kiss in his arms pulled him back. TSK, it shouldn't be that serious? Doesn't she shout every day that she wants to clean up the house and kill me? His thoughts raced, and the passionate senior sister in his arms didn't allow him to think anymore. Ding! Host, you're such a badass. You're so bad that you're practically bludgeoning me. You're actually saying that to senior sister right in front of master. Directly reward the host's villain value, 1000 points. With the fusion of the yin-yang chaos body and the starite snowskin body, Shen Xinghe successfully broke through to the middle stage of Tanxiao. Half an hour later, the biological signals in the room reached an unprecedented climax. But Shen Xinghe accidentally saw Lian Shi Qianmian, and felt uneasy in his heart. Oh no, it's nighttime now. Master has no cultivation and doesn't have the 1,000 faces of concealment. Is there any danger? No, I have to go out and take a look. He used his spiritual power to press Xia Qinghua's sleep point, and directly laid the inactive Xia Qinghua down on the bed. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Now rewarding the host with a 5th grade high-level spiritual fluid, 100 villain points, 100 luck points, and 1/5 of the forbidden technique fragment. Now that the host has 2 dual cultivation stones, should he awaken the illusionary heart body? Awaken! Shen Xinghe quickly put on his clothes and couldn't help but glance at Xia Qinghua lying on the bed. Oh! If I had known earlier, I would have put master in the super universe bag. Congratulations to the host for awakening the illusionary heart body. Charm value increased by 80%. At the moment of awakening the illusory mind body, Shen Xinghe's pupils suddenly turned purple. Chapter 26 Nonsense. The night dew from the back mountain wet Su Yingli's clothes. She huddled under the old locust tree with her knees hugged, and the moonlight made her figure look thin. This was where she had first trained Shen Xinghe. Back then, the boy was still childish, clutching her sleeve and calling her master. Thinking about it now, it seemed like a lifetime ago. Her fingertips brushed across the wet marks at the corners of her eyes, but she suddenly stopped when she heard footsteps. Those were Shen Xinghe's steps with a unique rhythm. The sound of footsteps startled her and she turned around suddenly. After seeing who was coming, her red almond-shaped eyes widened instantly. She wiped her face hastily, the scattered hair stuck to her wet cheeks, and she forced herself to stand up. Who allowed you to follow me? The boy's voice was strangely alluring, like a feather scratching the tip of my heart. As I turned to leave, my wrist was gripped by a burning palm. His deliberately slowed-down tone contained soothing words, but it made Su Yingli even more angry and embarrassed. She struggled hard, and the cuffs embroidered with silver patterns were torn askew, revealing half of her fair wrist. Let go! How can I hide from you, a traitor? Although her words were tough, she bit her lower lip tightly when she turned her head, for fear of revealing more vulnerability. Are you jealous? Shen Xinghe suddenly approached him, and their noses almost touched. Su Yingli could clearly see the purple light flowing in his eyes. That was the strange phenomenon after the awakening of the illusionary heart body, mysterious and dangerous. Her breathing stagnated, and a suspicious blush appeared on the tips of her ears. In panic, she raised her hand to push him away, but he grabbed her wrist. In the moonlight, the corners of Shen Xinghe's lips curled up in a smile that was neither a smile nor a smile, which was even more alluring than usual. She turned her head away, but caught a glimpse of a jade bottle at his fingertips. This is a 5th grade spiritual liquid. This spiritual liquid can accelerate the condensation and transformation of, help cultivators in the realm to improve the quality and quantity of, and enhance their combat effectiveness. Shen Xinghe stuffed the bottle into her clenched fist and rubbed her cold knuckles with his fingertips. He suddenly covered his chest and coughed softly, a few drops of scarlet seeping from between his fingers. I got injured when I went to grab the medicine, but luckily it wasn't in vain. I'm lying, the blood is Xia Qingyue's. Don't ask why it's Xia Qingyue's. Suingli's fingertips touched the warmth of the jade bottle and the wetness of his palm. The blood color was particularly glaring in the moonlight. She opened her mouth and wanted to say, "Who told you to meddle in other people's business?" but all that came out was silence. Shen Xinghe took out another storage ring and put it into her other hand. There is a chaos pure lotus and 50,000 spirit stones in it. Master, use it first. Why are you suddenly so nice to me? She finally asked the question in her heart, her voice as soft as a whisper in the wind. Shen Xinghe's gaze suddenly became profound, as if gazing into an endless, cold pond. Because you are my master. He paused, his Adam's apple rolling. The only person in this world who is kind to me. These words were like a key, unexpectedly opening up Suingli's buried guilt. She thought of the past when she had used him to improve her cultivation, and of the deliberate alienation and hurt he had caused her. Her fingertips suddenly curled up, and she gripped the storage ring so tightly that it hurt. At this moment, a red light condensed from Shen Xinghe's fingertips and gently touched her eyebrows. When Suingli realized this, it was too late to dodge. The lotus seal on her forehead shattered, and the long-lost spiritual power surged in her body like a river. Her cultivation was restored. Almost instinctively, the purple sky sword unsheathed with a dragon roar, the tip of the sword pointing directly at Shen Xinghe's right shoulder. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? But Shen Xinghe did not dodge, instead he took half a step forward to face the sword. The cold sword blade pierced his right shoulder, and blood instantly dyed his green shirt red. Master once enlightened me to practice despite criticism. As long as Master wants, Xinghe's life is always Master's. His voice was hoarse and bloodstained, yet remarkably clear. I know that as the sect Master's sister, Master has a difficult time in the sect. Jiting Xue and his men covet your position, so I will eliminate them for you. I know that killing him will bring retaliation, but I'm not afraid. I'm afraid that Master will face danger alone, and that you will get hurt. The sword trembled violently in Suingli's hand. She looked at the undisguised worry in the boy's eyes, the blood gushing from his shoulder, and suddenly remembered his usual cynicism, how he had imprisoned her. It turned out that those seemingly foolish actions were all to protect her. You idiot, her voice choked with sobs. The tip of the sword fell to the ground with a clang. She reached out to touch his wound, but stopped in mid-air. Who told you to die? Shen Xinghe suddenly smiled, his smile filled with the tiredness of relief. Because I am your disciple. Anything a disciple does for Master is worth it. As soon as Suingli's fingertips touched Shen Xinghe's shoulder injury, his spiritual energy was captured by his backhand. The warmth in the young man's palm was irresistibly hot, and he pulled her into his arms and kissed her directly. The moment their lips touched, she subconsciously clutched his blood-stained collar. Unlike the previous forceful kiss, this time it was filled with cherishment as if it had been lost and regained. Shen Xinghe's tongue gently traced the lines of her lips, like comforting a frightened cub. Suingli's eyes, which always contained a coldness, were now filled with panic, and her eyelashes trembled violently as they swept across his eyelids. Strangely, the expected rejection did not come. Her body gradually relaxed, and her fingertips slid from the tightly grasped collar to the back of his neck, unconsciously grasping the ends of his hair. Shen Xinghe's palm caressed her delicate cheek, his fingers brushed the corners of her slightly wet eyes, and suddenly he put his hand close to her ear, his warm breath making her earlobe burn. Master, do you want to come to my place and let me take you back to your first time? You're so frivolous. Suingli pushed him away violently, poking his chest with her jade fingers, but even her voice trembled barely perceptibly. She turned her face away, the moonlight outlining her red earlobes, and the silver jewelry in her hair swayed gently, revealing the ripples in her heart. Shen Xinghe suppressed his smile and looked at her seriously. Master, I will be leaving the sect tomorrow and heading to Lanyue country. The system just assigned him a new task, which is to conquer the Queen of Lanyue Kingdom. Wai Suingli turned around suddenly, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. Lanyue country? What are you doing there? The sect is too small to accommodate my ambitions. The young man looked at the dark night, his eyes gleaming with ambition. My path is not limited to this small space. His ambition is to seduce many different girls. Suingli curled up her fingertips and wanted to say something to keep him, but she saw the determination in his eyes. She was silent for a moment, and suddenly remembered how he had killed Ji Tingxue and snatched the spiritual liquid for her. The words on her lips turned into a sigh. Well, since you have made up your mind. Then, Master, are you willing? Shen Xinghe suddenly leaned in close, his nose almost touching the top of her head, to teach me for one last night. Yu Suingli's cheeks turned red instantly, like a ripe peach. She glared at him angrily, but gradually lowered her eyelids under his smiling gaze, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Forget it, I'll do as you say this time. Shen Xinghe's eyes flashed with surprise, and without further ado, he took her hand. The two of them transformed into two streams of light and flew back to their residence. The night wind lifted her sleeves, revealing the lingering red mark on her wrist. As soon as he stepped into the hut, Shen Xinghe couldn't wait to take off his outer robe. Seeing this, Suingli subconsciously took a half step back, twisting the tassels around her waist with her fingertips. She secretly raised her eyes to look at him, but met his burning gaze. She hurriedly lowered her head and spoke in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible. Traitor, this time can you be gentler? Shen Xinghe chuckled softly, then bent down and lifted her up. She exclaimed and hugged his neck, her nose filled with the refreshing scent of him. When she was placed on the couch, she saw that the bandage on his shoulder injury had been soaked with spiritual power. Her heart tightened and she wanted to say something, but he covered her lips. All I know is that Shen Xinghe bought a few pills in the system, and as for the process. As the morning light broke, the first ray of golden light passed through the window paper and fell on Shen Xinghe's profile. He carefully brushed away the loose hair on Suingli's forehead, and his fingertips touched her slightly furrowed brows. He couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. She was sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes casting fan-shaped shadows under her eyes, her lips were slightly swollen from last night's kiss, and her cheeks still had a lingering blush. He gently pulled back the arm that she was pressing on and tucked the quilt in for her. Shen Xinghe put on his clothes, took one last look at the sleeping person, turned around and pushed open the door. After he left, Suingli slowly opened her eyes on the soft couch, looked at the empty pillow, and gently stroked the place where he had lain with her fingertips. A tear quietly slid down and dripped onto the slightly cool quilt. This time, the journey will be long and arduous. He went to pursue his scumbag ways, while she stayed behind to guard this empty sect, hiding the tenderness of last night deep in her heart, turning it into a glimmer of light that would support her in the years to come. Chapter 27 Lanyue Kingdom. In the dim light of dawn, a few strands of golden threads filtered through the window lattice, dancing across Xia Qingyue's eyelids. She lazily raised her hand to rub away the sleepiness, but her fingertips unexpectedly touched a piece of cool plain paper beside her pillow. My heart tightened inexplicably. She stood up, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, and picked up the letter. The familiar handwriting came into view, carrying the youthful spirit, yet entwined with a subtle heaviness. Dear senior sister Qingyue. Leaving without saying goodbye was truly unforgettable. I never imagined these short 3 months would become so deeply etched in my memory. Though fleeting, like a spark igniting a prairie fire, our understanding and support, our trust in each other through life and death, has already surpassed 1,000 years. Xinghe remembers every moment of my sister's anger, smiles, resilience, and vulnerability, as if it were yesterday. However, we must part eventually. Witnessing my senior sister being injured by Ji Tingxue, her meridians severed, Xinghe's heart ached. This path to immortality is elusive, the strong prey on the weak, and the laws of nature are cruel. I hate it. I hate my own powerlessness, and I hate that I can't take her place. Thus, Xinghe resolved to embark on a long journey. This journey wasn't to achieve immortality, nor to achieve fame across the vast expanse of the world, but solely for one day, to stand before my senior sister with dignity, to become a mountain strong enough to protect you. Even if my battle robes are stained with blood, and my bones are buried in a desolate grave, I would not hesitate. By the time I crush Lingxiao and return with glory, perhaps senior sister will have found a good man and married someone else. It doesn't matter. Xinghe only wants to tell senior sister, I've never regretted loving you. Even if our relationship ends here, this time together will remain a treasure in my heart that will never fade. Senior sister, you deserve the most perfect love in the world. Xinghe can only accompany you this far. If senior sister occasionally thinks of the Milky Way, she might as well take a look at the old flag on the back mountain. If the wind blows around the flag, it means I am thinking of you. Shen Xinghe bows his head. Take care. Every word burned like a scalding iron, searing Xia Qinghue's heart. She clutched the letter tightly to her chest, unable to hold back her tears any longer. They rolled down her delicate cheeks, still flushed from last night, leaving dark stains on the plain bedding. Bad guy, she bit her lip, her voice choked and broken, filled with endless grievance and deep affection. My heart has already been filled to the brim with you. Where is there room for anyone else? She raised her head and gazed at the distant sky outside the window, her eyes remarkably firm, filled with an almost tragic tenderness. Don't worry, I will wait for you in Tiandao sect, for a year, 10 years, 100 years, until you return and build that home that belongs just to us two with your own hands. In fact, Xia Qingyue had already fallen in love with Shen Xinghe during these 3 months. Unfortunately, her dream of a home that belonged only to the two of them was impossible to realize. Shen Xinghe would not stop until he had 10 concubines. At the same time, in the cold bamboo house, Suingli leaned against the window frame where Shen Xinghe usually leaned. The sunlight outlined her beautiful silhouette, and a slender hand unconsciously and gently stroked her still flat belly. Those eyes, which were usually as cold as a pond, now contained unresolved worries and a hint of imperceptible maternal radiance. Traitor, she parted her red lips, her voice as low as a sigh, carrying a complex resentment, you'd better come back alive otherwise. She paused, her fingertips tightening slightly, otherwise how can this child face the world without a father? A mischievous system notification sounded in Shen Xinghe's mind at an inopportune moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The favorability of targets Suingli and Xia Qingyue has reached 100%. The host's capture efficiency is unparalleled, a true love saint of all realms. Shen Xinghe's consciousness had just returned from Suingli. Upon hearing this reminder, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up into a smug arc, almost grinning from ear to ear. Ha ha ha. That's nothing. Don't you see who I am? I've been at the top of the Love Chronicles charts for 2.5 years. The pickup artist, that's a title I don't deserve. He waved his hand with high spirits. Okay. Next stop, Lanue country. I heard that Her Majesty the Queen is extremely beautiful and charming, the most beautiful woman in the 9 continents. Hee, just thinking about it makes me itch. His eyes flashed like a hunter locking onto his prey. But then he thought again, stroking his chin and muttering to himself, but well, I'm new here, so I better keep a low profile. System, is there any tool that can completely conceal my cultivation level, so that people will just think I'm just an ordinary person? I need a top-notch 1-inch. Yes, brothers, yes. The system panel popped up instantly, and an item icon named 1000 Faces of Condensation Supreme Edition sparkled. Oh? Supreme Edition? Interesting. Shen Xinghe glanced at the price, 500 villain values? TSK, a little pricey but worth it. Buy it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1000 Faces of the Breath Supreme Edition. Automatically equipped. In Lanue country, the towering gates of the country resemble a prehistoric beast entrenched in the earth. The towering city walls, built of unknown black boulders, exude an ancient and desolate atmosphere. A huge energy shield visible to the naked eye, flowing with colorful rays of light, like an inverted glass bowl, enveloped the entire vast country, isolating the inside and outside. At the city gate, traffic was bustling and noisy. Guards in silver armor, wielding gleaming spears, scanned the incoming and outgoing traffic with hawk-like eyes. There are merchants pushing heavy carts, knights riding horses and waving whips, and monks riding magical weapons, shining brightly and proudly flying through the sky, forming a strange picture of immortals and mortals living together. Shen Xinghe, dressed in a simple blue shirt, blended in with the crowd, looking unremarkable. With a slight thought, the invisible thousand faces of concealed breath took effect, and no trace of spiritual energy remained in his body. He looked like an ordinary scholar on a journey of study. Just as he was about to follow the crowd into the city gate, two crossed cold spear tips made a clang sound and accurately blocked his chest. "Stop!" the stern-faced guard on the left shouted, his voice like the clash of metal. "Entry permit. Do you have proof?" "Entry order." Shen Xinghe blinked in confusion. "Nonsense!" the younger guard on the right frowned impatiently. "Her Majesty the Queen has already issued an order. No one is allowed to enter the city without permission. This is an iron rule." "The one in front." "What are you dawdling for?" came an extremely impatient voice from behind, tinged with a strong sense of superiority. "Are you coming in or not? If not, get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the road." Shen Xinghe frowned slightly and stepped aside. Looking back, he saw a young man dressed in brocade clothes, a beautiful jade hanging from his waist, and an arrogant demeanor. He was glancing at him with extreme contempt out of the corner of his eye, as if he were looking at an ant on the side of the road. The young man turned up his nose, snorted coldly, and pushed past Shen Xinghe in an arrogant manner. He turned his wrist and showed a red token engraved with a phoenix pattern and inlaid with gold threads on the edge. When the guards saw the token, their expressions immediately became respectful. They retracted their spears and bowed to make way for him. "Please come in, sir." The young man in fancy clothes entered the city unimpeded. Before entering the gate, he turned around and sneered in Shen Xinghe's direction with great clarity and contempt, silently mouthing the words, "Country bumpkin." The smile on Shen Xinghe's face froze instantly, his eyes suddenly cold, sharp as a knife. "Hedammit," he sneered inwardly, and with a barely perceptible flick of his fingertips, a trace of invisible and intangible spiritual energy silently imprinted itself on the young man's luxurious robes. "Okay, kid, I'll remember you." Shen Xinghe narrowed his eyes, looking at the figure disappearing into the city gate, a dangerous arc on the corner of his mouth. "When I get in, I will definitely treat you to a good hot pot." He retreated to a secluded spot and immersed himself in the system. Now that you can't even get through the door, how are you going to complete your mission to capture the queen? Find a solution quickly. Host, don't worry. We've scanned and recorded the energy characteristics and rune structure of the Red Phoenix Gold Order. It can be perfectly replicated. On the system panel, a red token exactly the same as the one held by the young man instantly appeared. "Oh. The efficiency is quite good." Shen Xinghe's eyes lit up. "Do you want to spend 100 villain points to redeem the Red Phoenix Golden Order imitation? Damn. You still want money? How fucking heartless." Shen Xinghe cursed painfully, but still decisively clicked the purchase button. Ding. Red Phoenix Golden Order imitation has been issued to the host space. A heavy, warm token, emitting a faint golden red luster, appeared in Shen Xinghe's palm. He waited, his cynical smile returning to his lips, and walked towards the city gate again. This time, he simply raised the token in his hand and walked in with confidence. Waited was the two guards again, crossing their spears to block the way. He looked Shen Xinghe up and down with suspicion, especially the cold-faced guard, his eyes as sharp as a needle. "Boy, I recognize you. You clearly didn't have the token just now, why do you have it now?" This token, where did it come from? His tone was full of vigilance. Shen Xinghe felt a little startled, but immediately put on a smile of sudden enlightenment with a bit of youthful embarrassment on his face, and scratched his head. "Oh, sir, you were so perceptive. Just now I was confused. Before leaving, my father sewed something into the lining of my shirt and told me not to open it until I reached the gates of Lanyue Kingdom. I was so flustered just now that I forgot about it." As he spoke, he patted his chest with a serious look. "Just now I stepped aside and remembered. I opened it and saw that it was the city entrance token. My father has always been cautious in his actions. I am sorry to have embarrassed you, sir. I am sorry to have embarrassed you." The two guards exchanged a glance. The Red Phoenix Golden token's shape, runes, and even the unique, faint spiritual energy fluctuations were all identical. It was undoubtedly the real thing. While this person's appearance was somewhat uncanny, the token couldn't be faked. Finally, the cold-faced guard slowly retracted his spear, stepped aside to make way, and said in a deep voice, "Go in. Don't cause trouble in the city." "Thank you," Sir Shen Xinghe smiled brightly, bowed, and stepped into the Lanyue imperial capital. As soon as I entered the city, I was hit by a heat wave that was 10 times more noisy than the outside world. On both sides of the bluestone main street, wide enough for 10 carriages to pass side by side, shops lined the streets, flags fluttering. The sounds of hawking, bargaining, carriages and horses, children playing, and the faint sound of stringed instruments coming from afar merged into a boiling ocean. Tonghulu big, sweet tonghulu. Freshly baked meat dumplings, thin skin, big filling, 18 folds. The finest brocade silk. An ancestral elixir that can make you as hard as an iron rooster. The air is filled with the aroma of various foods, the sweet fragrance of cosmetics, the exotic fragrance of medicinal herbs, and the vibrant atmosphere of fireworks that is unique to a huge city. Shen Xinghe walked to a steaming bun shop with great interest. When the steamer was opened, the rich aroma of meat instantly whetted his appetite. "Boss, how much are these buns?" "1 penny each." Thin skin and full filling, fair to everyone, the boss with a greasy face greeted warmly. "Okay, give me 4, Shen Xinghe said readily. "Okay. Here you go." The boss skillfully wrapped 4 hot, plump white buns in oil paper and handed them over. Shen Xinghe casually threw a small piece of silver, about 1 or 2 ounces, and landed it steadily on the chopping board. "No need to change." "Oh. Thank you, sir." "Thank you, sir." The boss was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. Shen Xinghe took a bite of the juicy, fragrant neat bun, but his gaze, piercing the bustling crowd, became deep and dangerous. He gently twisted his thumb and middle finger, silently chanting, a single thought: all things return to their source. Seek. In the dark, an extremely weak sensation instantly pointed to a certain direction in the west of the city. "Ha, I found you." Shen Xinghe licked the grease from the corner of his mouth, and smiled coldly. "Our hot pot appointment will be fulfilled soon." Chapter 28. Give you a big pocket. The night scene of Lanyue imperial capital is made particularly ambiguous by the decadent music and fragrance of cosmetics in Zhuxianju. Shen Xinghe leaned against the carved pillar in the dark, watching the noisy feast in the private room with cold eyes. Amid the sounds of stringed instruments and orchestras, the young man in gorgeous clothes embraced women on both sides, guzzling cup after cup of fine wine. His face flushed, his laughter was frivolous and wanton, and his eyes were already blurred with drunkenness. "Oh, you're quite the man who knows how to enjoy yourself." Shen Xinghe's lips curled up in a cold arc, his fingertips unconsciously playing with a jade ring. "Since you're having so much fun, later I'll give you an unforgettable blissful experience." The whisper was drowned out by the noise, and only a hint of bottomless malice quietly permeated his eyes. The young man was finally completely conquered by the alcohol. He felt like he was walking on cotton and staggered. He was almost half dragged and half supported by a charming woman with heavy makeup beside him as he walked towards his exclusive luxurious private room. Xiao Mei, good wine. Another jar." "I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight," he mumbled incoherently, with half of his body hanging on the woman named Xiao Mei. With a creaky sound, the heavy, gilded door was pushed open. The room was dimly lit only by a few dim palace lanterns. However, when the drunken gaze fell upon the scene in the room, the young man felt as if a basin of ice water was poured over his head, and he sobered up instantly. Shen Xinghe was half sitting sideways beside the large, carved, and embroidered bed, one leg casually bent and resting on the edge, his posture languid yet carrying an invisible sense of oppression. He lowered his head slightly, holding a jet-black dagger with a cold blue edge, which was being twirled deftly by his slender fingers. The cold metallic luster drew a dangerous arc in the dim light. It's you, you country bumpkin." The drunkenness of the young man was replaced by horror, and his voice suddenly rose with an incredible sharpness. How did you get in?" Shen Xinghe seemed not to hear his question, and just snapped his fingers casually and crisply. "Despair." The moment the voice fell, the door behind him seemed to be pulled suddenly by an invisible force, and closed tightly with a bang. At the same time, Xiao Mei, who was supporting him, didn't even make a sound. Her body softened and she collapsed silently to the ground like a flower wilted by a sudden rain. Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei, the young man, was terrified by this sudden change. He staggered over and shook the woman's shoulders, but got no response. He suddenly raised his head and pointed a trembling finger at Shen Xinghe, his eyes filled with fear and anger. What did you do to my Xiaomei? Shen Xinghe then slowly raised his head, his eyes fixed on the other person's face, which was distorted with fear, as if he were looking at an interesting toy. The corners of his mouth rose, revealing a smile that was gentle but chilling to the heart. A trace of doubt flashed through his mind, which was out of tune with the atmosphere. TSK, the script is wrong? According to the routine, shouldn't this idiot be crying and begging for mercy? Why is he still caring about women? He stood up lazily, stretched his muscles, and even yawned lazily, as if what he saw was not a dangerous scene of revenge, but a trivial matter that disturbed his sweet dreams. I'm a little sleepy. As he spoke, he strolled towards the young master leisurely. The dagger in his hand stopped spinning and was held firmly, with the tip of the blade pointing at the other person intentionally or unintentionally. After I finish you off, I can go to bed early. The young man looked at the cold light approaching step by step, and the fear of death finally overwhelmed the drunkenness and anger. He let out a strange cry, turned around and rushed towards the closed door, frantically pulling at the gold-painted door knocker with both hands, and using all his strength to hit and push. However, the seemingly ordinary wooden door was now as if it were molten copper and iron, and it did not move at all. Not even the slightest sound of impact could be heard. Don't waste your energy. Shen Xinghe's voice was tinged with teasing, like a cat playing with a mouse. I've placed a ban on this place. You can't escape even if you have wings. Oh, by the way, he added, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather, the sound insulation is also quite good. The young man turned around in despair, his back against the cold, hard door. His face was as pale as paper, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. You are a cultivator. So what? Shen Xinghe raised his eyebrows, calm and composed. You are so audacious, the young master screamed fiercely, as if he had grasped at a last straw. A cultivator trespassing into the mortal world violates law and use iron law. Her Majesty will never let you go. You will be hunted down to death, and there will be no place for burial. Shen Xinghe dragged out the last syllable, his eyes suddenly turning cold. Then I will come in. What do you think? You will die a horrible death, the young man cursed hysterically. Damn it, Shen Xinghe's patience ran out, and he approached like a ghost, his right hand as fast as lightning. Bang! A resounding and crisp slap landed firmly on the young man's face. The immense force spun him around, sending him slamming heavily against the door. Half of his cheek swelled up at a visible speed, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You're just pretending to be a banana, pineapple, and cantaloupe. Shen Xinghe flung his hands with a look of disdain, his tone laced with a violent, rogue air. You've gotten this bad, and you're still here nagging and complaining, trying to get your way? Do you really think I'm a clay Buddha, and I don't have any temper? At this moment, a cold, emotionless, yet inexplicably excited electronic voice suddenly rang out in Shen Xinghe's mind. Ding! Host! The atmosphere is here. Recommend using the burn him with a cigarette combo. Extreme humiliation, plus 50 villain value. Shen Xinghe paused imperceptibly, his mouth twitching fiercely. Fuck. System, you are so perverted? Although I am not a good person, I don't have such a special fetish. But looking at the swollen face in front of him, tears streaming down and filled with fear, a worse idea came to his mind. He casually raised his left hand, palm facing up, and his mind moved slightly. Puff! A dark and deep inky blue flame, which seemed to be able to swallow up the light, ignited out of thin air without any warning and danced quietly in his palm. The temperature in the room seemed to drop suddenly. The young man looked at the strange flame, his pupils instantly shrank to the size of needles, and his body began to tremble like a sieve. Brother, don't be nervous. Shen Xinghe put on that harmless and kind smile on his face again, weighed the strange fire in his palm, and shook the dagger in his right hand. How about a game? I'll ask you a question. If you answer correctly, he glanced at the dancing dark blue flames, I'll let you taste this excellent warm baby. If you answer incorrectly, he raised his empty right hand, I'll reward you with a big cunt. How's that? Fair, right? The young man's lips trembled, and he cried, I feel like it's all my fault, I don't want to play. Don't want to play. Shen Xinghe's smile faded, his eyes suddenly becoming dangerous. Fine. Then I'll strip you naked and hang you from the highest eaves of this drunken immortal residence, so that everyone in the imperial capital can admire your elegance. As for the whip, I'll use a cowhide whip soaked in chili water. How about that? Imagining that horrible scene, the young man's psychological defenses completely collapsed, his crotch instantly became wet, and a fishy smell filled the air. He burst into tears and spoke incoherently, play. I play. I choose to play games. Excellent. He who knows the current situation is a hero. Shen Xinghe clapped his hands and smiled, as if praising a close friend. Please listen to the question. What is the sum of the interior angles of a triangle? Inner corner harmony. The young man looked bewildered, as if he were listening to a foreign text. What inner corner harmony? Bang. He was answered with another merciless, powerful slap. He saw stars and the other side of his face swelled up rapidly, turning into a pig's head. Am I asking you, or are you asking me? Shen Xinghe's voice was as cold as ice. Rules. Do you understand the rules? From now on, you can only answer, not ask questions in return. Do you understand? The young man covered his face, the severe pain and fear almost made him faint, and he could only sob incoherently, I understand. Very good. Shen Xinghe nodded with satisfaction, cleared his throat, and asked the second question. Then, please listen to the second question. Sin 30 degrees, what is it equal to? No, I don't know. The young man learned his lesson this time. The moment the question came, he covered his face tightly with both hands and screamed with his eyes closed. The one who slipped through the net of 9 years of duty. Shen Xinghe paused for a moment, a vein throbbing in his forehead as if he had been deeply insulted. This is a blasphemy against wisdom. I'm so angry. Excuse. In the end, he stopped acting. He growled, threw away the dagger, that thing seemed too civilized now, and pounced on it like a tiger descending from the mountain. His fist as big as a sand bowl made a sound of breaking wind as it smashed fiercely into the pig-headed face that was crying and terrified. In the next half hour, this luxurious private room with excellent sound insulation was completely transformed into a primitive and brutal hand-to-hand combat stage. The dull sounds of impact, the muffled sounds of bones meeting flesh, the suppressed wails and pleas for mercy continued incessantly. Shen Xinghe used all the street wisdom and physical persuasion skills accumulated in his past and present lives to the fullest extent. His fists, feet, elbows, knees, every part of his body became an efficient persuasion tool. He specifically targeted those areas that were most painful but not fatal, allowing the other party to fully experience what it meant to eat too many dragon fruits, heart-wrenching pain and devastation. Red. Finally, Shen Xinghe shook his numb wrist, looked at the thing curled up on the ground, only able to make faint groans, with its body bruised and swollen, almost unrecognizable as a human, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Tisk, boring. He curled his lips in disinterest, as if he had just done something insignificant. He bent down to pick up the dagger on the ground, rubbed the non-existent dust on the blade with the sole of his boot, then walked to the door and removed the restriction. Due to the system's parasitic time, Shen Xinghe is becoming more and more like a villain. Before leaving, he glanced back at the mud on the ground. His voice was not loud, but it carried a chill that penetrated deep into the bones and was clearly heard by the other party. Remember, trash. From now on, wherever I am, you get as far away as you can. Understand? The thing on the ground seemed to twitch and let out an inaudible whimper. I couldn't tell if it understood or was just in severe pain. Shen Xinghe ignored him, pushed open the door, and his figure quickly blended into the drunken and dreamy night outside. All that was left was a mess in the room, an unconscious woman, and a poor guy who might need to spend his whole life to heal the shadow of tonight. Chapter 29, Destiny Child. Shen Xinghe lowered his head and looked at the dark red bloodstains between his fingers. He frowned in disgust and casually rubbed his palms on a rough stone on the side of the road. He didn't start walking again until the glaring red disappeared. Ahead, an inn with a faded wine flag came into view. He walked straight through the half-open wooden door and into the dimly lit lobby. The air was filled with the mixed smell of cheap liquor, old wood, and the faint scent of sweat. Shopkeeper, Shen Xinghe's voice, slightly hoarse from the rush of travel, broke the silence in the hall. how much is it for one night? Behind the counter, a thin middle-aged man with a rat-like mustache raised his eyelids and quickly scanned Shen Xinghe with his cloudy eyes, as if weighing the weight of this young customer. He slowly counted the beads on the abacus, his voice drawn out. Sir, the superior guest room is quiet and elegant, and costs 9 taels of silver. The inferior room costs 6 taels, but it's a little noisy. He deliberately emphasized the word noisy, with a hint of materialism. Shen Xinghe was too lazy to talk nonsense. He casually flicked out a small piece of silver, which landed on the counter with a crisp sound. Superior room. All right. Sir, you're so straightforward. The shopkeeper's face wrinkled instantly, his whiskers quirked, and he deftly produced a brass key. Here, please. Room 48, Tianzi. Upstairs, please. Shen Xinghe took the greasy key, and the wooden stairs creaked under his feet as they couldn't bear the weight. When I walked to the corridor on the second floor and just turned the corner, a suppressed, strange, intermittent groaning and gasping sound came out from the closed door on the side without any warning, and it sounded particularly clear and harsh in the silent corridor. Shen Xinghe paused slightly, and almost instinctively, a ray of invisible spiritual consciousness rushed over like mercury pouring out. The next moment, the scene inside the crack of the door clearly appeared in his mind. Flickering candlelight, overlapping figures. The air seemed to be filled with a sweet and greasy smell that made people blush, and that strangely glowing, dripping wax. Hiss, my goodness, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding. Shen Xinghe suddenly withdrew his consciousness, and a rare trace of embarrassment and disbelief flashed across his handsome face. He spat in a low voice, are people like this nowadays? That candle really awesome. He felt his scalp tingling, and he quickly quickened his pace, looking straight ahead, as if there was a flood or a beast chasing him from behind. I found room number 48 and inserted the key into the lock. It clicked softly. Pushing the door open, I found the room was more spacious and tidy than I'd expected. A large bed covered in plain sheets dominated the space. Shen Xinghe casually closed the door, shutting out the uncomfortable, lascivious sounds outside. He walked to the bed, leaned back, and sank into the soft mattress, letting out a long, foul breath. Tisk, I'll just stay here for the night. He stared at the blurred wood grain on the ceiling and muttered to himself. The next morning. The misty morning light filtered through the oil-papered window lattices, casting a hazy shadow across the room. Shen Xinghe's eyelids fluttered, then slowly opened. His dark jade eyes, freshly awake, held a hint of languid confusion. He raised his hands and rubbed his cheeks vigorously to dispel the last bit of sleepiness, then stretched out his arms and stretched comfortably, and his bones made a subtle and comfortable crackling sound. He sat up and looked out the window at the gradually increasing bustle of the city. I haven't really explored the Lanyue imperial capital yet. It's a good time to go out and see some of it. After straightening his robe, Shen Xinghe pushed the door open and went downstairs. The shopkeeper behind the counter was yawning. Seeing him, he immediately forced a professional smile and said in a hoarse voice, Sir, take care. Welcome back. Shen Xinghe nodded slightly and walked leisurely into the early morning torrent of the imperial capital. He walked through the crisscrossing streets and alleys, feeling the pulse of this huge city with interest. The cries of breakfast vendors rose one after another, and the steaming hot air filled with the aroma of food filled the air. The peddlers carrying their loads walked hurriedly, the rich children dressed in fancy clothes rode tall horses and paraded through the streets. In the tea house on the corner, the storyteller clapped his head and said, Your grandmother's triangular basket, and then talked about the past dynasties with saliva flying. The fireworks of life are varied. Not bad, really not bad. Shen Xinghe smiled as he scanned the vibrant scene. Compared to those concrete jungles on Blue Star, it's a bit more lively and vibrant. Before he knew it, he had left the bustling core area. The bluestone pavement beneath his feet gradually gave way to a compacted dirt path, and the buildings on either side grew lower and more sparse. He turned a corner, and the view opened up. A tranquil village nestled beside a small river. It was spring, and the roadway at the entrance was lined with vibrant peach blossoms, a dazzling display of clouds and rosy clouds. Pink and white petals drifted in the breeze, carpeting the path and dotting the crystal-clear stream. In the water, a few plump fish leisurely flicked their tails, their scales gleaming with tiny golden glints in the sunlight. What a paradise on earth! Shen Xinghe couldn't help but stop and take a deep breath of the air that was filled with the fragrance of soil and peach blossoms. A surge of poetic emotion surged in his heart. This scene and this feeling should be made clear to me. I will recite a poem. However, this quiet admiration was soon broken by an unusually bustling building not far away. It was a rather simple-looking pharmacy, but in front of the door there was a long queue that stretched all the way to the small path. Most of the villagers in the queue had pale faces and looked in pain. Many of them covered their mouths and coughed violently, or pressed the swollen areas under their armpits and necks in pain. The air was filled with a sense of despair. Compared to the prosperous scene of the imperial capital just now, the scene here formed a shocking contrast. Shen Xinghe frowned slightly, and subconsciously flashed through his mind a poem: "The rich have wine and meat, while the poor on the road are frozen to death." At this moment, a cold and mechanical voice sounded in his mind without warning. Ding! Destiny child detected Su Lai. Destiny value, 10,000. Shen Xinghe's heart skipped a beat, his gaze darting towards the entrance of the pharmacy. He saw a young man in plain white, busily at work. He wore a mask made of fine cotton, a rare sight in this era, which obscured most of his face, revealing only a pair of clear, yet remarkably calm and focused eyes. The young man expertly took the pulses of the villagers in line, examining their affected areas with a deft yet gentle touch. "This is the child of destiny," Shen Xinghe observed intently. The young man seemed to be enveloped in a faint, spiritual aura that was imperceptible to ordinary people. He stood out against the gloomy and hopeless surroundings. He truly possesses an extraordinary aura, completely different from the ordinary. Tip: defeat the child of destiny to gain 10% of their destiny points, which will be converted into the host's luck points. Note: do not kill the child of destiny directly, otherwise they will be sensed and rejected by the laws of heaven. I understand. Shen Xinghe muttered to himself, his eyes flashing, and he already had a plan. At this time, a middle-aged man who had just finished receiving treatment in the pharmacy walked out, with a look of relief for surviving the disaster and gratitude to the young man on his face. Shen Xinghe immediately went over to him, a warm smile plastered on his face. "Excuse me, uncle. I see there's a long line of people here. Is this young doctor really that good? What illnesses do everyone have?" The man took a look at Shen Xinghe. Seeing that he was dressed in fine clothes and had an extraordinary temperament, he sighed and said, "Young man, you are from another place, right? You don't know. The medicine of the little Dr. Su is really magical." He pointed in the direction of the pharmacy and spoke excitedly, "This plague is raging. People who get it have necks and armpits swollen like steamed buns, high fevers, and even coughing up blood. But as long as you use Dr. Su's medicine, combined with his unique acupuncture techniques, you'll see recovery in a few days. It's like a living bodhisattva descending to earth. People infected from several surrounding villages are now rushing here." "Oh? It has such a miraculous effect." Shen Xinghe pretended to be surprised, but a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. "Of course not. If it weren't for Dr. Su, we." Alas, the man shook his head and walked away with lingering fear. Shen Xinghe no longer hesitated and walked into the pharmacy. A strong and complex odor hit me, a mixture of the unique bitterness of Coptis chinensis and Philodendron amurense, the pungent smell of disinfectant alcohol, and the odor of sweat, pus, and blood emanating from the patients. The light was dim, and the small space was crammed with patients. Shen Xinghe's sharp eyes swept over. Someone was holding his swollen neck lymph nodes in pain, his whole face burning red, and his breathing was rapid, typical bubonic plague. In the corner, a woman was coughing heart-wrenchingly, suddenly coughing up a mouthful of dark red blood foam. Immediately, someone next to her skillfully picked up a rough pottery jar and sprayed alcohol-smelling liquid on the ground for disinfection. Just as Shen Xinghe's gaze seemingly casually swept across a tattered bamboo basket used to discard medical waste in the corner, his pupils suddenly shrank. Under a few pieces of gauze and dry grass stained with pus and blood, two extremely familiar empty medicine bottles had half of their labels exposed. One bottle has the English word streptomycin clearly printed on it. The other is levofloxacin. Shen Xinghe's heart skipped a beat, and then a sneer of knowing everything, with a hint of amusement and as expected, quietly crept up the corner of his mouth. Key point: plague is caused by Yersinia pestis, a gram-negative bacillus that relies on bacterial protein synthesis, cell wall metabolism and other life activities to reproduce in the body. Streptomycin inhibits bacterial protein synthesis, making it impossible for it to reproduce. Levofloxacin blocks bacterial transcription and protein synthesis. Isn't this modern medicine's standard answer to the plague? 666. Even modern medicine has been developed, it's confirmed. This guy, like me, is definitely a time traveler. Chapter 30, Entering the Game. Shen Xinghe stepped out of the pharmacy filled with the bitter aroma of medicine, with a cold and secretive curve at the corner of his lips. Shen Xinghe gathered strange spiritual energy between his fingers and pointed towards the pharmacy with the name Jishitang on it. Plague? Antibiotics can cure it, he whispered to himself with a touch of cruel amusement, but what if it's a virus? Child of destiny, let me see how your reputation as a savior can withstand this gift from the blue planet. Let the bullets fly for a while. He walked calmly, his gaze sweeping across a bustling village nestled in the mountains and beside a river. Well connected, it was the perfect place. Right here, he murmured, his eyes gleaming with ambition, the foundation of my Shen Xinghe's fame. Let's get started. Shen Xinghe, a man well versed in concealing his abilities, didn't want to reveal his identity as a cultivator, so he offered a generous sum of money. He casually pulled out a few heavy, golden ingots from his sleeves. Their alluring sheen in the sunlight instantly attracted several middle-aged villagers sunbathing at the village entrance. The leading man, known as Wang Laowu, had his eyes widened instantly, his Adam's apple rolled, and his face was filled with enthusiasm. Oh! This young master! What a good eye! This piece of land has excellent feng shui. Backed by mountains and facing water, it's a place that gathers wealth and blessings. He rubbed his hands and moved closer, greedily sniffing the scent of gold. Young master, are you planning to settle down here? Why don't you go to the prosperous Lanyue imperial capital to enjoy life? Shen Xinghe smiled faintly, his expression gentle as jade, with a touch of compassion. No. I wish to open a pharmacy here, to heal the world, to establish a life for the people, and to bring peace to the world forever. This is my lifelong wish. Pharmacy. A lean man nearby interrupted, looking hesitant. Young master, you have lofty ambitions, but nearby, there's already Jisher Tang, run by Dr. Su. His medical skills are unparalleled, and he's known for miles around. Young master, I'm afraid. That's all right. Shen Xinghe's expression remained unchanged, but his tone was filled with unquestionable determination. A true man, born in this world, should constantly strive for self-improvement. How can we stop on the road of saving the dying and the wounded just because there are great men before us? Divine Dr. Su has brought people back to health with his miraculous hands, but there are so many strange ailments in the world, who knows if there won't be some that he can't treat? That will be the time when I, Shen Xinghe, will travel the world. Good. Well said. Wang Laowu slapped his thigh suddenly, a gleam in his eyes, and cheered loudly, Young master, you have ambition. Old Wang, like straightforward people like you. Ha ha, his laughter was loud, but it couldn't hide the calculation in his eyes. Uncle Wang, Shen Xinghe changed the subject, his smile still gentle, but his eyes held a hint of invisible pressure. I wonder if this pharmacy can be completed within 3 days? If we're short of manpower, I can find some craftsmen from the neighboring villages. Oh. No. Don't. Wang Lao's heart skipped a beat, his eyes darting around as if he saw the gold he'd just secured flying away. He quickly adopted a more fawning tone, patting his chest and promising, Master, don't worry. We'll take care of it. The 7 of us brothers will risk our lives to do it. 3 days. Just 3 days. If we don't have it built by 3 days, we won't take a cent. What do you think? He turned around and glared at the brothers behind him who were also dazzled by the gold ingots. His eyes were filled with naked warning and greed. In that case, thank you all for your help. Shen Xinghe bowed with a smile and an elegant gesture. For the next 3 days, the 7 villagers toiled furiously, sweat dripping down their backs and shouting incessantly. However, under Shen Xinghe's seemingly gentle but in fact all-seeing gaze, their little tricks and shoddy workmanship were exposed. Boss, this can we fool people like this? That young master looks quite smart. A younger villager took advantage of the break in moving wood to approach Wang Laowu, lowering his voice with a look of trepidation on his face. Wang Laowu wiped his sweat and stole a glance at Shen Xinghe, who was standing in the distance with his hands behind his back, as if admiring the scenery. He spat and said with a sinister grin, "Smart? Pah! He's just a fool blinded by gold ingots. Don't worry, this kind of young man knows nothing about building a house. As long as the facade is up and the face is bright, he won't see through the tricks. Hurry up, don't dawdle." Their whispers, thought to be secret, fell clearly into Shen Xinghe's ears. He didn't get angry, but the smile on his lips deepened, with a hint of icy mockery, as if he was watching a group of ants wallowing in the mud without realizing it. As soon as the 3-day deadline was up, a brand new cottage with red walls and black tiles was indeed built, and it looked quite presentable from the outside. Shen Xinghe slowly stepped forward, his eyes scanning the slightly crude details, a satisfied and grateful smile spreading across his face. He bowed slightly, his gesture impeccable. "Thank you all for your hard work. We've accomplished this in 3 days remarkably quickly. I'm deeply grateful." Then, he pulled out a few heavy ingots of white silver from his sleeve and handed them one by one to the 7 villagers, who were panting with exhaustion but still had green eyes. "These are just extra rewards for you uncles, as a token of gratitude." "Oh. Thank you so much, Master. You are truly a living bodhisattva. Sir, you are so polite. So kind." The fatigue on the 7 people's faces was instantly replaced by ecstasy. They rushed to take the silver, with smiles on their faces. Their greedy eyes roved back and forth between the silver ingots and gold ingots, wishing they could swallow them in one gulp. Wang Laowu patted his chest and promised with saliva flying, "Young master, if you need us for anything in the future, just ask. Repairing houses and roads, digging wells and canals, we brothers will be there at your beck and call, and we guarantee you'll be satisfied. A kind-hearted person like you deserves to be rich." Shen Xinghe nodded with a smile, "Of course, of course." The 7 of them left, their arms around each other, their steps brisk, carrying their heavy loads of gold and silver. Only when they were quite far away, and sure Shen Xinghe couldn't hear them, did they burst out with their uncontrollable laughter and contempt. "Ha ha ha! Wang Laowu, look at that silly boy named Shen. He's such a sucker." A man weighed the silver ingot in his hand hard and laughed so hard that he fell over. "That's right. 1 gold ingot is enough to buy several shabby houses like this, and he's still trying to stuff silver into it," another echoed, greedily sniffing the scent of silver. "So stupid. It's so damn easy to make money," the thin man spat, his face full of smugness. Wang Laowu's eyes flashed with cunning, and he laughed, "Who cares? It's not like he's spending our money. Such a foolish and rich guy is hard to find even with a lantern. Remember this, next time he has trouble, we will come again. Slaughter him to death. Such a fat sheep, it would be a waste if we don't slaughter it. Yes. Yes. Kill them to death. That's right. It's against the will of heaven not to kill a fool. Ha 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 ha." The shrill laughter echoed along the country road, full of materialistic greed and foolish complacency, and gradually disappeared into the twilight. Shen Xinghe stood alone in front of his brand new, shoddily built pharmacy, the afterglow of the setting sun stretching his tall figure. The gentle smile on his face had long since vanished, replaced by a bottomless indifference. He stared in the direction the villagers had disappeared, his thin lips parted, and he silently uttered a few words. The chessboard is on. Chapter 31 7-Star Steps. Shen Xinghe sat alone on the newly built, still-built wooden bed. The surroundings were so quiet that the only sound was his own breathing. It's time. His mind moved slightly. "System," Shen Xinghe silently called out in his mind, his voice tinged with a subtle hint of anticipation. "I've reached the Tonqiao stage. The skills in the mall should be available to me, right? Authorization confirmed. Host's realm, mid-level Tonqiao stage. The system mall skills area has been unlocked." At the same time, a translucent light curtain that only he could see unfolded before his eyes. Shen Xinghe's slender fingers slid gently in the air, and his eyes swept across, quickly scanning those dazzling skills. Breaking waves / it's powerful but lacks agility. The lightning attraction technique, the sound is too loud, and the movement is too conspicuous. He muttered to himself, his brows furrowed slightly. TSK, as for attack methods, I already have Cold Star chasing the moon. It's not fully developed, but it's enough. The most urgent thing. His fingertips paused, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. It's to save my life. It's a way to escape. Thinking of his 7-star steps, which always felt sluggish and the speed was not satisfactory, he felt anxious. If you can't win, run away. This is the life-saving capital. I always feel that there is something wrong with that set of 7-star steps. He continued to slide the light curtain downwards, the names of the techniques flashing by like a stream of light. Suddenly, his fingers suddenly stopped, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Just as his fingertips were sliding across another series of exercises, an inconspicuous name suddenly caught his attention like a star in the dark night. 7-star steps fragments. Shen Xinghe's sliding fingers suddenly stopped, and his body subconsciously leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the 4 words. He stroked his chin, his eyes quickly turning from initial astonishment to deep thought. Fragment? This name, could it be that the 7-star steps I practiced is itself a defective product? This speculation made his heart skip a beat, and then he was overwhelmed by a complex feeling, a sudden realization of the past, and a slight annoyance at being misled. I see, no wonder I always feel like something's missing. There's always a stagnation in the operation, and it's a bit slow. I'm afraid the part 1 have now is just a fragment of this incomplete piece. His gaze fell on the scarlet number below. Exchange required, 1,000 villain points. Shen Xinghe's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes filled with struggle. 1,000 villain points? Why don't you just go grab them? He cursed under his breath, irritably scratching the back of his head, causing a few strands of hair to stick up. He checked his villain points balance, exactly 1,000, no more, no less. A full 1,000 points just for half a life-saving technique? Never mind, you win. He raised his hand irritably and tugged at his hair, causing a few strands to stick up, revealing his inner struggle. Is it worth it? What if the results aren't significant? Time seemed to stand still in the humble pharmacy. The candlelight crackled softly, and a small flower burst into life. Shen Xinghe suddenly raised his head, and the hesitation in his eyes was instantly replaced by an almost fierce determination. Damn it! The method of running away is more important. I should earn more villain points, he growled, with a desperate momentum. His fingers no longer hesitated, and heavily clicked on the virtual button of buy. Ding! Transaction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 7-star steps, fragments. 1,000 villain points have been deducted. The system's prompt sounded crisply. At the same time, a vast and profound flow of information, like a flood bursting through a dam, gushed into his sea of consciousness. The image on the cyan jade slip instantly transformed into countless tiny points of light, merging into his brow. Shen Xinghe groaned, his body trembling slightly. He immediately sat cross-legged, his 5 hearts facing the sky, his eyes closed, and immersed his entire mind in the profound meaning of the technique. Within his sea of consciousness, stars swirled, their paths mysterious. Lines of golden, ancient seal characters, shimmering with starlight, seemed to come alive, leaping and surging through his mind. Stepping on Tan Lang determines Kuan Xian, and fingertips pointing to Lianjin point to the sky. Inhale and swallow the stars to condense the purple palace, and let your mind flow through the Tianji and penetrate the Dantian. The spiritual energy within him, guided by the incantation, began to rapidly circulate along a new, more complex and profound path. Every part of his body seemed to be washed and penetrated by invisible star power. The acupoints on the soles of his feet felt like ignited stars, sending waves of burning warmth and lightness. He was completely immersed in this wonderful epiphany, forgetting the passage of time. After an unknown amount of time, Shen Xinghe suddenly opened his eyes. The light and shadow of the Big Dipper seemed to flash in his eyes, sharp as lightning. An indescribable feeling of lightness filled his whole body. It's done, he growled, his voice filled with suppressed excitement. This is the real 7-star step. The speed, agility, trajectory, it's far beyond what it used to be. This time, even if I can't beat them, I can always run away, right? He stood up impatiently and pushed open the brand new wooden door of the pharmacy. The cool light breeze blew against his face, carrying the scent of earth and grass. He stood in the small open space in front of the pharmacy, took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his dantian surged. He was about to use all his strength to display his transformed body skills. The 7 stars are the guiding energy and the bridge, and the stars in the sky enter the purple sky. As the thought came to mind, the mantra flowed through his mind. He moved his toes slightly, and a surge of star power was about to burst out. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the dim lights scattered in the village not far away. Shen Xinghe's movements froze instantly as if they were frozen. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, forcibly interrupting the flow of his spiritual energy. The star power that was about to burst out was like a raging wave being forcibly pressed back into the deep sea, surging through his meridians and causing a slight tingling sensation. There seemed to be a little starlight at the tip of his raised foot, which was about to dissipate and almost invisible to the naked eye. It flickered faintly in the night and then went out unwillingly. He slowly retracted his steps, glanced at the sleeping village with lingering fear, and whispered to himself, I almost forgot this is the mortal realm. The movement of the 7 star steps, I'm afraid it can't be hidden. Phew, that was a close call. Shen Xinghe patted his chest and looked around with lingering fear. After confirming that no one had noticed, he finally relaxed completely, a wry smile of helplessness and relief on his face. It seems that I need to choose a place to practice running away. Tips. There are restrictions in the mortal areas of Lanhua country. Only mortals without cultivation can enter, but they can also hide their cultivation. Generally, hidden cultivation can be easily detected by the restrictions. If detected by the restrictions, then this person will never be able to enter Lanhua country again, so few people do this. A heavenly will realm cultivator was stationed within the restricted area, monitoring any intruders. However, the Lanhua nation's guardian was an old man addicted to alcohol and rarely fulfilled this responsibility. Furthermore, with the system purchased items, Shen Xinghe would remain undetected unless he was extremely conspicuous. Chapter 32 Su Lai. Time goes by day. Su Lai's Jishir Tang gained fame in this alien world, with a constant stream of patients seeking treatment. However, along with the praise came a growing unease deep within him. The effect of the medicine is too good. He lowered his head, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the peculiar ring on his left ring finger. The ring was neither gold nor jade. It held 2 miniature silver-white metal dragons, linked head to tail, swirling around each other. A faint blue crystal was inlaid where the dragons met, its surface shimmering with a faint halo, exuding a sense of technology that didn't belong to this era. Strange Su Lai frowned slightly, his eyes glancing at the back of a patient who had just been helped out of the pharmacy by his family, his steps brisk. Doubts welled up in his heart, it's clear that the medicine came from the same channel. The plague used to require 2 courses of treatment to show improvement, but now it's cured in less than 1 course. These life-saving drugs were all generic medications he'd obtained from that beautiful country through special channels. Did the drug itself mutate? Or is there something in this world catalyzing it? His thoughts raced, but he couldn't make sense of it. Forget it, he shook his head, temporarily suppressing his distracting thoughts, and put on a professional and gentle smile again on his face. When you reach the mountain, there will always be a way out. Let's take care of the present first. Su Lai, a time traveler from Blue Star. His journey through time is far more bizarre than usual, all thanks to the shuttle ring on his hand. He was one of the unemployed among the medical school graduates, his resume unsuccessful and his future bleak. Until that rainy night, when the ring fell into his hands, like a gift, or perhaps a curse, from fate. When the ring's cool metal and strange blue light awakened information about its function in his mind, a bold plan took shape: exploit the resource and information gap between the 2 worlds, practice medicine in the other world, earn money, and then return to Blue Star to exchange it for real money. In just 6 months, he'd amassed an astonishing fortune, the amount in his account approaching 8 figures. This sudden surge in wealth also brought with it a rapidly expanding mindset. A luxury car? Cash on delivery. A mansion? Just around the corner. As for women, a playful smile curled his lips. Every night a different version of "Don't Eat Cilantro" would arrive in his luxury car. The bright lights, the extravagant life, the different styles and carefully packaged versions of "Not Eating Coriander," the revelry every night, easily drained his sanity and wallet. Now, he only has 20,000 yuan in savings. The ring's ability to travel is not infinite. Every 3 days, it accumulates enough energy for a round trip. Today is the day when the energy is replenished and the channel is opened. After seeing off the last patient, the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the pharmacy a warm golden color. Sulai let out a long sigh, stretched his stiff neck, and cast his eyes on the huge medicine box in the corner. Various antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, basic injections were used up much faster than expected. The stock is running out, it's time to restock. He muttered to himself, his eyes refocusing on the ring. He walked to the back of the medicine hall, making sure no one was around. He raised his left hand and placed his thumb precisely on the blue crystal in the ring. A cool touch of his hand intensified the faint blue light within the crystal, spreading rapidly along the lines of the dragon's body, illuminating the 2 white dragons with lifelike intensity. An invisible force field instantly enveloped him, and space emitted a subtle humming and distortion. Light and shadow shifted rapidly before his eyes, like falling into a kaleidoscope. The familiar scent of herbs was instantly replaced by the unique smell of modern cities, a mixture of dust and car exhaust. The next second, he was in the small room on Blue Star. His body was wrapped in the soft Simmons mattress, and a huge feeling of fatigue washed over him like a tide. I'm so tired. He collapsed on the bed, as if he had no strength to even move his fingers. He closed his eyes for a moment before reluctantly reaching for his phone on the bedside table. Unlocking the screen, he expertly pulled out an encrypted number and dialed it. "Hello, James Rector." Sulai's voice was a little hoarse from the long journey, but it also revealed an undeniable familiarity. "Have you prepared everything I need?" A voice with a heavy accent and deliberately lowered voice came from the receiver. "Mr. Su. The goods you want are of course ready. As usual, we are waiting for you at any time." The other party's tone was a bit flattering. "Tomorrow at noon," Sulai said concisely. "The old place, don't keep me waiting." "Don't worry, Mr. Su. See you tomorrow at noon." After the call ended, Sulai casually tossed the phone aside, his heavy eyelids unable to support him any longer. "Let's catch up on some sleep first, let's get enough rest." His consciousness quickly sank into darkness. The next day. The glaring sunlight shone through the gaps in the loose curtains, piercing Sulai's face like a sharp sword. He snorted irritably, fumbled for his phone, and squinted to see. Shit. It's already 10 o'clock. His sleepiness was instantly shaken off. He jumped up from the bed with a somersault, although his movements were a bit awkward. I'm going to be late. Those foreigners hate being late the most. After hurriedly putting on expensive casual clothes without even bothering to wash his face, Sulai grabbed the backpack containing cash and rushed out of the room like the wind. The transaction took place in an almost forgotten corner of the city map, deep in a narrow, damp alley cluttered with discarded debris. Sunlight cast a few stinging rays here. When Sulai arrived, breathless, he saw his target immediately. James Rector, a slightly overweight man wearing an ill-fitting, wrinkled Brazilian jacket and a head of carefully groomed yet greasy blonde hair. Leaning next to him was a female assistant who was also blonde and had a body so hot that you could not see her toes when she looked down. She was wearing heavy makeup and her eyes were filled with professional indifference and a hint of imperceptible vigilance. I'm sorry, James." Sulai held his knees and gasped for breath. "Damn rush hour, it's so congested." James Rector put on an exaggerated smile and waved his hand, revealing his gold-studded front teeth. "Oh, dear Sue. It's okay. It's just a small incident. It won't affect our pleasant cooperation at all." He winked at the female assistant. The female assistant, expressionless, quickly pulled a tightly sealed cardboard box from an inconspicuous black suitcase at her feet and handed it to Sulai. "Mr. Su, please take a look at the medical supplies you requested." The female assistant's voice was cold. Sulai took the box, weighed it, and stuffed it into his backpack without even looking inside. "No need to check, James, I trust you." He unzipped the backpack, pulled out a wad of brand new bills tied with a rubber band, and handed it over. The female assistant took it skillfully, her fingertips quickly sliding along the edge of the banknote to confirm the thickness, and then stuffed it into her small bag. The two hands, one with a Rolex, the other with a gold ring, clasped together firmly. "It's a pleasure to work with you." James' voice was filled with the satisfaction of a deal being done. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sulai watched James and his female assistant disappear into the alley. He tightened his backpack strap and hurried back to his rental house. Time was running out, he had to return with his goods as soon as possible. However, just as he took out the ring and was about to start the time travel program, knock knock knock, a series of quick knocks on the door suddenly rang out. Sulai froze, his brow furrowed. Puzzled, he walked to the door and peered out through the peephole. A young girl stood outside the door. She was wearing a fresh JK uniform, with black stockings wrapped around her slender, straight legs, and a youthful aura. At this moment, she was nervously twisting a strand of her falling hair between her fingers, with a faint blush on her cheeks. Sulai recognized her as Xiao Bai, the daughter of his previous landlord. He opened the door, and a perfectly balanced smile of surprise and familiarity instantly appeared on his face. "Hey, Xiao Bai? How did you find yourself here?" When Xiao Bai saw Sulai, her eyes lit up, but then she lowered her head awkwardly, her voice as thin as a mosquito's. Why did you move without saying anything?" I searched for a long time before I found out about this place." She raised her watery eyes with a hint of grievance and expectation. "Are you going to buy a new house and prepare to get married?" The last few words were almost inaudible. Sulai understood, but kept smiling, with a bit of cynicism on his face. "Hey! Buying a house, a man has to have a home, right? As for getting married? It's too early. Why get married when you don't even have a girlfriend?" He deliberately dragged out the tone of the 3 words girlfriend. When Xiao Bai heard this answer, the blush on his face deepened instantly and spread to his ears, but a bright light flashed in his eyes. She seemed to have received some kind of permission, but also seemed to be extremely shy, and said quickly, "Well then, you go ahead and do your work. I'll come to see you next time." Before she finished her words, she turned around like a frightened deer, slammed the door, and the sound of her footsteps trotting towards the elevator could be heard in the corridor. Through the door, Sulai seemed to be able to imagine her covering her burning cheeks at this moment. The smile on Sulai's face faded the moment the door closed, replaced by a calmness that was both scrutinizing and amusing. He certainly understood Xiao Bai's girlish thoughts, which were clean and pure, like morning dew. However, now that he had just tasted the joy of money and indulgence, his heart was still like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. How could he be willing to be easily bridled? "Girlfriend," he scoffed, his mind flashing back to the various styles and versions of the exquisite doll-like no cilantro women in the nightclub. The excitement and sense of conquest they brought were far beyond the reach of a naive young man. Oh, now? Forget it. He was pursuing the unfettered game of hunting for beauty. He shook his head, casting aside irrelevant thoughts, and once again raised the ring with the twin dragons. The dark blue crystal shimmered with a mysterious and alluring light in the dim room. He pressed his thumb firmly, ready to once again open the door to another world. Chapter 33: Brainwashing. Xinghe Town, Jishidiang. When Sulai appeared in the hall, the door was already crowded with villagers seeking medical treatment. He took a deep breath and opened the door to the clinic. Over the next few days, the number of patients reached an unprecedented peak. What made Sulai even more uneasy was that many familiar faces appeared in the crowd. Those who were supposed to have been cured by the miracle medicine now returned with similar sick appearances. Their eyes were cloudy, their faces pale, and they coughed relentlessly. Their symptoms were strikingly similar to those of the plague. He suppressed his uneasiness, thinking it was simply a need for extended treatment or a relapse, and continued to follow the miracle medicine protocol. 3 days later. In an unremarkable farmhouse on the edge of Xinghe Town, Shen Xinghe counted the few inconspicuous pottery jars in front of him, a cold yet determined smile on his lips. His eyes gleamed with the brilliance of strategic planning. "It's almost time," he whispered to himself, his voice remarkably clear in the silence of the room. "According to the date, my gift, the supermutated bacteriophage, should explode." He walked to the window and looked in the direction of Jishidiang. Ha 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 lo lo, suppressed laugh escaped his throat, filled with the triumph of a conspiracy that had succeeded. Destined child? You probably never dreamed of it, did you? This virus is not only highly effective in killing the plague bacillus, but it can also perfectly hide in the human body, masquerading as plague symptoms. In fact, it's even more similar to the plague than the plague itself. He seemed to have seen Su Lai falling from the clouds into the abyss. At first, your medicine became more effective, but that was simply the virus helping you kill the plague bacteria, making the host feel better for a short period of time. Now is when they really start to perform. Shen Xinghe's smile turned cruel and expectant. I want to see how you, the divine Dr. Su who was once worshipped as a god, will be crushed to the ground by human nature and become a rat crossing the street that everyone shouts and beats. And before that he turned around and looked into the depths of the town. It's time for my actors to take the stage. Shen Xinghe's figure melted into the dusk, and he walked straight towards Wang Lao's house. Wang Lao's house was considered a luxury house here, with smooth adobe walls and a spacious yard. He pushed the door open and was greeted by a foul smell mixed with herbs and illness. Wang Lao was curled up on the kong, covered with a patched quilt. When he heard the noise, he struggled to sit up, forcing a smile on his sallow face. Brother Shen, why are you here? His voice was hoarse and he was barely breathing. Uncle Wang, lie down and don't move. Shen Xinghe took a step forward, pressed Wang Lao's shoulders with seemingly concern, but pushed him back onto the kong with irresistible force. His sharp eyes swept over Wang Lao's sickly face, and he understood. Uncle Wang, what's wrong with you? Are you so seriously ill? Could it be that Dr. Su from Jishitang is just leaving you to die? He deliberately lowered his voice and asked provocatively. Oh, Wang Lao sighed heavily, his eyes complicated. It's not that I can't save him, it's just that his medicine is not working anymore. It's the same as if I didn't take it at all, and I feel even worse. He thought of the medicines and special acupuncture that Su Lai had given him, and resentment rose in his heart. Is this really true? Shen Xinghe pretended to be shocked, then a look of deep sorrow appeared on his face. How could divine Dr. Su act this way? Uncle Wang, if you trust me, let me take a look for you. Without saying anything, he placed 3 fingers on Wang Lao's skinny wrist and pretended to feel his pulse, but in fact, a trace of imperceptible spiritual power had quietly penetrated into him, and he instantly diagnosed that it was the virus he had carefully placed that was wreaking havoc. After a moment, Shen Xinghe withdrew his hand. A look of compassion etched on his face. He solemnly pulled out an exquisite jade bottle from his bosom and poured out a black pill emitting a strange fragrance. Uncle Wang, this is a secret family medicine. You might want to give it a try. Would you trust me just once? Wang Lao looked at the pill, then at Shen Xinghe's sincere face, and then thought of the gold ingots he had received before and the shoddy work he had done in the pharmacy, and he felt a conflict between his conscience and his desires. This wicked bastard, wouldn't he want to harm me now, right? If I don't take it, I'm afraid I won't make it. He steeled himself, took the pill, and swallowed it whole. The moment the pill entered his throat, Shen Xinghe's palm flipped imperceptibly, and a stream of pure spiritual power silently poured into Wang Lao's body. This spiritual power was like a gentle rain, quickly nourishing his virus-infested body. Almost visibly, the gloom on Wang Lao's face quickly faded, a hint of redness appeared on his sallow skin, and his cloudy eyes regained their spirit. He sat up suddenly, moving his hands and feet in disbelief, feeling the heavy pain recede like a tide. Amazing! Amazing! Brother Shen. Wang Lao excitedly grabbed Shen Xinghe's arm and said in a loud and powerful voice, your medicine is simply a magic pill. It's amazing. Uncle Wang, you're too kind. Shen Xinghe waved his hand modestly, then changed the subject. By the way, you're old brothers. Right. Wang Lao slapped his thigh and said anxiously, Brother Shen, do you still have this magic medicine? My 6 brothers are dying. I have to go save them. Of course I still have medicine. Shen Xinghe smiled slightly, a gleam in his eyes. Saving people is the most important thing. I'll go with Uncle Wang. The 2 hurried out. Under the dual effects of Shen Xinghe's magic medicine and the hidden spiritual power, Wang Lao's 6 brothers also miraculously recovered in a very short time. In the room, 7 men who were dying not long ago were now full of energy. They surrounded Shen Xinghe and expressed their gratitude profusely, almost kneeling down and kowtowing to him. Shen Xinghe accepted their gratitude calmly, a gentle smile on his face, but deep in his eyes was a cold calculation. He raised his hand, signaling for silence. Don't be so polite, everyone. Helping others is our duty. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a strange penetrating power, instantly hushing the noisy room. But do you want to know who the culprit is who caused you to suffer this great sin and nearly lose your life? Wang Laowu and the others looked at each other in surprise. Brother Shen, what do you mean by that? Shen Xinghe didn't answer. Instead, he slowly pulled a brand new plastic syringe from his sleeve and waved it in front of everyone. Did you all see Su Lai use this when he was seeing a doctor? He asked knowingly. Isn't this the thing Dr. Su uses for acupuncture? A man asked doubtfully. He's always used this. It looks strange, but wasn't the effect quite good in the past? Effect. Shen Xinghe sneered and raised the syringe higher so that everyone could see the evidence. The effect you see is just an illusion. This is not acupuncture at all. This thing is called a syringe. The potion injected into your body cannot eradicate your disease at all. It only suppresses the pain temporarily. Before long, the pain will come back, and it will be more ferocious than before. You, and those patients who repeatedly return to him, have become meat on his chopping block, harvested over and over again. He's used your pain and fear to build his reputation as a miracle doctor, using you as leeks to harvest. Tell me, how is this behavior any different from murder for money? Shouldn't this person die? The 7 people were stunned when they heard this. They recalled the pain of their recurring illnesses, and Su Lai's fortune, and then looked at the cold syringe in Shen Xinghe's hand, which had brought them brief hope and then deeper despair. A huge rage of being fooled and exploited instantly ignited their chests. Fear was replaced by anger, and gratitude turned into hatred. Damn it! So that's what's going on. Wang Laowu's eyes were red as he punched the earthen wall hard, sending dust flying down. You're treating us like animals. You deserve to be killed. You deserve to be cut into pieces. Yes. Kill him. We can't let this black-hearted thief go. Shen Xinghe watched the rage burning in their eyes with satisfaction, knowing the moment had arrived. He raised his hand again to silence the clamor, his face empathetic and compassionate. I know, words alone are not enough, and you may still have doubts. As if by magic, he pulled out 7 yellow and heavy little gold ingots from his arms and held them in his palm. The golden light instantly attracted everyone's attention. I, Shen Xinghe, swear here, he said in a sonorous and powerful voice with unquestionable determination, if you brothers take my medicine and the plague relapses once in the future, even just once, these gold ingots will be my compensation to you. Shen Xinghe. After saying that, he distributed the gold ingots to the 7 people one by one without hesitation. As he got the cold, heavy gold, that slight doubt was instantly crushed by greed and complete conviction. Wang Laowu and others held the gold ingots tightly, with flattering and grateful smiles on their faces. Their previous ferocity was replaced by a more terrifying fanaticism driven by interests. Brother Shen. Divine Dr. Shen. Wang Laowu was so excited that he was incoherent. We brothers trust you from the bottom of our hearts. You are the real miracle doctor. Tell us. What do you want us to do now? We will go through fire and water, and we brothers will never hesitate. Yes. Dr. Shen, just one word. We all listen to you. Shen Xinghe looked at the thugs before him, completely enraged and bribed with gold, a cold smile curling his lips. What he needed was this raging fire burning towards Su Lai, and these mouthpieces who could wave the flag and shout slogans for him, charging into battle. All right. Shen Xinghe waved his hand fiercely, pointing in the direction of Jishititang. I want to save all the innocent people in Xinghe town who have been deceived by Su the thief and harmed by his fake medicine. Please lead the way. Like a vanguard of imperial decrees, the 7 Wangs surrounded Shen Xinghe and rushed towards their next target like a plague. They became Shen Xinghe's most loyal and hard-working mouthpieces and living advertisements. They exaggerated and spread Shen Xinghe's theory of suppressing counterfeit drugs and then repeatedly reaping the benefits vividly. Especially when they mentioned Divine Dr. Shen's generous donation, guaranteed by gold, their voices rose an octave, spit flying, afraid that others would not know about this huge favor. Shen Xinghe only needs to show a compassionate expression behind them at the right time, or show a little miracle, secretly injecting spiritual power, when the patient is cured, which is enough to push his image to the altar. In 1 hour, a total of 72 households were persuaded by them. Shen Xinghe's brainwashing ability is very strong. For example, he once brainwashed countless people with just one sentence: understand the applause. 72 hearts, tortured by illness and ignited by deception, were now burning with overwhelming hatred for Su Lai and adoring worship for Shen Xinghe. This gratitude quickly transformed into the power of action. Some people picked up machetes for chopping firewood, some carried hunting guns, and some carried hoes and shoulder poles. A team composed of anger, despair, and incited fanaticism, led by Wang Laowu and others, marched towards Jishitang in a mighty manner. At this time, Jishitang was still crowded with people seeking medical treatment, and the sounds of groans and coughs were mixed together. Su Lai, who was treating a child, suddenly looked up. When he saw the dark crowd at the door, the twisted hatred on the faces of Wang Laowu and others, and the flashing swords and guns, he felt a huge sense of crisis. He looked at the center of the crowd. "Su thief! Give me your life! A black-hearted quack! He's causing so much harm! Beat him to death!" A man with a face full of flesh roared, holding up a shiny spear, parted the crowd, and fiercely lunged towards Su Lai in the hall. The tip of the spear flashed a deadly cold light in the dim hall. Su Lai's pupils shrank. In this critical moment, his instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. He didn't even have time to think about how Shen Xinghe had seen through him, nor did he have time to explain the abnormal effects of the medicine. The only thing he could rely on was the ring. He suddenly raised his left hand and pressed his thumb hard on the sapphire of the ring. His movements were as fast as lightning. Just as the cold tip of the gun was about to touch his chest, a dark blue light suddenly burst out, like a protective shield that opened instantly, completely engulfing him. The light flashed and disappeared. Puff! The spear missed and stabbed hard into the medicine cabinet behind where Su Lai had just stood, sending wood chips flying. Inside Jishitang, all that was left was the mess on the ground, the frightened crowd, and the thugs' roars of disbelief. And that divine Dr. Su disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only an empty hole in the medicine cabinet pierced by a spear. Shen Xinghe stood behind the crowd, the smugness and the sneer of control on his face froze in an instant. Disappeared, he stared at the place where Su Lai disappeared, his heart pounding, and a terrifying gleam in his eyes. Sure enough! That ring! He relies on that thing in his hand. Disappearing out of thin air, traveling between two worlds, the huge shock left him speechless for a moment. But then, a hotter, more greedy fire ignited in his heart. Interesting, so interesting. This game is getting more and more exciting. I hope we can meet again, Su Lai. Chapter 34, The Silver Tongue. The deathly silence in front of Jishitang lasted only a moment. The villagers who had been treated by Su Lai and witnessed his disappearance finally found another outlet for their suppressed anger. What are you doing? An old man with white hair and beard stepped forward tremblingly, pointing at Wang Laowu's group, his cloudy eyes blazing with anger. Dr. Su has saved countless lives. How dare you treat him like this? Right. Why do you treat divine Dr. Su like this? A woman holding a child shrieked in agreement. The child in her arms had a high fever and was saved by Su Lai with a single injection. If it weren't for divine Dr. Su, my Zhuzi would have died long ago. You bunch of heartless people. Ungrateful. Get out of the village. The crowd was furious, and the spearhead instantly shifted from the disappeared Su Lai to Shen Xinghe, who instigated the attack, and the 72 people behind him. Wang Laowu and the others turned pale and subconsciously took a step back. Some even lowered their heads in guilt. Wang Laowu's Adam's apple rolled as he tried to defend himself. We were also. At this moment, a steady hand pressed heavily on Wang Laowu's trembling shoulder. It was Shen Xinghe. There was no trace of panic on his face, but instead a look of compassion and determination. He glanced at the angry crowd and said, "Uncle Wang, let me do it this time." Shen Xinghe walked steadily to a bluestone half a person's height nearby. Dear fellow villagers, I know that you respect Dr. Su. You are grateful for his kindness in saving your life. Xinghe feels the same way. He first affirmed everyone's emotions, easing the tense atmosphere slightly. But he suddenly changed the subject, his voice rising sharply. He raised his arm sharply, pointing directly at the Jishititang wooden house. Do you know that the true source of this unprovoked disaster you suffered, this plague that nearly took your lives and drained your wealth, is this Sulai? You're talking nonsense. Bullshit. Dr. Su is my savior. Ridiculous, Shen Xinghe shouted, instantly suppressing all doubts. This is simply stupid. Ask yourselves, think carefully. His voice was incredibly inspiring, guiding everyone's thoughts. Have you ever seen a doctor in this world use medicine the same way he does? Those transparent glass bottles, those cold metal needles, piercing your flesh. This method of treatment is unheard of, unseen. And just now Shen Xinghe pointed to the place where Su Lai disappeared. That dazzling blue light appeared out of nowhere. The light dissipated and the person disappeared. Is this ordinary medical skill? This is a sorcery. This is evil magic. This is a method that only cultivators who practice evil skills can use. Many people showed expressions of surprise and uncertainty on their faces, and whispers were heard again. Yes, that light. It was gone in an instant. Dr. Su disappeared. Monk? Could it be? Shen Xinghe took in everyone's reactions, a subtle, fleeting sneer playing across his lips. He knew the seeds of doubt had been planted. To be honest, he said, adopting a solemn yet frank tone, he's using that unholy spiritual power to infect you with invisible plagues. He's making you sick, then pretending to save you. His goal is to make you feel grateful to him, so he can continuously reap your hard-earned money, and more importantly, reap the power of your devout faith. This is a vicious shortcut for evil cultivators to improve their cultivation. But how do you know all this? A clear, questioning voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. The young man, about 15 or 16 years old, stood tall and straight like a pine tree, standing out from the crowd. His face was handsome, without a trace of sickness. He stared fearlessly at Shen Xinghe on the stone, his gaze clear. Could it be that you're in cahoots with him? Or are you also a so-called cultivator? Shen Xinghe's eyes instantly locked onto the young man. Oh? They're not all idiots, there's even a clever little one. He sneered inwardly, but his expression remained impassive. The moment he looked at the young man, a cold, emotionless, mechanical voice echoed directly into his mind. Detected a small child of luck, undeveloped, luck value 2,000 points. The target's luck value is less than 5,000 points, and is considered to be in a killable state. The host can directly kill the target and seize their luck. A faint glint flickered in the depths of Shen Xinghe's pupils. His consciousness instantly swept over the young man's body. No wonder the embryonic form of the Son of Fortune, immune to all poisons? No wonder my virus didn't infect him. Ha, a heaven-sent fortune. A greedy murderous intent quietly grew in his heart, but his face became increasingly gentle. Don't worry, little one, you don't have to wait too long. You can go accompany your grandmother tonight. He faced the young man and all the villagers, his face showing a mixture of admiration and emotion. Good question. This young man is thoughtful and admirable. He first affirmed the young man's doubts and resolved some of the hostility. To be honest, Shen Xinghe's voice became distant and full of respect. My ancestor is a wandering immortal. He is a compassionate man. While traveling through the myriad realms, he witnessed with his own eyes the tragedy of these evil cultivators using plagues to harvest the faith of mortals and poison the lives of living beings. He had once explained the key points to us in detail. The methods Su Lai used today, and the symptoms he caused, were surprisingly similar to what the ancestor had described. Add to that the evil light he emitted when he fled just now. Xinghe can only assert that this person is undoubtedly an evil cultivator. He took a deep breath to calm his inner excitement, and then a hopeful light bloomed on his face. But don't panic, fellow villagers. Evil cannot defeat good. My ancestors were compassionate and have long passed down immortal elixirs that can cure this evil and poisonous disease. He flipped his wrist, and a warm mutton fat jade bottle appeared in his palm. The name of this medicine is pea pills. Shen Xinghe held up the jade bottle high. These 72 fellow villagers around me, he pointed at Wang Lawu and the others, they are the best proof of this medicine. They were previously terminally ill, their lives hanging by a thread, and it was only after taking this evil-breaking pill that they were able to eliminate the evil poison and recover their health. If you don't believe me, you can ask them in person. Before Shen Xinghe finished speaking, Wang Lawu straightened his back suddenly as if a switch had been pressed, his face filled with almost fanatical gratitude and a healthy glow. He patted his chest. Every word Dr. Shen said is true. I, Wang Lawu, swear to heaven. After taking this magic medicine from Dr. Shen, I immediately felt warm and my strength came back. I felt relaxed all over, as if I had never been sick. He jumped twice on the spot, showing his vitality with exaggerated movements. Yes, yes. Divine Dr. Shen is a living god. This medicine is so effective. I'll stop coughing after taking it. That bastard Su Lai harmed us. Divine Dr. Shen is the real god. The 72 people were like a well-trained choir, talking in unison and echoing with emotion. Their expressions of gratitude, exaggerated movements, flattery of Shen Xinghe and curses of Su Lai were intertwined. They were eager to prove that they were recovering and even more so to prove that Shen Xinghe was right. After hearing the vivid testimonies of the recovered people with their own ears, coupled with the great fear brought about by Shen Xinghe's conspiracy theory of evil cultivators, and the distrust brought about by Su Lai's mysterious disappearance, under the multiple shocks, the villagers let down their guard. Doubt and anger were quickly replaced by the desire to survive and greed for the magic medicine. Divine Dr. Shen, please save us. Dr. Shen, my child is dying. Please give me some medicine. We have wronged you. Please be magnanimous. The crowd surged towards Shen Xinghe on the bluestone like a tide, their outstretched arms like a forest, their eyes filled with pleading and hope. Shen Xinghe stood high up, a compassionate smile on his face, and began distributing the evil-breaking pills from the jade bottle to the most anxious and loudest villagers. Everyone who received the pills felt as if they had found a priceless treasure, grateful profusely, and eagerly swallowed them. Amidst the clamor and cries of gratitude, only the thin, upright young man remained standing, refusing to follow the crowd. He pursed his lips tightly, his brow furrowed. Chapter 35, Enlightenment. The spatial ripples dissipated, and Su Lai stumbled a step, stepping back onto the familiar yet unfamiliar land of Blue Star. After a brief dizziness. Fuck! An extremely suppressed roar burst out from the depths of his throat. Those ungrateful bastards! He slammed his fist on the desk in front of him. Bang clang! The thin wooden tabletop sank in response, and the water cup on it jumped up and rolled onto the carpet, and the water stains quickly spread into a dark color. If I didn't save you, you would have died long ago. Now you want to come and attack me? Luckily I ran fast, otherwise I would have been dead. He was panting, his voice trembling with extreme anger. He slumped down in a creaking chair and rubbed his face vigorously with his hands. Money need to be spent sparingly. Survive right now, surviving is the most important thing. Shen Xinghe had just distributed the last portion of evil-breaking pill. Looking at the backs of those ignorant villagers who were thanking him profusely and worshipping him like a god, he had a smile on his face. Ding! Detected a dramatic reversal in the reputation of key figure Su Lai. It's plummeted from admiration to hate. The destiny of Su Lai, the child of destiny, has had his luck value significantly reduced by minus 4,000 points. The host successfully plundered 10% of his lost luck value, that is, plus 400 points of luck value. Current host's total luck value, 1,000 points. The gentle smile froze on Shen Xinghe's face in an instant, and then turned into a twisted sneer. After experiencing 2 lives as a human being, he understood. 1,000 points. I've put in so much effort, calculated so many things, and climbed up by stepping on the corpses of so many people. I've barely managed to accumulate 1,000 points of luck. The young man was born with 2,000 points of luck, a child of destiny. He didn't even need to work hard, the world automatically paved a golden road for him. As expected, God favors me? It really is God favors me. I always dreamed of becoming a leader, so I listened to my boss and worked through the night, eventually dying suddenly. Fortunately, fate played a small trick on me, allowing me to travel here and have another chance to change my fate. Suffering cannot make you a superior person. Only if you eat humans. He slowly uttered these words. They were no longer complaints, but the only iron rule he had chosen for himself, the path to the pinnacle of power. Devour the luck of others, plunder the opportunities of others, and trample on the fate of others. The night is dead silent. The lights in the village had long been extinguished, leaving only the pale moonlight flowing through the narrow alleys. Shen Xinghe's figure blended silently into the night like a ghost, appearing outside a respectable courtyard. The gate seemed to be non-existent before him, and he took a step outside and was already at the window of the inner room. Through the hazy gap in the window paper, you can see the young man, who is now sleeping defenselessly on the simple bed. Without any hesitation. There wasn't even a hint of unnecessary emotion. Shen Xinghe's hand, a silver light glittered silently from his sleeve, and he grasped a simple dagger in his palm. The arm was raised, drawing a simple, deadly arc without any frills. Laugh. There was a barely audible sound, like silk being torn. Under the moonlight, a very thin line of blood quietly appeared on the boy's white neck, and then quickly expanded. The sleeping body didn't even struggle, and the breath of life disappeared in an instant like a candle flame blown out by the wind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Son of Destiny, Lin Xiao. Plunder all of his luck points, plus 2,000 points. Current host's total luck value, 3,000 points. Shen Xinghe had a blank expression on his face, and he didn't even lower his head to look at the body that was rapidly losing temperature. He casually raised his left hand, and the Emolan Yuan sea fire appeared in his palm. He flicked his finger, and the dark blue flame lightly fell on the corpse. There was no violent burning, no flames shooting up into the sky. The strange flames spread out like a living thing, leaving behind flesh, bones, clothes, not even a trace of ash wherever they passed. The whole process was eerily quiet, with only the extremely subtle hissing sound of the burning flames, like the tongue of a poisonous snake. In a few breaths, the bed was empty, as if the young man who was born with good luck had never existed in this world. Shen Xinghe put away his sword and turned off the engine. Turn around. Open the door. His movements were smooth and flowing, his eyes were calm, and he didn't even blink. The cold moonlight fell on him unreservedly. However, under this halo, deep in his heart, there seemed to be an extremely fine string, gently plucked by invisible fingertips. A very faint, very fast, almost imperceptible ripple, fleeting. He raised his head slightly and looked at the lonely moon hanging high in the sky, gazing at the world indifferently. The road to godhood is paved with bones. Since I've made my choice, so be it. Chapter 36 Auction. The next morning, the morning light was dim and the mist was like gauze. Shen Xinghe's figure, like a wisp of smoke in the morning mist, disappeared silently along the winding dirt road at the town entrance. There was no farewell, no lingering feelings, not even a trace of his existence. The only proof that he had been here was the tightly closed door of Shen's pharmacy, which stood silently in the cool morning breeze like a forgotten secret. The town was even quieter than usual. The streets were empty, the sounds of people were sparse, and only a few scattered dogs barked and smoke curled up from the kitchen, bringing a cautious tranquility, like a person who had survived a disaster. Soon, Shen Xinghe appeared in the depths of a sparsely populated forest outside the city. Ancient trees towered, their branches and leaves blocking out the sun, dimming the light. He paused, his mind shifting. Ding! The host has released the 1,000 Faces of Concealment, Supreme Edition. Invisible air waves spread out from him, picking up the dead leaves on the ground and making them spin around. It's so uncomfortable to have to hold back my spiritual power all the time. Shen put his fingers together like swords and lightly slashed through the air. Spiritual energy gushed out from his fingertips, condensing without dispersing, and in an instant transformed into a shining spiritual sword belt over 3 feet wide. The sword belt was emitting a faint silver glow, its edges were sharp and solid, and it made a subtle buzzing sound. It hovered at his feet, emitting a heart-pounding aura. Shen Xinghe tapped his toes lightly and stepped onto the sword belt gracefully. Rise! With a low shout, the spiritual sword belt carried him, transforming into a dazzling silver stream of light, soaring straight into the sky. The dense forest below quickly shrank, turning into a lush green carpet. Strong winds were blowing, ruffling his long, inky black hair and sleeves. He stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze piercing through the clouds, locking onto the magnificent city in the distance that was emitting vast fluctuations of spiritual energy, the main city of the cultivators of Lanhua Nation, Tianshu City. Compared to the strict barriers and identity checks in the mortal area, Tianshu City displayed a completely different and majestic atmosphere. The huge city gates were completely open, there were no guards checking, only an invisible light curtain of formations covering the entire city, open to all cultivators. However, beneath this freedom lies a stricter iron law, the Lanhua law. Presided over by a guardian who has reached the great perfection of the heavenly wheel realm, his overwhelming pressure envelopes the entire city, maintaining order. There are also rumors that Queen Lanhua has a dreaded forbidden bloodguard under her command, whose members are at least at the transformation realm, and they are the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all cultivators. Shen Xinghe restrained his outward aura and followed the crowd into Tianshu City. As soon as I entered the city, I was immediately overwhelmed by the clamorous sounds. Its prosperity far exceeded that of the mortal area, yet it had a completely different style. The broad streets were paved with solid Qinggang stone, flanked by pavilions with flying eaves and brackets, carved beams and painted buildings, and shrouded in spiritual energy. The air was thick with the scent of spiritual herbs, elixirs, talismans, magic weapons, and all sorts of powerful creatures. Yellow grade, top grade red spirit fruit. It strengthens the body and bones, don't miss it if you pass by. Ancestral yellow grade technique, sacred body technique. Perfect body training, invulnerable to swords and spears. Come grab it now. 100-year-old black tortoise armor. Excellent material for refining defensive magic weapons. The inner elixir of a third-level demon beast goes to the highest bidder. The cries of vendors rose and fell, and the monks stopped to browse, while others hurried along. There was a diverse and mixed atmosphere. Shen Xinghe strolled among them, his eyes scanning the dazzling array of stalls without lingering for long. Suddenly, a majestic building, constructed entirely of white jade and some dark golden metal, came into view. Atop it, a massive banner fluttered in the wind, bearing the words Mei Yan Auction House in a flamboyantly written ancient seal script. Auction House. Shen Xinghe's mind moved, and his consciousness probed into the super Qiankuan bag on his waist. He had given all the spirit stones to his master, and now he didn't have many spirit stones. Luckily, I still have over 100,000-year-old chaos pure lotuses. I'll auction them off and exchange them for some spirit stones. Without further hesitation, Shen Xinghe straightened his robe and stepped into this luxurious place. As soon as he entered, he was enveloped by a warm, exotic fragrance and a luxurious atmosphere. The hall was covered with thick, animal-shaped carpets, and the dome was inlaid with luminous pearls, casting a soft light. A graceful figure immediately caught his eye. The woman was wearing a bright red, high-slit cheongsam, the silk fabric tightly wrapped around her breathtakingly graceful curves. The slits of her skirt reached all the way to her thighs, and as she walked, her slender legs, as white as snow, were faintly visible, inviting endless reverie. Her slender waist, barely slender enough to be held in one hand, was tightly bound by a silver belt inlaid with tiny diamonds, making her look even more alluring. She walked slowly, her posture languid, like a fiery spirit cat stretching its body in the sun. The most alluring thing is her eyes, narrow and upturned peach blossom eyes. When her eyes move, it seems as if there is a pool of spring water in them, with a natural charm. She had a perfect smile on her face, charming yet measured. Her glance at the male cultivators who came in always made people's hearts flutter. However, when her gaze reached Shen Xinghe, that professional charm instantly froze, transforming into a deeper, scorching heat tinged with stunning and primal attraction. The alluring power of illusionary bewitching body, coupled with Shen Xinghe's already handsome appearance, was like the most potent aphrodisiac, instantly igniting the dormant desire in her heart, a young woman's naked, possessive desire for a supreme young man. She walked towards Shen Xinghe with a graceful figure, and every step seemed to be stepping on the heart of the person. Her red lips parted slightly, her breath was as sweet as orchid, and her voice had a barely perceptible hoarseness and magnetism. This young man looks very unfamiliar to you. Are you here treasure hunting, or do you have a treasure you want us to auction? She deliberately prolonged the last syllable of her words, her eyes clinging to Shen Xinghe's face. Shen Xinghe secretly praised in his heart, what a superb young woman. Such a figure, wow, such a beautiful chest. Sikap, and the charm of a young woman is really deadly. With the clear smile that only teenagers have, he responded, "My beautiful sister, I'm here to auction some small items." Beautiful sister. Upon hearing this, Yen Luo's eyes became so soft that tears could drip out of them, and the joy in her heart almost overflowed from the corners of her eyes. She covered her lips and chuckled softly, her body trembling. "My dear, you are so sweet. My name is Yen Luo. Auctioning something? Then follow me, I guarantee you will be satisfied." Yen Luo led Shen Xinghe through the magnificent corridors and came to the door of an even more elegant and luxurious quiet room. She gently pushed the door open and made a pleased gesture. Inside the door, there is another breathtaking beauty. This woman, dressed in a moonlight silk gauze dress, possessed a temperament quite different from Yen Luo's fiery passion, resembling the tranquil moonlight of a spring. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Yen Luo's, clearly indicating a twin sister. But her figure is even more voluptuous. This one is D. The ups and downs of the mountains and hills are breathtaking, and the elegant moonlight dress is supported by a curve that makes people's blood boil. Like a ripe peach, it exudes silent temptation. Her gaze locked onto Shen Xinghe the moment he entered. Her eyes were deep and direct, filled with the concentration of scrutinizing prey and an undisguised, almost predatory interest. She was like an elegant female leopard, assessing the delicious snack before her. "Young master, there is no need to be surprised." She opened her red lips slightly. Her voice was colder than Yen Luo's, but with a different kind of magnetism. "We are twin sisters. She is Yen Luo, and I am Mei Xiao." She nodded slightly, but her eyes never left Shen Xinghe. Oh, Shen Xinghe suddenly realized and smiled harmlessly. "Hello, Sister Mei Xiao." He calmly sat down on the agarwood chair opposite her and frankly met her aggressive gaze. Mei Xiao covered her lips with her sleeves and let out a low chuckle, her eyes flickering with charm. "Haha, young master is quite brave. I wonder what you want to auction." She leaned forward slightly, and a faint cold fragrance came to her. Shen Xinghe's mind raced. "Don't show off your wealth. 3 lotus flowers are enough." He turned his wrist, and light flowed in his palm. 3 lotus flowers with perfect shapes, shrouded in chaotic mist, and emitting an ancient and clear breath, quietly emerged. The lotus petals are crystal clear, the veins are clearly visible, and a point of chaotic light slowly rotates in the heart of the lotus, and an extremely rich vitality and mysterious Taoist rhyme spreads out. "Millennium Chaos Pure Lotus," Shen Xinghe said calmly. What? Even Mei Xiao, who was used to seeing precious treasures, cried out in shock. She abruptly stood up from her chair, her beautiful eyes fixed on the 3 lotus flowers, filled with incredible shock. This appearance, this aura, is it truly a 1,000-year-old chaos pure lotus? "Young master, where did you get such a divine object?" Her voice trembled, and she looked at Shen Xinghe with a look of inquiry. Shen Xinghe's smile remained unchanged as he shook his head slightly. "About this, I'm sorry, I can't tell you." Mei Xiao instantly realized that she had lost her composure. She took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in her heart, sat down again, and restored her professional smile to her face, but the burning heat in the depths of her eyes became even stronger. "I am sorry for being rude." She flipped her jade hand and took out a scarlet card with a special material, warm to the touch, and mithril patterns inlaid on the edge. The card exuded a cold fragrance similar to hers. "This is the Red Phoenix VIP card of my Mei Yen auction house. Please keep it well, young master. With this card, you can enjoy many conveniences, and it is also a token of this auction." She handed over the card. Shen Xinghe took the card, feeling the cool, delicate touch and the faint fragrance on his fingertips. He nodded in thanks. Mei Xiao carefully took the 3 chaos pure lotuses, placed them in a special jade box, and sealed it carefully. She pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, "This 1,000-year-old earth-grade spiritual plant is a rare find. Considering the quality of these 3 pure lotuses, the starting price is set at 7,000 high-grade spirit stones. What do you think, young master?" "Okay, I'll do as Sister Mei Xiao says." Shen Xinghe agreed readily. The deal was done, but Mei Xiao didn't immediately stand up to see him off. She walked gracefully to Shen Xinghe, her steps light and graceful, carrying a scent of fragrance. Under Shen Xinghe's slightly surprised gaze, she suddenly leaned down, and her stunning face that had captivated everyone was close at hand, with the coldness of moonlight and the temptation of a peach. A cool and smooth jade finger stained with lavender nail polish gently lifted Shen Xinghe's chin with an irresistible meaning. Her breath, with its cool fragrance, brushed across Shen Xinghe's cheek. Her red lips curved into a captivating arc, and her voice was extremely low, like a lover's whisper. Young master, wait for good news from your sister. Chapter 37 Smoke. Okay, Shen Xinghe calmed himself down and tried to maintain the clear voice of a teenager, but his eyes could not help but follow the swaying moonlight figure. I'll wait for good news from my sister. Mei Zhao's figure disappeared outside the carved wooden door. Her unique cool fragrance still lingered in the private room, mixed with the scent of agarwood, stirring the air for no apparent reason. Shen Xinghe took a deep breath, suppressed the ripples in his heart, and stood up and walked out. In the corridor outside the door, light and shadow shone. As soon as he took a step forward, a bright red color, as if premeditated, caught his eye with pinpoint accuracy. Yan Luo was leaning against the corridor pillar with a lazy posture. When she saw Shen Xinghe coming out, her charming peach blossom eyes lit up instantly, and a smile appeared at the corner of her lips, and she walked towards him slowly. Young master, her voice was so sweet that it could be pulled out of silk threads. Auctioneering and treasure appraisal is a delicate job. It will take a while to finish. It's so boring to just wait. Do you want to go to the auction hall to see what's going on? She moved closer, and a warm, honey-sweet fragrance replaced the previous cold fragrance and hit her face. Shen Xinghe subconsciously took a small step back, put some distance between them, and shook his head, saying, "Oh, no need. I'll just stroll around outside." He glanced at the door at the end of the corridor leading to the noisy auction hall with little interest. Walk around. Yan Luo's eyes flickered, her smile deepening with a hint of cunning and subtle aggression. She lightly moved, taking another step closer, her impressive double CS almost touching Shen Xinghe's arm. The soft touch was clearly transmitted through the thin fabric, with a surprising elasticity and warmth. It's so lonely walking around alone. She raised her beautiful face, her breath soft as orchid, her voice low and full of a charming allure that tickled one's heart. How about let me accompany you to explore the scenery outside? She deliberately leaned forward again. My young husband. Shen Xinghe felt that half of his body was stiffened by the surprisingly soft touch, and a tingling sensation like an electric current ran up his spine to his scalp. He forced himself to remain calm and cleared his throat. Ahem, sister, don't you need to go to the auction to help? I can do it alone. No need, Yan Luo answered quickly, smiling brightly with a hint of cunning triumph. Sister asked me to treat you well. Well, okay then. The streets of Tianshu City were still bustling, but in Shen Xinghe's eyes, they seemed to be shrouded in a hazy veil. The red-clad beauty beside him was like a walking spotlight, attracting countless glances of astonishment, greed, and envy. Yet, she seemed oblivious, or perhaps she had long since grown accustomed to it, her full attention glued to Shen Xinghe. Yan Luo's companionship is full of deliberate physical contact and teasing. When she walked, she would get close to him unnoticed, and her slender fingertips were like playful butterfly wings, occasionally accidentally brushing against the back of Shen Xinghe's hand, bringing a slight tingling and numbness. When she pointed to a novel stall or building on the roadside, her entire upper body almost leaned over, her amazingly full curves brushed against his arm, and her soft double CS burned his nerves. Ouch! When they reached an arch bridge with less people, Yan Luo suddenly cried out, her feet lost stability, and she fell into Shen Xinghe's arms like a weak willow in the wind. Shen Xinghe instinctively reached out to hold her waist. His hands felt delicate, flexible, and surprisingly warm, as if he could feel the smoothness of her skin through the thin fabric of his cheongsam. Her body slid lightly into his arms, the warm fragrance of her hair and the sweet scent emanating from the crook of her neck instantly enveloping him. That breathtaking softness pressed firmly against his chest, bringing a suffocating impact. Sister, be careful. Shen Xinghe steadied himself, and his hand on her waist subconsciously tightened for a moment, then immediately loosened, as if he was burned. Yan Luo stood firm, two blushes appeared on her face, her eyes were full of charm, with a bit of shock and shyness just right, but her fingers gently stroked Shen Xinghe's arm that was supporting her. Thanks to my young master, otherwise I would have fallen badly. The tone was 3 parts fear and 7 parts teasing. Shen Xinghe gritted his teeth secretly. This young woman definitely did it on purpose. In order to ease the ambiguous atmosphere that was almost about to escalate into a fight, Shen Xinghe took the initiative to change the subject and talked about each other's family background. The bright smile on Yenluo's face gradually faded, stained with a lingering haze and deep fatigue. She leaned on the bridge railing, looking at the river flowing under the bridge, shining with spiritual light, and her voice became low and bitter. At home I have a mother who is bedridden all year round. I have to grow spiritual plants all the time, and the daily expenses are quite high. I also have a father who is addicted to gambling. She paused, as if suppressing her surging emotions, her fingertips unconsciously scratching the carvings on the bridge railing. He only has eyes for those cold stones, dreaming of getting rich overnight, but he's never earned a penny for his family. Instead, he's like an insatiable bottomless pit, coming back every now and then, asking for money. If he doesn't give, he'll make a scene, disturbing the entire neighborhood. She turned her head and looked at Shen Xinghe. Her peach blossom eyes, always full of charm, were filled with a fragile plea for understanding. My sister and I, the little money we earned at the auction house was mostly poured into Anyang's medicine jars and that bottomless pit. Sometimes I really feel so tired, so tired. Shen Xinghe listened quietly, looking at the woman in front of him who was as blazing as a flame just a second ago, but now showed a fragility like a withered lotus in the rain. Shen Xinghe thought to himself, a gambling dad and a sick mom? Interesting. When passing by a stall selling exquisite magical instruments, Shen Xinghe's attention was attracted by a hairpin that was carved entirely from ice crystal jade and inlaid with a small but dazzling moonstone on the top. He stopped and, without hesitation, pointed at the hairpin and said to the stall owner, "I want this one." Under Yenluo's surprised gaze, Shen Xinghe picked up the hairpin and without saying anything, he gently handed it to her. "It will look good on you, sister." Yenluo stared blankly at the jade hairpin in front of her that was emitting the cool moonlight, then looked up at Shen Xinghe's eyes that seemed particularly serious at the moment. There was no frivolity, no calculation, only a clear compassion. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her throat felt like it was blocked. In the end, she silently and carefully took the hairpin, her fingertips trembling slightly. An indescribable warmth, mixed with bitterness, quietly flowed through her cold heart. She didn't put it on immediately, but just held the hairpin tightly, as if holding a little bit of warmth. The afterglow of the setting sun stained the eaves of Tianshu City with a warm golden hue. The two walked in silence on their way back to the Mei Yan auction house. The atmosphere was no longer as ambiguous and provocative as before, but rather one filled with a heavy, tacit, and complex feeling. Chapter 38 Genius. The last rays of sunset sank completely into the sky, and the lights of the Mei Yan auction house came on, illuminating the white jade pavilion with golden splendor. Shen Xinghe and Yenluo walked into the hall in silence. The noise had dissipated, leaving only empty echoes and the lingering warm fragrance of cosmetics. Mei Xiao had been waiting in the main hall. When she saw Shen Xinghe, a genuine smile appeared on her cold face and she walked towards him slowly. Young master is back. Her gaze flickered subtly between Shen Xinghe and Yenluo for a moment before refocusing. Between her slender jade fingers, she clutched a storage ring of ancient style, inlaid with tiny spatial crystals. Thanks to the young master, the 3 chaos pure lotuses were sold at an unexpectedly high price. Mei Xiao gently placed the storage ring on Shen Xinghe's palm, and her fingertips lightly stroked across his palm lines, bringing a slight cool tingling sensation. After deducting our auction house's 10% commission, the total is 45,000 high-grade spirit stones. Please check, young master. She leaned forward slightly, and her other hand naturally touched Shen Xinghe's strong chest, gently stroking it through the fabric, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Shen Xinghe took the storage ring calmly and scanned it with his spiritual sense. "Thank you, Sister Mei Xiao, for your trouble." He nodded in thanks, his tone calm. The transaction was completed, and Shen Xinghe was about to turn around and leave this peaceful place, but the heavy door of the auction house was roughly pushed open. Bang! 2 figures rushed in, accompanied by the cool night breeze and a strong smell of alcohol. The leader was a short, stout, middle-aged man with a greasy face. His sparse hair was barely combed back, revealing a shiny forehead. He wore an elegant yet tacky brocade robe, and his 10 fingers were covered in gold rings inlaid with various gemstones, dazzling the eyes under the light. A pair of cloudy triangular eyes, now flashing with undisguised greed and lust, clung tightly to the exquisitely shaped bodies of Yenluo and Mei Xiao. Behind him followed an equally sly-looking, fawning thug. This person is none other than the owner of the famous Jin Yufeng gambling stone shop in Tianshu City, Jibuodwan. The moment Yan Luo and Mei Xiao saw Jibo's short face, the blood color on their faces disappeared completely, and their eyes were filled with extreme disgust and physical nausea, like maggots seeing rotten meat. They subconsciously took a step back and hid behind Shen Xinghe's tall figure almost at the same time. Yan Luo's hands even tightly grasped the fabric on Shen Xinghe's waist, and her fingertips turned white due to the force. Jibo's attention was drawn to the two sisters' movements, and he finally noticed Shen Xinghe standing in front of them. His eyes swept across Shen Xinghe's handsome face, a hint of jealousy and contempt flashing across them. Then he returned to the two sisters, grinning through his tobacco-stained teeth and spitting out a disgusting breath. You two young ladies, what are you hiding for?" He rubbed his hands, belly sticking out, and approached step by step. His eyes roamed back and forth between Yan Luo's towering breasts and Mei Xiao's slender waist, with a sickening greed. Come quickly into brother's arms. Let brother take good care of you. Keeping you safe is 100 times better than serving people in this auction house." Disgusting Yan Luo raised her eyebrows, suppressing the urge to vomit, and shouted harshly, "Jibo short! Take your people and get out of here immediately." "Get lost!" Jibuodwan let out a strange, duck-like quack, as if he'd heard a ridiculous joke. He unhurriedly pulled 2 yellowed, frayed sheets of paper from his pocket and triumphantly shook them in the air, making a crisp, rustling sound. "Get lost? Sure. As long as you pay off the money for these 2 indentures, principal and interest, I'll get out of here." Body contract. Yan Luo and Mei Xiao were struck by lightning, their pupils suddenly contracted, staring at the 2 thin pieces of paper in disbelief. Mei Xiao's voice trembled slightly. How did you get this?" "Ha ha. Good question." Jibo shook his head proudly, spit flying. "Of course it was your good father who was addicted to gambling, who lost it to me with his own hands. TSK, he even risked his own daughter on the table. What a good father." His greedy eyes swept over the frightened faces of the 2 sisters again. "2 little beauties in the body-tempering realm, wouldn't it be good for you to follow me and live a good life? Why bother to show up here? Don't worry, I will definitely serve you comfortably." The obscene meaning in his words was not concealed at all. "You're dreaming." Mei Xiao's face was pale, but she forced herself to straighten her back, her voice icy cold. "Even if we sisters die, we will never surrender to someone like you." As she spoke, the 2 sisters' hands simultaneously grabbed Shen Xinghe's arms tightly. Shen Xinghe watched the farce unfold before him with a cold gaze, his heart unperturbed. He had just arrived and had no intention of getting involved in such trouble. While these 2 women were stunningly beautiful, they were ultimately only at the body-tempering stage, and their value to him was limited. It wasn't worth offending someone of unknown background for them, even if that person was just trash at the early stages of the spirit-gathering stage. He struggled slightly with his arms, trying to break free from the 2 pairs of grasping hands and prepare to pull away. Please, Yan Luo's voice was crying, sounding like a mosquito behind him, full of helpless pleading and deep fear. Although Mei Xiao didn't say anything, she gripped his arm even harder, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Her cold eyes were now filled with broken, heartbreaking pleas. Shen Xinghe paused, glancing sideways at the 2 beautiful faces behind him, their tears wet with despair and pleading. A faint wave of emotion, one he himself hadn't even noticed, swept through his heart. Then, his cold gaze locked onto Jibuodwan. The powerful aura of the middle stage of Tongqiao realm was released without reservation. Jiboyan's wretched smile froze on his face instantly. His fat body trembled violently, and he stumbled back a step, his eyes filled with horror. The thugs behind him felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave, their legs shaking like sieves. Tongqiao realm? What do you want to do? I'm telling you, they both belong to me now. We have the contract as proof. Don't think you can do whatever you want in Tianshu City just because you are at the Tongqiao realm. The garrison commander is here, and if you dare to take action, you're violating Lanyue's laws. You'll die. Shen Xinghe wore a harmless smile, spread his hands, and said casually, Master Ji, you misunderstood. I have no intention of stopping you from taking them. He pointed at the indentures in Ji Boyan's hand. It's just such an important contract, it's important to verify its authenticity, right? What if you, Master, use 2 fakes to fool people? Could I have a look? Ji Bo was stunned by Shen Xinghe's sudden change of attitude, then he was ecstatic. This kid is scared. It seems that the title of garrison commander really works. He was eager to prove the authenticity of the contract and to show his authority in front of the beauty. Without thinking, he proudly handed over the 2 yellowed papers. Look. Look carefully. It's written in black and white, and there's the gambler's handprint. The real thing. Shen Xinghe took the 2 pieces of paper that carried the sister's fate with a smile, his movements graceful and calm. The moment the paper fell into his palm. Puff! Mo Lan Yuan-si fire shot out from his palm. As fast as lightning. Before Ji Bo could even blink, it had completely engulfed the 2 body contracts. There was no violent burning, no flames shooting up into the sky. There was only a very slight hissing sound. The paper, along with all the words and handprints on it, melted and vaporized instantly, turning into 2 almost invisible wisps of green smoke and dissipating into the air. The whole process took less than a breath. Shen Xinghe calmly withdrew his hand, his palm empty, as if nothing had happened. A perfectly balanced look of confusion crossed his face. He glanced around and asked, "Huh? Master Ji, where are the 2 deeds you gave me? Why can't I see them?" Ji Bo's eyes almost popped out of his head as he pointed at Shen Xinghe's empty hand. He was shocked and furious. His fat body was shaking violently and his greasy face turned the color of liver. You little bastard. You burned it. How dare you burn my indenture? You're courting death. He was furious and instinctively wanted to pounce, but Shen Xinghe's Tongqiao realm cultivation instantly sobered his heated mind. What terrified him even more was Lan Yu's law prohibiting private fighting within Tianshu City. Violators would be punished with loss of cultivation at the very least, or even immediate death at the worst. The thought of taking action was abruptly extinguished, and Ji Bo was so frustrated that he almost vomited blood. He could only point at Shen Xinghe, his fingers shaking like leaves in the wind, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "It's you! You burned it! Everyone saw it! Don't even think about denying it!" The smile on Shen Xinghe's face became even more innocent. He slowly turned his head and looked behind him at Yan Luo and Mei Xiao, who were also stunned and seemed to be under a spell. He asked gently, "Sisters, did you just see what I was burning?" Yan Luo and Mei Xiao instantly recovered from their shock and ecstasy. They were so smart that they immediately understood what Shen Xinghe meant. The 2 sisters looked at each other and answered in unison. "No. We didn't see anything." The voice was clear and loud, carrying with it a kind of excitement of surviving a disaster and a sense of revengeful pleasure. Shen Xinghe nodded in satisfaction, then looked back at Ji Boyan, who was so angry he almost exploded. He spread his hands, shrugged, and said with a tone full of helplessness, "Master Ji, look, these 2 witnesses both said they didn't see anything. You can't just slander someone's innocence out of thin air. Framed people are also against the law." You guys, Ji Boyan felt his vision go black, a mouthful of blood clogged his throat, and he nearly passed out. He pointed at Shen Xinghe and the 2 sisters, his fingers trembling, his lips moving, but no curse came out. Extreme anger and frustration twisted his greasy face into a demonic shape. Finally, he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, each word filled with deep resentment. "Okay, very good. I'll remember you. Just wait for me." After leaving behind these harsh words without any basis, he slammed the door and left in a panic. The heavy carved wooden door behind him made a dull thud, shaking the pearls on the doorframe slightly. Chapter 39, Preparing to Run Away. Shen Xinghe casually sat down on a brocade-covered wooden chair, his posture languid yet with a subtle scrutiny. He raised his eyes, and his gaze fell on the frightened twin sisters in front of him. Yan Luo and Mei Xiao were still snuggling together, their faces pale and their bodies trembling slightly. The look they gave Shen Xinghe was filled with complex and indescribable gratitude, dependence, and a hint of deep uneasiness. "Tell me," Shen Xinghe broke the silence, his voice calm and without any emotion, "why did you choose me?" His eyes wandered between the 2 of them, with a sharp insight into people's hearts. The 2 sisters exchanged a glance, seemingly taken aback by the blunt question. They quietly changed their address, their voices carrying a hint of respect, "Young master." Mei Xiao took a deep breath and carefully pulled Yan Luo, who was still a little dazed, to sit on another chair next to Shen Xinghe. She only dared to sit halfway, with a respectful and reserved attitude. Because Mei Zhao's voice was low, with a kind of resigned frankness, "Sir, you are very strong." Very strong. Shen Xinghe's lips curled up in a half-smile, his fingertips tapping lightly on the smooth armrest. "I'm only in the middle stage of Tongqiao. There are many cultivators stronger than me in Tianshu City. Why don't you seek their protection?" He paused, his eyes becoming profound. "Do you think they are either after your bodies, or simply don't bother to meddle with such trivial matters?" The bluntness and sharpness of his words made Yan Luo and Mei Xiao stiffen at the same time. Mei Xiao pursed her lips, while Yan Luo subconsciously avoided his gaze. Shen Xinghe leaned forward slightly, his powerful aura silently oppressing the two of them. His eyes held an almost cruel inquiry. "So, after weighing the pros and cons, I'm the substitute you chose?" A seemingly capable, yet potentially less troublesome supporter, he chuckled softly, his voice tinged with cold sarcasm. "Aren't you afraid that I'm after your bodies, too?" Yan Luo suddenly raised her head, her usually charming eyes now brimming with complex emotions. She stared directly into Shen Xinghe's eyes and spoke in a low, yet remarkably clear voice, "Of course I'm afraid. But if you want, Yan Luo is willing." Mei Xiao also nodded slightly, with the same agreement in her cold eyes. Shen Xinghe looked at the heavy willingness in their eyes, and the unhappiness of being used in his heart dissipated a little, replaced by a deeper amusement and a hint of pity. He looked away, toward the dark night outside the window, and casually changed the subject. "Forget it. Where's your mother? Just now you said she was ill in bed." At the mention of her mother, the last trace of color drained from Mei Zhao's face. She lowered her eyelids, her long lashes casting a shadow beneath her eyes. Her voice was hoarse. "Our mother passed away of illness a year ago." She seemed to have exhausted all her strength in these few words. Shen Xinghe's eyes flicked sharply towards Yan Luo. Yan Luo's body trembled violently, her head drooping even lower, her hands clasped together tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. Mei Xiao took a deep breath. "Mother has been seriously ill and bedridden for years. To keep her alive, my sister and I have worked tirelessly at the auction house, taking jobs day and night just to earn expensive medicinal stones and spiritual stones. Over time, we have accumulated a huge debt." Her voice began to choke, filled with deep hatred. But the life-saving spirit stones we worked so hard to obtain were all swindled away by that gambling-addicted father, under the pretext of finding a magical elixir. He took those spirit stones and dove headfirst into Ji Buoduan's Jinyufang. In the end, he lost it all. Not a single spirit stone left. Shen Xinghe listened in silence, his eyes fixed on Yan Luo's violently trembling shoulders. So, the so-called medicine money had been squandered in this way. And then his voice was still calm, but with a barely perceptible hint of solemnity. And then Mei Zhao's tears finally rolled down uncontrollably, splashing onto the moonwhite hem of her skirt, leaving dark stains. Her voice was broken, filled with endless self-blame and regret. "Mom's condition suddenly worsened. We were just about to borrow the spirit stone. She left us." Yan Luo could no longer hold back, and her suppressed sobs echoed softly in the silent hall. Two beautiful faces, now washed by tears, were filled with deep sorrow and helplessness. It was no longer a carefully crafted allure, but the most primal pain of losing a loved one. Shen Xinghe was silent for a moment, then pulled out two clean, plain handkerchiefs from his bosom and handed them to each of them. He offered no comfort, but simply watched them wipe their tears with their handkerchiefs, their shoulders shaking with sobs. After the crying subsided, he slowly stood up and walked to the window. With his back to them, he looked out at the dazzling lights of Tianshu City. His voice was emotionless. "So, what are your plans next? Will you continue to stay in the Meiyan auction house?" Yan Luo and Mei Xiao tried to calm their breathing and wipe the tears from their faces. Although their eyes were still red and swollen, their gazes gradually became firm. They supported each other to stand up, walked behind Shen Xinghe, and bowed to his back. "Young master, by burning your bond, you have pulled us sisters back from the brink of hell and given us a new life." Mei Zhao's voice was hoarse after crying, but very clear. "This favor is like rebirth. We sisters are willing to follow you, be your slaves, and serve you for life, no matter where we go. We will never have two hearts." Yan Luo also nodded vigorously, with the same determination in her eyes. Shen Xinghe didn't turn around immediately. His back was to them, so no one saw the complex light that flashed across his eyes. He thought to himself, oh, what a contrast! One moment she was a charming, alluring auctioneer, and the next, a helpless orphan seeking shelter. Never mind, a hint of uncertainty slipped into his mind, one he hadn't even noticed. He slowly turned around, his gaze falling on two tear-stained yet resolute faces, a look of scrutiny and amusement in his eyes. Follow me, he pointed at himself. Are you sure? Following me might not be any safer than staying in Tianshu City. Without the slightest hesitation, the two men said in unison, we are determined. We will follow you till death. Shen Xinghe looked at them in silence for a moment, then finally nodded slightly. He turned again, gazing out the window at the deep night sky, as if muttering to himself, whatever. I'll help them to the end after all, he said, a barely perceptible smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Walking alone can be a bit boring sometimes. System, what will be the punishment if I don't conquer Queen Lanyu? Ding. No mandatory penalties. The host decides whether to complete the task or not. If you abandon the task, the system will randomly generate a new task chain based on the host's environment. Ha ha ha! Shen Xinghe laughed heartily. Great. Then I won't bother with this side quest about Queen Lanyu. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. Burning Jibo's contract would be tantamount to completely breaking off relations. That bald man might have someone behind him, and fighting was forbidden in Tianshu City. Being constantly watched was unpleasant. It wasn't a good place to stay for long. Since you've decided to follow me, Shen Xinghe had turned around, his tone becoming more decisive, then you should get rid of this auction house. Get rid of it. Yan Luo and Mei Xiao were both stunned, their faces filled with confusion and bewilderment. Mei Xiao hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered the courage to ask, Sir, why do you want to get rid of it? We are only managers of this branch, and this auction house is not our property. Shen Xinghe was slightly stunned. It's not yours? Then why is it called Mei Yan Auction House? This name fits so well with the names of their sisters that he always thought it was their own business. The name is just a coincidence. Mei Xiao explained, the head office is also called Mei Yan Auction House, and it is spread across Lanyu country and even several neighboring countries. We are just small managers assigned here to manage the branch, and our understanding of the head office is extremely limited. There was a hint of helplessness and alienation in her tone. A hint of surprise flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes. Several countries? Such a massive force, this was beyond his expectations. Forget it, he quickly dismissed these thoughts. The most urgent task was to leave. None of this matters anymore. He stopped explaining, and with a thought, a faint light flashed from the mouth of the super Qiankuan bag, and an invisible suction force instantly enveloped Yan Luo and Mei Xiao. Young master, the two sisters felt a gentle but irresistible force enveloping their whole bodies. The scene in front of them instantly became blurred, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Don't resist. Shen Xinghe's voice came, I will temporarily put you into the small world within the Qiankuan bag. You can't stay here for long. That bald donkey Jibuduan has suffered a great loss. There's no guarantee that he won't bring up his father Jibuozhong, a fabricated story, or other backers to cause trouble and add to the situation. I will take you away from Lanyu country and start a new life somewhere else. A feeling of weightlessness came, and the figures of Yan Luo and Mei Xiao turned into two streams of light, disappearing into the mouth of the Qiankuan bag. Before it completely disappeared, they seemed to hear a low sigh filled with endless gratitude and apology, like a gentle breeze. I'm sorry to have caused trouble for you. Chapter 40, Strategy. After putting Yan Luo and Mei Xiao into the Sumeru space of the super Qiankuan bag, Shen Xinghe did not stop at all. Spiritual power flowed through his fingertips, and the glittering spiritual sword belt under his feet hummed, carrying him into the dark night outside Tianshu City, speeding towards the direction away from the center of Lanyu Kingdom. The night wind howled, ruffling his long, dark hair and sleeves. Shen Xinghe remained vigilant, his consciousness constantly scanning the surrounding darkness, searching for any unusual fluctuations in spiritual energy or signs of pursuit. At the same time, in Tianshu City, deep in Jinyufang. Master, the boy you asked us to keep an eye on has disappeared. He must have left Tianshu City. Trash. A bunch of trash, Jibo, like a wild boar, paced back and forth in the lavishly decorated hall, smashing precious jade ornaments to pieces. Veins throbbing on his shiny forehead. 2 body-tempering realm slaves. A pretty boy in the middle stage of opening the acupoints. And they just ran away right under my nose. He abruptly stopped and roared at an old man who looked like a butler, standing beside him, bowing. Old Wu. This instant. Immediately. Contact Blood Fong. Tell them I'll triple the price. Have them send out their most elite 7 soul-chasing devils. I want to see him alive or dead. Especially that little bastard. I'm going to tear his tendons apart, peel off his skin, and grind his bones to dust. Yes. Master Butler Old Wu's heart trembled. Not daring to delay, he immediately took out a communication jade talisman and injected spiritual energy into it. A moment later, the jade talisman lit up with a scarlet light. In less than half an incense stick of time, 7 ghostly figures appeared silently at the back door of Jinyufang. They were all dressed in dark red tight-fitting clothes, their faces covered with hideous demon masks, revealing only a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. The aura emanating from their bodies was condensed and fierce. They were all at the late stage of the Tonxiao realm. The leader had a sturdy figure and the most concentrated aura. He nodded slightly to Ji Bo, target, information. Ji Budwan gnashed his teeth as he described Shen Xinghe's appearance and cultivation, emphasizing his very mean face and the 2 stunning women at his side. Remember. That kid is cunning. Be careful. Capture him alive, if possible. I'm going to personally kill him. Clear. The 7 evils acted swiftly, following the feint scent left by Shen Xinghe when he left the city and the clues provided by Ji Budwan, and split up to track him in different directions. Although Shen Xinghe was cautious, the Blood Fawn could chase him quickly, and he had been away for a short time, so his position was quickly locked by one of the evil spirits. Shen Xinghe was flying his sword over a desolate mountain range, mentally pondering his next move. Suddenly, his powerful consciousness detected a rapidly approaching, murderous aura from behind him. Call out. A sharp sound of breaking air tore through the night sky, accompanied by a cold shout, "Boy! Stop! Stop right there!" Shen Xinghe's heart trembled slightly, but his expression remained impassive. He manipulated his sword belt, slowly slowing it down until it finally hovered in the air, as if he had truly been stopped. He turned sideways, his gaze calmly directed at the newcomer. A tall and thin monk dressed in dark red clothes embroidered with ferocious fang patterns came rushing over. His face was covered with a devil mask, revealing only a pair of eyes flashing with cruelty and greed. In his hand was a scimitar flashing with blood. "What's the matter?" Shen Xinghe said in a flat tone. The Blood Fong monk glanced at Shen Xinghe and asked in a cold voice, "Have you seen a pretty boy who looks very well, asking for a beating?" Passing by with 2 stunning women, he seemed to think that the employer's original words, "looks very cheap," were not very professional, so he changed his words temporarily. Shen Xinghe sneered in his heart, but his face showed an expression of sudden realization and a bit of indignation. "Oh. You mean the guy with shifty eyes who was obviously not a good guy? With 2 crying beauties? I just saw him. He was flying over there very fast." He pointed seriously to a vast forest below that was shrouded in thick gray-white fog and exuded a cold and dead atmosphere. Misty forest. The Bloodfong monk frowned slightly under his mask. "I saw he had such a beautiful woman, and I refused to accept it, so I fought with him and exchanged a few moves. I couldn't beat him." Shen Xinghe's face was full of regret and fear, and his acting skills were superb. That guy, he had a ground-level ghost-head sword in his hand. The murderous aura was so strong. He almost shattered my precious flying sword with just one blow. Earth-grade ghost-headed blade. The Bloodfong monk's breathing visibly hitched behind his mask, his eyes gleaming with greed. An Earth-grade weapon. That's a treasure even Yuanfu realm monks covet. If he could seize it, his heart was instantly filled with the immense benefits, and his vigilance couldn't help but drop a bit. "Yes. It's right below," Shen Xinghe vowed, and waved his hand vigorously again, pointing towards the misty forest. The Bloodfong monk stared at Shen Xinghe's sincere yet slightly cowardly face, thinking to himself, a mid-stage Tonxiao cultivator, frightened by an Earth-grade weapon, is nothing to worry about. The most urgent task is to capture the target and seize the treasure as quickly as possible. He casually approached Shen Xinghe and said, "Oh? So which direction did they go?" Show me. As he spoke, he raised a black leather-covered hand, as if to pat Shen Xinghe on the shoulder as a gesture of friendship. Just when his palm was about to fall and his mind was at its most relaxed, a cold light flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes. His left hand, hidden behind his back, had already accumulated a palm print filled with the 9 netherworld chi. He fiercely pressed it against the Blood Fong monk's unprotected ribs. Puff! A dull bang. The Blood Fong monk felt a chilling, soul-freezing force instantly penetrate his body. His ribs cracked with a teeth-grinding sound. The excruciating pain and the icy sensation of death made his vision go black. A mouthful of blood gushed out, staining the hideous demonic mask red. His eyes were bloodshot and he was horrified. However, Shen Xinghe didn't give him any chance to react. After a successful strike, his right hand had already clenched like a sword. The flowing light-breaking sky sword let out a clear dragon's roar and was instantly summoned. On the sword's body, countless points of sword light, as bright as cold stars, suddenly lit up, connecting with each other, transforming into a piercing, icy, moonlit streak that sliced through the void. Cold star chasing the moon. Die. The cold sound of killing filled the night sky. After all, the Bloodfawn monk was in the late stage of the Tongqiao stage, and in the face of life and death, he unleashed astonishing potential. He endured the severe pain and roared angrily. The blood-red scimitar in his hand burst into a dazzling red light, and he hastily blocked it in front of him. Clang! The roar of metal clashing was deafening, and dazzling sparks exploded like fireworks. However, Shen Xinghe's flowing light-breaking sky sword was of extremely high quality, and coupled with the sharpness of his earth-grade sword skills, how could a mere mysterious-grade scimitar withstand it? The stalemate lasted for less than half a breath before the blood-red scimitar let out a wail of strain, cracks covering the blade before it snapped in two. The sword light was still powerful, like the scythe of the god of death. It swept across the neck of the Bloodfawn monk with incredible precision. A head wearing an evil ghost mask soared into the sky. Shen Xinghe sheathed his sword with a clean, sharp movement. He didn't even glance at the fallen body, and was about to continue on his way. Sudden. A black token with a pattern of bloody fangs hanging on the belt of the headless corpse burst into a dazzling scarlet light with a buzz sound at the moment of its owner's death. A blood-colored airflow, like a living thing, full of resentment and ominous aura, ignored the distance and space and wrapped around Shen Xinghe's body like lightning. It instantly sank into his robe and disappeared, leaving only an extremely tiny, pinhole-like burning mark on his skin. Damn! Positioning blood cursed Shen Xinghe's face instantly darkened. This is trouble. His spiritual sense swept across the broken token, and his mind raced. A person in the late Tongqiao stage actually has this advanced tracking blood curse. This organization is not simple. The remaining people of them must be able to sense the location of this blood curse. Even their leader may very well be an old monster in the Yuanfu realm, or even the Huagang realm. A strong sense of crisis instantly gripped him. With his current strength, he might be able to deal with an early-stage Yuanfu realm cultivator, but if it was a Huagang realm cultivator he would definitely be dead. His gaze swiftly swept across the misty forest below. Thick gray fog swirled endlessly, and from the depths of the forest came faint, deep and feral roars of animals, foreshadowing the countless dangers lurking within. A bold and crazy plan instantly took shape in Shen Xinghe's mind. A cold, bloody arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. He no longer hesitated, controlled the sword belt, and plunged into the foggy forest filled with the breath of death without hesitation. Chapter 41, Warcraft Fantasy Tower. Shen Xinghe's figure moved like a ghost through the dead forest, his steps mysterious and unpredictable. He whispered, his finger gestures changing like lotus. The 7 stars are the guiding energy and the bridge, and the stars in the sky enter the purple sky. Step on the Big Dipper and break the 3 realms, walk through the galaxy and penetrate the sky. Strong winds protect my body and the stars shine. I step on the stars and chase the moon freely. 7 star steps. As the mantra fell, Shen Xinghe seemed to be stepping on an invisible trajectory of stars. With every step he took, 7 imperceptible silver lights appeared on the soles of his feet, echoing the distant star power above the 9 heavens. His figure blurred in an instant, his speed reaching extremes. He left traces of indistinguishable afterimages among the tangled roots of ancient trees and jagged rocks, leaving only faint ripples of spiritual energy in the air. His steps were light, swift, and soundless, as if he had merged into the mist itself. His spiritual sense carefully discerned the environment filled with ferocious demonic energy. Suddenly, his body condensed and instantly stopped behind an ancient black tree that was so big that 3 people could hug it. His aura converged to almost nothingness. His gaze penetrated the thin mist and locked onto the front. It was a huge open space that had been forcibly cleared, with a terrifying and intimidating creature lurking in the center. It resembled a moving, wrinkled, dark purple mountain of flesh, over 10 feet tall, almost as tall as the surrounding giant trees. Its massive body was covered in thick, rock-like horny scales, with sticky, foul-smelling dark green pus flowing through the cracks. Dozens of tentacles as thick as giant pythons, covered with suckers and bone spurs, stretched out from all parts of the meat mountain, waving unconsciously. Every time they swept across the ground, they left deep grooves and traces of corrosion. At the top of the meat mountain, there was no obvious head, only a huge mouth covered with spiral sharp teeth that kept opening and closing, spewing out gray-green poisonous mist. It's the target world of Warcraft Fantasy Tower. Found it. Shen Xinghe's eyes flashed, his mind racing. This giant monster had an almost instinctive greed for the aura of the Chaos Pure Lotus. Without hesitation, he took out a 1,000-year-old Chaos Lotus, which was of slightly inferior quality but still exuded a rich chaotic and pure aura. He placed the Super Universe bag inside, and at the same time, he pinched his hands into more complex and mysterious seals, silently chanting. The universe is boundless, the sun and the moon are turning, Mount Sumeru is a mustard seed, and the body enters the mysterious yellow. A faint spatial fluctuation flashed by, and Shen Xinghe had disappeared instantly, leaving only the Chaos Lotus that exuded an alluring fragrance, quietly floating in the air not far from the Warcraft Fantasy Tower. Almost at the same moment Shen Xinghe had disappeared, the magical pagoda trembled violently. The giant mouth at the top let out a silent roar, and dozens of tentacles danced wildly, stirring up the mist. It was extremely sensitive to the aura of the Chaos Pure Lotus. Without hesitation, and without searching for the source, one of its thickest tentacles precisely wrapped around the Pure Lotus, then instantly retracted. Its massive mouth, covered in spiraling teeth, opened wide and swallowed the Chaos Pure Lotus, along with the tentacle, whole. The movement was quick and decisive, carried with it a greedy sense of satisfaction. Shortly after the magical tower of Warcraft swallowed Qinglian, 6 dark red figures emitting fierce murderous aura, like sharks smelling blood, followed the increasingly clear blood curse mark, broke through the fog, and landed at the edge of the open space. It's here. The source of the blood curse is right here, the Blood Fawn leader spoke in a cold voice, with a bloody fawn token in his hand emitting a burning red light. However, when they saw the scene clearly, even these cold-blooded killers who were used to seeing life and death could not help but gasp. This is the world of Warcraft Fantasy Tower, someone exclaimed in surprise. What shocked them even more was that at this moment, there was an extremely familiar aura in the air. It was the blood energy of the target. The blood energy was emanating from its huge body. What's going on? Why is there blood and energy in this beast? Another killer's voice trembled with disbelief. Could it be that Lao Lu was swallowed by it? Impossible. The Blood Fawn leader's eyes were sharp as knives, staring intently at the magical pagoda. Old Six is in the late stage of Tonchao. Even if he's defeated, he would have put up a fierce resistance before dying. But this beast, besides its own demonic energy, only has the remnants of its target's blood. It's more like the target's blood escaped after death and was devoured by it. He quickly made a judgment: Old Six must have been killed by someone else. And after killing Old Six, he was swallowed by this magical pagoda. Lao Da. Why don't we kill this beast and see who killed Lao Lu? Idiot, the Blood Fawn leader shouted, looking at the giant monster in front of him with fear. This magical beast Phantom Tower is a great monster in the Huagang realm. It has thick skin and flesh, and is extremely poisonous. The 6 of us in the late Tongqiao realm are courting death in front of it. If we act rashly, we will die. He suppressed the anger and greed in his heart and made a quick decision: retreat. Get out of this damn place immediately. The 6 blood shadows did not dare to stay any longer, feeling full of reluctance and deep fear. The interior of the super universe bag was a small world of its own. Filled with spiritual energy and dotted with exotic flowers and plants, it wasn't as vast as the outside world, but it was still quiet and elegant. Shen Xinghe sat cross-legged on a patch of soft spiritual grass, his spiritual energy coursing through his body as he concentrated on suppressing and refining the blood curse that was tracking him. The curse, like a living thing, surged through his meridians, emitting a cold and resentful aura that was extremely difficult to dispel. Yan Luo and Mei Xiao stood by, their faces filled with worry. Seeing Shen Xinghe slowly open his eyes and breathe calmly, Yan Luo immediately stepped forward and said with concern, "Sir, what's the situation outside? Are you okay?" "It's okay." Shen Xinghe's voice sounded a little tired. "It's safe for now. We just need to wait for me to completely refine this annoying blood curse, and then we can continue on our journey." Mei Xiao was very thoughtful, and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. "Sir, did you meet someone sent by Ji Buoduan?" "It wasn't Ji Buoduan himself," Shen Xinghe shook his head. "It was the monk wearing a demon mask and dark red clothes. I killed one of them, but before he died, he triggered this tracking blood curse." Blood Fong, Yan Luo and Mei Xiao exclaimed simultaneously, their faces changing slightly. "That's a killer organization. They only care about money, not people, and their methods are extremely ruthless. Ji Buoduan actually hired them." Shen Xinghe's eyes turned cold. "Do you know where the Blood Fong's lair is?" The two sisters shook their heads at the same time. Mei Xiao said, "Their whereabouts are secretive, and their base is even more secretive. We sisters have only heard of their vicious reputation, and know nothing about their inner workings." "Forget it." Shen Xinghe stopped asking questions and closed his eyes again. The most urgent thing is to solve this blood curse. He immersed himself in his mind again, mobilizing the vast spiritual power in his body, and gradually dissipated the stubborn blood imprint. 7 days later. When the last trace of resentful blood was completely annihilated by the pure spiritual energy, Shen Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief, and his aura became harmonious and transparent. He stood up suddenly, his eyes shining brightly. "It's time to go out." He faced the invisible space barrier and made hand gestures again. The universe turns upside down, the sun and the moon return to their places, open. The space distorted slightly, and Shen Xinghe's figure disappeared instantly. A vast, wriggling, dark red fleshy space emanating a strong, sour, and rotten odor. Flesh and blood constantly contracted and wriggled, and sticky digestive fluid flowed through the gullies. This was the stomach space of the magical Tower of Warcraft. Shen Xinghe frowned. "I was actually teleported into this beast's stomach." Without hesitation, he pointed his finger like a sword, and the sword flew out of its sheath. The sword's blade flickered with cold light, and his fingertips slashed across the sword's spine. He gathered all his spiritual power and slashed fiercely at the flesh wall in front of him. Buzz! An extremely sharp sword energy whistled out. However, just as the sword energy was about to cut through the flesh wall, the seemingly soft flesh and blood tissue suddenly appeared with a strange dark purple light film. Bang! The sword energy was like hitting extremely elastic rubber, shooting back at an even faster speed. Shen Xinghe's pupils shrank, and he shifted sideways several feet, narrowly avoiding his own sword energy. Bounce! Shen Xinghe's eyes were solemn. He tried again, unleashing several sword energies at tricky angles. Without exception, they were all bounced back by the strange, dark purple film. "Interesting," Shen Xinghe sneered, no longer wasting time. He extended his index finger and gently poked the slippery, tough, and elastic flesh. "It seems this attack isn't very effective." "Then try this." His right palm was facing upwards, his 5 fingers were clenched, and his mind was focused. Puff! Molanuan's sea fire jumped out again. Shen Xinghe's eyes became fierce, and he held the flame in his hands, injecting a huge amount of spiritual power into it frantically. Rise! The dark blue flame seemed to be filled with fuel, and instantly exploded. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a slowly rotating dark blue abyss with a diameter of several feet. Go! Shen Xinghe pushed forward with both hands. The huge Mo Lanyuan slammed into the dark purple light film in front. A sharp corrosion sound, accompanied by a thick, stinking white smoke, suddenly rang out. Under the dual erosion of the molten abyss's extreme cold and soul-scorching sea fire, the strange light film that could rebound the sword energy quickly dimmed, twisted, and finally shattered with a loud pop. Without the protective film, the tough flesh walls burned under the fire of the molten abyss sea, like a hot iron pressed on butter, quickly becoming charred and carbonized. The entire stomach sac began to spasm and twitch violently and painfully. It was as if the entire Warcraft fantasy tower was rolling wildly. Now is the time. A cold light flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes. The flowing light-breaking sky sword transformed into a silver lightning that tore through the darkness. With all his strength, he fiercely slashed at the charred and fragile flesh wall. Tear. With a teeth-grinding tearing sound, a huge gap several feet long was cut open. Smelly liquid gushed out. Shen Xinghe followed the sword and turned into a stream of light, shooting out from the gap like lightning. Outside, deep in the foggy forest, the magical beast, Phantom Tower, was letting out an earth-shattering howl of pain. Its massive body twisted and tumbled wildly, crushing the surrounding giant trees into dust and shaking the earth. Sticky dark green blood spurted from the huge wound on its side. Shen Xinghe hovered in mid-air, his eyes icy. He raised the flowing light-breaking sky sword once more, and a massive stream of sword energy, condensed with sword intent, poured into the massive wound with uncanny precision. Ah! A shrill, agonizing wail echoed through the misty forest. The massive body of the magical tower froze, then collapsed with a loud bang, as if drained of all its strength. The dark purple body quickly disintegrated and turned into a thick demonic energy that rose into the sky like a wolf smoke, and finally slowly dissipated in the thick fog. Shen Xinghe didn't even look at the dissipating demonic energy, nor did he pay attention to other beings that might be alarmed. Chapter 42 Roadview King. Just at the moment when the huge body of the Warcraft Phantom Tower collapsed and the monstrous demonic energy rushed into the sky. Deep in a dark valley that is shrouded in dark green poisonous miasma all year round. Atop an altar built of white bones sat a gaunt old man, his face covered in dark purple blisters oozing pus, his back hunched, and his 10 fingernails, pitch black and curved, resembled bird claws. A poisonous snake with a green body and a single horn on its head was wrapped around his skinny neck. Suddenly, the old man's tightly closed, wrinkled eyelids suddenly opened. The small green snake wrapped around his neck also suddenly raised its head and let out a sharp hiss. His withered body trembled violently, and a violent aura burst out, dispersing the poisonous miasma around the altar. Roar! Who is it? Who killed my tar? The little green snake on his neck suddenly expanded several times in size, turning into a green phosphorus python as thick as a bucket with a ferocious single horn on its head. Its cold vertical pupils locked onto a certain direction and it made a threatening hissing sound. The old man Lu Guanwang, a Tianluan realm veteran renowned for his command of ferocious beasts, was now visibly furious. The magical pagoda of Warcraft was not only the home of his meticulously nurtured powerful war beasts, but also the crucial vessel for his cultivation of a certain secret technique. No matter who you are, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Lu Guanwang's bloodshot eyes were almost dripping with blood. His claw-like hands formed a spell, and he uttered a difficult, twisted, and ghostly curse. The 9 netherworlds lead the way, and all the souls show the way. Trace. The. Source. Track. The. Track. As the last syllable fell, his shrunken chest suddenly swelled up, and he spewed a mouthful of his lifeblood into the void. The blood mist condensed in the air and did not dissipate, transforming into a strange blood-colored rune that instantly tore through space and disappeared. The next moment, King Lu Guan appeared above the misty forest, the very place where the magical tower had vanished. He was leaning on a twisted, pale bone staff with a skull embedded on top. There is no need to look closely to smell the unique, cold, and soul-scorching scent lingering in the air. This is King Lu Guan was stunned at first, then a joyful smile broke out on his face, and a strange ho-ho sound came from his throat. Molten Abyss Sea Fire? It's actually Molten Abyss Sea Fire? Ha ha ha! His laughter was crazy and piercing. I have traveled all over the underworld, searching for the strange fire for 100 years. And it turned out to be on a little thief who killed Tyr? God is helping me. God will not let down those who work hard. His bloodshot eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he made another gesture. With the soul seal as proof, all spirits will lead the way. Reveal your whereabouts. As the spell was activated, a trail of countless fine, blood-red light dots suddenly appeared in the void. The trail stretched into the distance, clearly pointing in the direction of Shen Xinghe's escape. Humph! You little bastard from the Tongqiao realm, I will take your life, along with the Malinuan sea fire. He gently patted the massive head of the jade phosphorus python coiled at his feet with his withered claws. Xiaoyu, it's your turn to perform. Hissed the demonic python named Xiaoyu let out an excited hiss, its massive body suddenly arched, and then soared into the sky. Lu Guanwan's hunched figure stood firmly on the snake's head, following the bloody trail, and sprinted after it. His speed was so fast that it far exceeded Shen Xinghe's flying sword. At this moment, Shen Xinghe was thinking about how to arrange for the Yen Luo sisters next. However, a sense of pressure came. He looked back in horror, and his spiritual awareness extended to the limit. A strange green light was breaking through the air at a terrifying speed. Tianluan realm. Shen Xinghe's pupils suddenly shrank. How is this possible? Why would an old monster of this level personally hunt down a Tongqiao realm cultivator like me? At this critical moment, the instinct for survival overwhelmed everything else. The sword body burst into an unprecedented brilliant silver light, and its speed soared again, running away madly. Ha ha! King Luguan, standing at the head of the snake, laughed wildly and mockingly. The sound was so loud that it shook the clouds below. Run away! Little bug! Run as fast as you can! Let me see how a child with the black orchid abyss sea fire can kill Tar, who is in the Huagang realm. He casually formed a spell with his withered claws and pointed at the jade phosphorus python beneath his feet. Go! The demonic python Xiaoyu suddenly opened its bloody maw, and a stream of sticky green venom gushed out like a high-pressure water cannon. The venom dispersed in the air, transforming into a deadly poisonous rain covering an area of dozens of feet, and it rained down on the fleeing Shen Xinghe. Damn it! Shen Xinghe's face changed drastically. He controlled his flying sword, performing all kinds of incredible and extreme evasive moves in the air, narrowly passing through the gaps in the poisonous rain. The venom brushed against the corners of his clothes, corroding the air into wisps of green smoke. This thrilling chase lasted nearly half an hour. Shen Xinghe's heart sank to the bottom. His spiritual energy was being consumed madly, and the shadow of death behind him was getting closer and closer. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. He glanced down and saw a vast stone forest covered with rugged rocks appear in his sight. Shen Xinghe did not hesitate, pressed the tip of his sword downwards, and dived down, instantly disappearing into the huge stone forest. As soon as he landed, he immediately performed the 7 star steps, stepping on the star energy. His figure turned into elusive afterimages among the dense stone pillars, trying to use the complex terrain to hide his body and delay time. Humph! Such a petty trick! King Luguan in the air snorted disdainfully. Playing with a little bug like you for a bit is my last act of mercy. He slowly raised his skinny right hand, clenching his 5 fingers towards the chaotic stone forest below. A dark purple ball of light condensed under his palm. Road explosion. Fall. Lu Guanwan uttered 3 words and snapped his fingers. The small dark purple ball of light fell. The moment it left his fingertips, the ball of light swelled up against the wind. An indescribable sense of oppression descended. Roar! His instinct for survival made him roar. He strained his strength, pushing the 7 star steps to their limit, narrowly slamming himself onto a massive rock several dozen feet high, then curled up. How naive! Who do you think you are facing? I am the mighty Tianluan Lu. Guan. Wang. Before he could finish his words, the giant spiritual palm that covered the entire valley came crashing down. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains trembled. Smoke and dust rose to the sky. Countless huge stone pillars shattered. The entire stone forest valley was flattened several feet under the giant palm, forming a huge, smooth-edged palm print pit. The huge rock where Shen Xinghe was hiding was turned into powder the moment it touched the giant palm. Shen Xinghe tried to cut it with his sword, and used all his spiritual power to wave his big palm in the air. But this is like an ant trying to shake a tree, it is of no use. Then Shen Xinghe spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! The Liu Guang piercing sky sword flew out of his hand and stuck diagonally into the rubble not far away. Level 1 sword intention? Ha, you do have some talent. Lu Guanwang appeared at the edge of the deep pit, looking down at Shen Xinghe from above. I don't have time to play with you anymore. He raised his withered left foot and stepped lightly on the void below. Buzz! A far purer and more terrifying force than before suddenly descended. This wasn't a spiritual attack, but rather the absolute control of a heavenly will realm cultivator over a certain world. It was a crushing force at the level of laws. Ugh! Shen Xinghe felt an irresistible, indescribable, immense force bearing down upon him. His back, which had been arched just moments before, was instantly crushed. He fell heavily back to the ground. He held on to the ground with both hands, veins bulging on the backs of his hands as he tried to resist this might of heaven and earth. The rock beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. Damn it, I shouldn't have meddled in other people's business. It would have been much better if I had just stayed in the sect. The flowing light-breaking sky sword sensed the danger of its master and let out bursts of wailing. The sword body hummed and wanted to fly back, but it was suppressed by the terrifying force and could not move. Why? Because you killed my beloved beast, Phantom Tower. Then he threw Shen Xinghe onto the snake's back. Chapter 43 Road Touching Blood. Kid, you are only in the middle stage of Tongxiao. Even if you have the Malanuan Sea Fire, how can you destroy the magic beast pagoda in my Huagang realm? The gap between realms cannot be easily crossed by strange fire. His fingers kept tapping on the skull staff, making a slight sound that made people's teeth ache. Malanuan Sea Fire. Shen Xinghe's heart was shocked, and his pupils suddenly contracted. How did this old monster know? He gritted his teeth and chose silence. In front of an old monster of this level, any excuse could become a flaw. No answer. A hint of cruel amusement flashed in Lu Guanwang's bloodshot eyes, and a creepy grin spread across his lips. No problem, I have plenty of ways to make you talk. It's just the right time to test my little cutie and use your tiny body to test your strength. Before he finished speaking, the pale skull staff in his hand gently tapped Shen Xinghe's forehead. Buzz! The poisonous insects crazily spread along his nerves. The poisonous insects bit him all over. The pain seemed to come from the depths of his soul, gnawing at every inch of flesh and blood, tearing apart every trace of consciousness. Ugh ha ha! Shen Xinghe could no longer hold back, and a shrill howl erupted from his throat. Cold sweat mixed with blood instantly soaked his clothes, and his eyes were bloodshot. Senior mighty Tianluan, you humiliated a mere Tongxiao cultivator like this. Don't you feel ashamed? Smooth talk. A flash of blood appeared in Lu Guanwang's turbid eyes, and he casually clenched his withered claws in the air. Shen Xinghe felt the pain surge tenfold. It felt like his soul was being torn to pieces. His screams suddenly rose in volume. It was unknown how long it took before King Lu Guan stopped casting the spell, and Shen Xinghe also fainted. When Shen Xinghe opened his eyes again, what appeared before him was a strange cave. The walls of the cave were a sickly dark green, and all sorts of bizarre skeletons were scattered on the ground, some of which were still clinging to flesh that had not yet completely decayed. The air was filled with a nauseating miasma and a strong smell of blood. Several lanterns made of human skin emitted a dark green light, making the cave even more eerie and terrifying. At this time, a figure slowly walked out from the dark corridor deep in the cave. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, wearing a dark green Taoist robe embroidered with twisted poisonous insect patterns. His face was handsome, but his lips were a dark purple-black, like a poisonous poison. His eye sockets were deep, and his pupils were strangely vertical. He bowed respectfully to King Lu Guan, his voice as slick as a snake. Welcome to the triumphant return of my father. Lu Guanwang responded casually, pointing his withered claws at Shen Xinghe. Lu Chushue, take this kid to the 10,000 poison cave and lock him up with the soul-devouring chain. He will be of great use. Yes, father. Lu Chushue's vertical pupils swept over Shen Xinghe. He stepped forward and effortlessly picked up Shen Xinghe, as if carrying a bag of garbage, and walked deeper into the cave. Shen Xinghe was brought to an even colder and damper cave. Countless poisonous stones gleaming with a faint blue phosphorescence hung upside down from the ceiling, and the ground was icy black obsidian. Lu Chushua roughly dragged Shen Xinghe to a cross and locked his limbs and neck tightly with several black chains that gleamed with black light and were covered with fine barbs. "Hey, kid," Lu Chushua's cold fingers brushed across Shen Xinghe's blood-stained cheek, "enjoy the peace here." The poison and severe injuries made it extremely difficult for Shen Xinghe to even move a finger. He tried to mobilize the remaining spiritual power in his body and tried to break free from the chains. However, the barbs on the chain seemed to devour his spiritual energy, and a chilling force constantly invaded his body, exacerbating his pain and weakness. After trying several times, he gave up and hung his head helplessly. "Shit, I feel like dying." After an unknown amount of time, footsteps were heard again from the depths of the corridor. Lu Guanwan and Lu Chushua walked in together. Lu Chushua stood respectfully aside and said, "Father, before we head to the Blue Abyss Sea, do we need to inform the three elders, Minggu, Shuejiao, and Shirtua? After all..." King Lu Guan snorted coldly and interrupted him. "Tell them? Let them have a share? Now that we have the Molan Abyss Sea Fire, there's no need to cooperate with them. The treasures of the Blue Abyss Sea, especially the legendary 9 Nether Soul Suppressing Bell, are mine. No one else can get their hands on them." A fanatical look appeared on his withered face. "As long as I get it, there is no place in the 9 netherworlds that I can't go? Who dares to stop me?" "Molanuan Sea Fire," Lu Chushue asked in confusion. He paused, as if he felt he had said too much, and waved his hand impatiently. "All right, you go out and wait, I need to check this kid again." Lu Chushua didn't dare to say much, and bowed and left the cave of 10,000 poisons. Only Lu Guanwang and the chained Shen Xinghe were left in the cave. Lu Guanwang walked to the cross, raised his withered claws, and formed a seal with his 10 fingers that was filled with an evil aura. "Hey!" With a low shout, he pointed his fingertips suddenly at Shen Xinghe's heart. A stream of green spiritual power shot out and instantly penetrated into Shen Xinghe's body. Shen Xinghe couldn't help but groan in pain. Just then, the purple spiritual pattern on his right arm instantly emitted purple light. Puff! The Molanuan Sea Fire gushed out uncontrollably from the purple spiritual pattern. Molanuan Sea Fire. It is indeed it. Lu Guanwang Kuzua grabbed the jumping dark blue flame without hesitation, trying to forcibly peel it off and subdue it. However, the Molan Abyss Sea Fire seemed to possess a will of its own. The icy flames whipped up, scorching the withered claws of King Lu Guan, causing them to sizzle and rise with a wisp of green smoke. A bone-deep chill and a searing pain instantly reached him. What King Lu Guan retracted his hand in pain, staring in horror at the charred marks on his fingertips. Even more unbelievable was that after forcing him back, the dark blue flames didn't continue to rage. Instead, they sank back into the purple spiritual patterns on Shen Xinghe's arm, dimming their light. "This what's going on?" He didn't believe it, and once again gathered more powerful spiritual power. He formed seals with his hands and pressed hard on Shen Xinghe's arm. Buzz! The purple spiritual pattern shone brightly once more. Molanuan Sea Fire responded, once again burning away his power and forcing it back. The result was exactly the same as before. The flames seemed to have merged with the spiritual pattern, unable to be forcibly separated by any external force. Lu Guanwang Kuzua suddenly grabbed Shen Xinghe's arm, his eyes fixed on the purple spiritual pattern. "Boy, tell me, what the hell is this spiritual pattern on your arm? Where did it come from?" I don't know, it's been there as long as I can remember." Born with it, King Lu Guan's eyes flickered, filled with suspicion and wonder. "Ha! How could such a thing happen in the world? How about killing this guy and then trying to tame Molanuan Sea Fire?" But then he thought, if I kill him and Molanuan Sea Fire becomes uncontrollable, forget it, it's better not to kill him. The Black Abyss Sea Fire in his body is the key for me to unlock the secret realm of the Blue Abyss Sea in advance. If I kill him, the fire will lose control and dissipate, and my century-long plan will be in vain. Never mind. Boy, you're lucky. Tomorrow, follow me to a place. After saying this, Lu Guanwang didn't give Shen Xinghe any chance to react. His claws moved like lightning, and a black light gathered at his fingertips, pointing it at Shen Xinghe's brow. Well. Shen Xinghe only felt a cold force rushing into his sea of consciousness in an instant, and then he fell into coma. Chapter 44 Self-Destruction. Shen Xinghe slowly woke up on the cross, his whole body still in excruciating pain. He subconsciously tried to struggle with his limbs, but the chains immediately tightened, and the barbs dug deeper into his flesh, causing waves of piercing pain and numbness. Damn it, Shen Xinghe cursed in his heart. Then footsteps were heard from the depths of the corridor, and Lu Guanwang and Lu Chuxue walked straight in. King Lu Guan glanced at Shen Xinghe and casually waved his withered claws. An invisible force swept over him, and the soul-devouring chain snapped with a few crisp sounds, breaking and falling to the ground. At the same time, a stream of spiritual power surged into Shen Xinghe's body, quickly repairing all his injuries and allowing his cultivation to recover by most in an instant. Shen Xinghe's body relaxed and he stumbled to the ground. The moment he regained his strength, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he instinctively wanted to activate the 7 star steps to escape from this devil's cave. However, King Lu Guan's Tianluan realm cultivation level completely stifled any thoughts of resistance. In the face of absolute power, any struggle was futile. Boy, you have to follow me closely wherever I go next. Do you understand? Shen Xinghe took a deep breath and suppressed the hatred and fear that was boiling over him. I understand. Poof. King Lu Guan said no more and turned to walk out of the cave. The enormous, azure, demonic python, Xiaoyu, was already waiting at the mouth of the toxic miasma-filled valley. Lu Guanwang, his hunched figure, stood firmly atop the snake's head, followed closely by Lu Chuxue. Shen Xinghe was swept up by an invisible force and landed mid-snake. Hiss! The green phosphorus python let out an excited hiss, and its huge body headed towards the blue abyss sea. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the originally barren and desolate land below was gradually replaced by an endless blue ocean. This is the legendary blue abyss sea. King Lu Guan stood at the head of the snake, his withered claws tightly gripping the pale skull staff, muttering something. Suddenly, 2 dark green will-o'-the-wisp flames lit up in the empty eye sockets of the skull embedded in the top of the staff. He pointed fiercely at the calm sea below. Open! Boom! The blue water seemed to be split open by an invisible blade. A huge ravine, bottomless and over 100 feet wide, appeared out of thin air. The water was a 1,000-foot-high wall, revealing the deep black seabed below. At the end of the ravine, a huge, ancient palace built of some unknown black stone stood quietly in the darkness. The palace door was closed, covered with mottled traces of time and mysterious runes. King Lu Guan drove the demon python to rush into the sea tunnel. Lord Lu Guan, you found the method to open the Blue Abyss ruins, but you didn't tell your old friend. Isn't that really mean? A sinister voice suddenly sounded. 3 figures emitting a terrifying aura that was no less terrifying than King Lu Guan appeared silently in front of the entrance to the abyss, blocking the way. The figure on the left was tall and thin, like a bamboo pole, shrouded in a hideous bone armor woven from countless pale bones, revealing only a pair of eye sockets burning with a faint green soul fire. He wielded a massive bone sickle, and a deathly aura lingered around him. It was none other than the underworld bone ancestor, a mid-stage heavenly wheel realm cultivator. The figure in the middle wore a loose, scarlet robe, his face hidden beneath the shadow of his hood, revealing only a sharp chin and 2 pale, thin lips. The pervasive, indelible scent of blood permeated him. Countless tiny, blood-colored bats danced and shrieked around him. This was venerable Blood Dove, in the early stages of the heavenly wheel realm. The person on the right, the largest and most bloated, his skin a pale gray, like corpse spots. It was none other than Shirtuo Old Demon, mid-stage Tianluan realm. Lu Guanwang, eating alone is not a good idea. Ha ha ha! The old demon Shita laughed wildly. Lu Guanwang's face turned ashen in an instant, and his blood-red pupils shrank rapidly. Yui suddenly realized something and turned around to look at Lu Chuxue behind him. Puff! A dull sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh suddenly rang out. A short blade that was completely black, wrapped in ominous purple light, and exuding a terrifying sharp aura, pierced through King Lu Guan's chest from behind. The one who made the move was Lu Chuxue, who was standing behind him. After a successful strike, Lu Chuxue showed a crazy and resentful smile on his face, and his body instantly retreated, creating distance. Lu Guanwan's body suddenly stiffened. He looked down at the sharp blade protruding from his chest in disbelief. Then he suddenly looked up and stared at the grinning Lu Chuxue in the distance. His eyes were filled with extreme rage and a hint of unbelievable sadness. This was a perfect opportunity to escape, and Shen Xinghe reacted as fast as if he had used a flash. The moment Lu Chuxue attacked, he didn't hesitate and unleashed his full 7-star steps. He desperately flew towards the ruins gate at the end of the Haiyuan tunnel. Old thing. Do you recognize it? The soul-breaking dagger. A heavenly-grade magic weapon bestowed by the three lords. How does it taste? Ha 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 ha. Traitor, black blood gushed out of Lu Guanwan's mouth. I've treated you well. I taught you poison skills and gave you status. Why is this happening? You treat me well? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Lu Chuxue looked like a madman, pointing at his dark purple lips and his inhuman vertical pupils. You taught me poison skills? You used me as a drug tester. And you slapped me in the face with your old barret every day. Look at what a horrible look I have now. It's all thanks to you. Old dog. Today is the day you die. With the three masters here, your fate is over. The soul fire in the eyes of the Nether Bone Patriarch jumped for a moment, and he pointed at the figure of Shen Xinghe approaching the gate of the ruins, and said to Master Shuejiu, that should be the boy who possessed the Molan Abyss sea fire that Lu Chuxue mentioned. Go and chase him, don't let him get away. We are here to deal with King Lu Guan. Humph. A mere child with a clear mind, easy to catch. Master Shuejiu's scarlet robe fluttered, and he transformed into a blood-red shadow, chasing after Shen Xinghe. His speed was so fast that it far exceeded Shen Xinghe's 7-star steps. Good. 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 Since I am destined not to get it, then I will destroy him completely. King Lu Guan let out an extremely shrill roar. Boom. An indescribable terrifying force, brimming with destructive and insane energy, erupted with King Lu Guan at its center. He himself became the source of the poison. 10,000 Poisons Realm. Open. As he roared hysterically, the entire space at the entrance to the abyss was forcibly ripped away. In its place was a boundless, terrifying area of swirling, colorful, poisonous fog. Countless poisonous creatures, including poisonous snakes, scorpions, and toads, condensed and formed in the fog, emitting a silent hiss. The air itself was deadly corrosive. He even burned his own vital essence, forcibly dragging Netherbone, Corpse Tua, and the nearby Lu Chuxue into this deadly killing zone. Poisonous fog. Corroding bones and taking away souls. Lu Guanwan was bleeding from all 7 orifices, looking like a madman, driving the poisonous power of the entire artistic conception, like a flood that broke through the dam, madly rolling towards Mingu, Shirtua, and Lu Chuxue. Damn it! This madman is going to fight to the death. The soul fire in the eyes of the Mingo Patriarch shook violently, and the bone sickle burst out with a pale light. Let's join forces. Kill him first. The old demon Shida let out a dull roar, and the rotten tentacles on his body danced wildly, emitting a strong miasma of corpse decay. Okay, Master Shuejiu was also affected by the edge of the state of mind and had to turn around to deal with it. Only Shen Xinghe was not in the realm of all poisons. Shen Xinghe used the 7-star steps to quickly reach the gate of the ruins. There is a rubbing of the shape of Mo Lan Yuan at the right door. Shen Xinghe condensed his right hand and injected the Molanyuan sea fire into it. The door opened suddenly, and the moment Shen Xinghe walked into the door closed quickly. On the other side, the 3 powerful Tianluan realm masters did not dare to be negligent and simultaneously launched their own artistic conception attacks. Underworld Bone Realm. Yellow Spring Bone Domain. Countless huge white bones pierced out from the void, forming a pale forest of bones, filled with a deadly aura and the wailing of countless souls. Blood Dove Conception. Blood Sea Pagoda. A monstrous wave of blood suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and countless hideous skeletons and struggling souls floated in the blood waves, and the fishy wind pierced the nose. Shida Realm, the land of corruption arrives. The earth turns into a rotting swamp, and countless zombies crawl out of it. For terrifying visions, representing death, poison, decay, and blood, collided in this forcibly open space. Collision, intertwining, annihilation. Colorful poisonous mist, a forest of pale bones, surging waves of blood, and a swamp of decaying mud frantically eroded and devoured each other. In the center of this earth-shattering clash, Lu Chuxue, who had the lowest cultivation level, couldn't even utter a scream. First, his body was corroded by the poison, and instantly rotted and oozed with pus. Then he was cut in half by a sweeping shadow of a bone sickle. The upper half of his body was swept into the blood wave and was devoured by countless resentful souls. The last bit of his body fell into the swamp of the corrupted country and was drowned and decomposed. His body and soul were completely destroyed, and his death was horrible. Although King Lu Guan was frantic, he was severely injured after all, and was simultaneously besieged by 3 powerful warriors of the same level, 2 of whom were even more powerful than him. Under the combined attack of the 3 realms, the 10,000 poisons realm quickly became fragmented, and the colorful poisonous mist was continuously compressed and dispersed. Puff King Luguan gushed out black blood again, his aura rapidly weakening. His cloudy bloodshot eyes looked toward the gate of the ruins. Shen Xinghe had already disappeared, and Master Xuejio was chasing him towards the tunnel. Despair. Absolute despair. Lu Guan Wang let out a final, utterly unwilling roar, his body swelling wildly. All the remaining spiritual energy, poison essence, and even the essence of life within him were ignited, compressed, and detonated at this moment. Minggu was shocked. Oh no! This old dog is going to self-destruct. Retreat quickly. The faces of the old demon Shirtua and the monk Xuejio also changed drastically. They did not bother to look for Shen Xinghe. They simultaneously turned into 2 streams of light and fled for their lives. Boom! An energy storm instantly engulfed the entire entrance to the abyss. Space crumbled inch by inch. The separated seawater barrier was instantly evaporated and annihilated. Chapter 45 Empress, I am not your husband, but... Shen Xinghe passed through an invisible energy water curtain. The terrifying explosion sound behind him, the buzzing sound of space collapse, and the destructive aura of the fall of the Tenluan realm powerhouse were instantly isolated. Before my eyes is another world. The dead, oppressive blue abyss sea seemed like a mere illusion. The interior of the ruins was filled with a soft and mysterious purple halo. The light source comes from both sides, boundless, dreamlike, crystal clear, flowing with deep purple light, emitting a cold, pure, and lonely aura. They swayed silently, illuminating the entire vast space of the ruins like a falling river of stars. It was breathtakingly beautiful and heart-poundingly quiet. The air was filled with Mo Lanyuan's unique cold and subtle fragrance that could purify the soul, forming an extreme contrast with the poison, blood, and decay that had been experienced before. Shen Xinghe's tense nerves, which had just finished running, couldn't help but relax a little in this quiet sea of purple flowers. He took a deep breath, summoned the flowing light-breaking sky sword, and cautiously walked along a path in the middle of the sea of flowers that was paved with jade that also emitted a faint glow. With the tip of the sword lowered, his spiritual sense scanned the surroundings. The path wound its way forward, ending in what appeared to be a white jade arch bridge spanning a sea of flowers. Beneath the bridge, instead of flowing water, was a more intense, liquid purple mist-like aura of dark blue abyss flowing quietly. The other end of the bridge is blocked by a patch of exceptionally tall Mo Lanyuan plants with umbrella-like crowns, making it impossible to see the scenery behind it. Shen Xinghe stepped onto the arched bridge, feeling the soft, uneven jade beneath his feet. As he reached the highest point, pushing aside the massive Mo Lanyuan flower leaves that obscured his view, a crystal-clear, chilling ice coffin quietly appeared before his eyes. The ice coffin was suspended on a circular platform paved with black orchid petals. The coffin lid was crystal clear and flawless. Shen Xinghe's heartbeat involuntarily slowed down. He held his breath and slowly approached. Through the flawless black ice, everything inside the coffin was clearly visible. A woman lay quietly in it. She was wearing a long dress as white as snow, with ice crystal patterns dotted on the hem. Her long hair, which spread over her shoulders, was the color of snow. Her face was as white as snow, her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her nose was straight and slender, and her lips were a light cherry pink. Even with eyes closed, falling into eternal sleep. That sense of elegance, majesty and sacredness that cannot be desecrated still comes to mind, as if the empress who rules over the world in the 9 heavens has accidentally fallen into a mortal dream. So beautiful, simply not like a mortal being. Then, a deep regret came to his heart. Why did such a peerless beauty die in sleep here? His gaze moved away from the woman's beautiful face and fell on the side of the ice coffin. There, an ancient long sword was slanted. The sword body is long and narrow, with a restrained dark silver color throughout. The hilt is simple and elegant, and the hilt is wrapped with unknown dark gold silk thread. The most striking thing is the 2 sides of the sword spine near the tsuba. Lovesickness becomes a catastrophe, and the embers of the stars never cease. Xu Xian has a spirit, and will never break his promise. The writing is sharp, yet reveals a deep-rooted sorrow and desperate persistence. Shen Xinghe couldn't help but stretch out his sword finger, and his fingertips gently brushed across the cold sword body. What a great sword! It's actually of heaven grade. Shen Xinghe noticed that she seemed to be holding something in her hand, but the cold air just covered it up. He walked to one end of the ice coffin, placed his hands on the cold lid, took a deep breath, and slowly exerted force. Buzz! The coffin lid was heavier than expected, and it made a low humming sound as it rubbed against the coffin. As the coffin lid opened, a purer and colder breath spread out, mixed with the faint cold fragrance of the woman. The face of the woman in the coffin became clearer, and her sleeping beauty was almost breathtaking. Shen Xinghe's gaze finally fell on her hands, which were folded in front of her abdomen. Her hands were as white as jade, with long, slender knuckles. And in that palm, quietly resting on a small, exquisite bell, the size of a baby's fist, its entire body radiating a deep, restrained dark gold. The body of the bell is not smooth, but is covered with extremely complex runes. These runes sparkle with a deep light under the purple light of Mo Lan Yuan. The clapper is a round, clear gem. Could this be the 9 nether soul-calming bell that King Luguan mentioned? Is it really that magical? And they even say it's a sacred artifact. Shen Xinghe reached out for the dark gold bell, wanting to take it out. Just when his fingertips were about to touch the bell, dingling, an extremely slight sound was heard. Shen Xinghe's hand was instantly restrained. It stopped in mid-air, unable to move. Something even stranger happened. The thumb of his outstretched right hand seemed to be controlled by a mysterious force and bent completely beyond his control. Then precisely and gently it touched the pale cherry lips of the woman in the ice coffin. Immediately afterwards, a stream of pure spiritual power originating from his dantian flowed uncontrollably along his thumb and into the woman's mouth. This Shen Xinghe was horrified and tried to pull his finger back, but it felt like his thumb was firmly sucked by a magnet and he couldn't break free at all. He could only watch helplessly as his spiritual power was being madly drained away. Buzz! Inside the ice coffin, the woman's eyelashes trembled very slightly. Shen Xinghe's heart instantly rose to his throat. Oh my god! This damn thing couldn't be a dead body. Just as he was in doubt and confusion, the pair of eyes that had been closed for who knows how many years slowly opened. But at this moment, these beautiful eyes did not have the confusion of just waking up, nor the majesty that an empress should have. Instead, they were filled with a sadness that spanned endless time and space and an incredible hope. Tears rolled down her beautiful eyes and slid down her pale cheeks. Hey! You, don't do that. Shen Xinghe's scalp was numb, and he was talking incoherently. I didn't do anything to you. Although you are incredibly beautiful, I wouldn't do anything inappropriate to a beautiful woman who just woke up. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. It's all the fault of that damn bell. She just stood there in a daze, not listening to what Shen Xinghe said at all. Her tearful purple eyes stared at Shen Xinghe's face without blinking. A trembling, extremely soft voice escaped from her lips. Husband. Is it you? Before she finished speaking, her left hand, which was originally holding the bell, grabbed Shen Xinghe's wrist that was sucked. The strength was so great that it didn't seem like a weak woman who had just woken up. Shen Xinghe only felt an irresistible force coming, and his whole body was spinning. Ah! Amidst his cries of surprise, he was unexpectedly dragged from outside the coffin into the icy coffin by the woman. Their positions instantly reversed. The woman floated above the coffin, while Shen Xinghe was pressed down on the bone-chilling bottom of the black ice coffin. The woman landed lightly, kneeling between Shen Xinghe's waist and abdomen. The space inside the ice coffin was limited, and their bodies were almost pressed together. Her hand, which had released the bell, trembled uncontrollably as it gently caressed Shen Xinghe's cheek. Tears streamed from her violet eyes, and her voice choked with sobs. "Husband, it's really you, schwer misses you so much, I miss you so much." Ding! The current target female has been detected as possessing the extremely rare 9-aperture exquisite body. Contains supreme mysteries. Host, this is a godsend opportunity. If not now, when? He. Capture her. Capture her. This system is counting on you. Fuck. Stupid system, Shen Xinghe cursed in his heart. Just now, when I was being hunted and beaten by the Tianluan realm, you pretended to be dead. Now that I have this fatal lucky fortune, you are jumping faster than a rabbit? Are you here to help me or to trick me? Oops, host, you're wrong. Fortune and wealth are sought through risk. This system is precisely timing. Just a reminder, this beautiful lady is at the Dharma realm. A single finger can turn you to dust. If you say the wrong thing, or if you don't manage your expression well, tsk, then you'll be out for lunch early. You won't even be able to catch the ending theme song at the brothel. Besides, a peerless beauty of this caliber throws herself into your arms, affectionately calls you husband, and offers you a kiss. Isn't this exactly the ultimate perk you, the host, have been dreaming about day and night? He. This opportunity is once and for all. Shen Xinghe was choked by the system and speechless for a moment. He felt the cool, soft touch on his face, looked at the breathtakingly beautiful face with tears in the rain, and the pair of purple eyes filled with deep affection and sorrow. It seems it's not impossible. Swear I miss you too. Even he felt a little ashamed when he said this, but at the critical moment of life and death, his acting skills must be on point. The woman hovering above him was startled by the call. Her thumb, which was stroking Shen Xinghe's cheek, moved down slightly with a trembling and unquestionable tone, and pressed it against his lips, stopping him from saying anything else. She shook her head slightly, tears still falling silently, but her voice was filled with a heart-throbbing charm and desire. She leaned down, put her cherry lips close to Shen Xinghe's ear, and her warm breath with the cold fragrance of ice and snow brushed across his earlobe, and her breath was as fragrant as orchid. Don't say anything, kiss me. Didn't you say you wanted a child of our own? Husband, now swear we'll give it to you. We will try our best to give birth to 1 inch. Shen Xinghe's brain buzzed. This benefit came too suddenly, too intensely. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Did this empress recognize the wrong person? Who is her husband? When she realizes she recognized the wrong person, will she crush him to ashes? The wrath of the Dharma realm, just thinking about it makes my legs weak, but this stunning beauty before me, this initiative, this atmosphere. Just as his reason and instinct were fighting fiercely, the cherry lips with the cold fragrance of ice and snow and endless longing gently covered his slightly open lips. Inside the ice coffin, her beautiful face with her eyes tightly closed and her long eyelashes trembling seemed to pour all her loneliness and deep affection into this kiss. Time seemed to have completely frozen at this moment. Chapter 46: The Empress. In his confusion and passion, Shen Xinghe felt a chill on his body. The Empress waved her hand lightly, and the clothes on the two people seemed to be disintegrated by an invisible force. She casually pulled out the jade hairpin that tied her hair, letting her long silver hair, as white as moonlight, cascade down like a waterfall. Her purple eyes were filled with affection as she looked down at Shen Xinghe below her, and a faint smile that captivated everyone appeared on the corner of her mouth. Inside the ice coffin, the temperature was rising rapidly. Husband, do you want a boy or a girl? Softness and tightness had already thrown his rationality to the winds. I want a girl as beautiful as you. Husband, you think the same as Schwer. Inside the ice coffin, the spring scenery is beautiful and the temperature is scorching. I don't know how many hours have passed. Boom! With a dull thud, the coffin, which had endured so much impact, finally collapsed under the weight and shattered. Glistening ice crystals scatter like stars. Shen Xinghe was drenched in sweat. The Empress, however, was radiant, with a lazy blush of satisfaction on her beautiful face, and an astonishing look in her purple eyes. She raised her jade hand slightly, and a pure, gentle, vast spiritual power like the ocean poured into Shen Xinghe's body, quickly nourishing his dried-up dantian and restoring his physical strength. Then, subconsciously and with infinite tenderness, she stroked her flat and smooth belly, as if feeling the possibility of new life. Like a weary bird that had finally found its home, she lovingly buried her head in Shen Xinghe's sweat-soaked chest. Her voice was thick with nasal twang and a hint of fear. Husband Shuer thought that she would never see you again in this life. Shen Xinghe felt mixed emotions as he felt the dependence of the soft and fragrant girl in his arms and her slight trembling. He suppressed his immense sense of guilt and fear of the future, and imitating the gentleness a husband should have, he reached out and gently embraced her smooth back, rubbing his chin against her fragrant silver hair. Silly Shuer, look, I'm fine, aren't I? His tone was filled with a hint of confusion and relief that he had deliberately created. It's just that my memory has become very fuzzy. I can't remember a lot of things. The moment I first saw you, when I was close to you, I was even in a trance. I almost forgot what my beloved Shuer looked like. His voice was choked with fear. Asterisk. The Empress raised her head, tears gleaming in her purple eyes, yet filled with understanding and heartache. Husband Shuer also can't remember anything now, not even why I am in this ice coffin, but I only remember you. I remember my husband Yi Chen. Yi Chen. The arm holding the Empress stiffened for a moment. So her husband's name was Yi Chen. A name that would be engraved in the mind of the Dharma realm Empress. How terrifying must Yi Chen himself be? If he's not dead, then I'm doomed. Shen Xinghe felt a chill running from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. The fear made him swallow subconsciously, and his Adam's apple rolled violently. Before Shen Xinghe could finish his thought, the Empress slowly spoke. Husband, you said your memory is fuzzy, so how did you find this place? Shen Xinghe's mind raced, but his face showed a painful expression of trying hard to recall, which then turned into an extremely firm and affectionate expression. This actually, in my mind, there has always been a vague picture lingering whenever I dream late at night, it appears. A sea of purple flowers, an ice coffin, and a figure that is more important to me than life itself. He stared into the Empress's eyes, his voice low and powerful. This picture is like the guidance of fate, telling me that I must come here. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles there are ahead, no matter how many conspiracies and life or death pursuits I encounter, I never retreat, never give up. Because. He took a deep breath and hugged the Empress tighter. Because I believe. Across endless time and space, through countless calamities, the paths of our fateful encounters have already been determined. I firmly believe that the most important person to me must be waiting here. Shuer, I love you. Ugh. Host. This system has traveled the world and seen countless shameless people, but you are the first one in the world to tell a lie so affectionately and touchingly. This system is convinced. Completely convinced. I bow down to you. I really want to throw the great halberd tyrant in your face. Shut up. If you keep nagging me, I'll burn you with my cigarette. But Shen Xinghe retorted in his sea of consciousness. However, this carefully woven and moving lie accurately opened the softest and most desired lock in the Empress's heart. When she heard those 3 words, I love you, said from her husband, the Empress's delicate body trembled violently. She raised her head, and her deep, mysterious purple eyes instantly filled with crystal tears, which burst out violently. She stared at Shen Xinghe infatuatedly. Husband, she choked with sobs, her voice broken but filled with boundless happiness and determination, and responded word by word. I love you too. Forever and ever, until death do us part. She buried her head in Shen Xinghe's neck again, and her hot tears soaked his skin. Shen Xinghe hugged her tightly. He knew that he had embarked on a dead-end road woven with lies from which there was no turning back. There was an abyss under his feet and a raging fire in his arms that could burn him to ashes at any time. Chapter 47 Tongxiandai. Ding, congratulations to the host for practicing dual cultivation with the 9-aperture exquisite body, and for unleashing the power of the yin-yang chaos body, breaking through the Yuanfu realm. Reward now to the host, a Tongtian card trial card, 2 days. Unlock the Card Agent Mall Purchase Service. Mall pricing, small proxy card, 100,000 villain value, Tongtian proxy card, 200,000 villain value. Service description, shout I guaranteed win but no c-bet, Tongxiandai guaranteed win and c-bet. Note, the proxy card service temporarily grants the host the highest combat power within their current world status. During the Tongtian proxy service, the host's consciousness can perform fine manipulation, but the proxy cannot. The proxy only ensures victory. Tongxiandai. Guaranteed win, guaranteed see, and even control of death? Husband. The empress in his arms stirred and raised her head. Her deep, mysterious purple eyes, now free of the haze of lust, were now filled with the innocence of a newly awakened child and complete trust in him, like a newborn animal. It's so dark here. Schwer wants to see the sky outside, the flowers outside, and the world where her husband lived. Can you take Schwer out to have a look, please? Her voice had a soft, nasal tone as if she had just woken up. Shen Xinghe took a deep breath, imitating the doting that a husband should have. He reached out, gently brushed his fingertips through her smooth silver hair, and gently tidied up the messy hair on her temples. Okay, Schwer. His voice was deliberately low and gentle. Your husband will take you out right now to travel around and see all the prosperity in this world. He tried to make his smile look sincere and innocent. He helped Jun Weishue stand up. Her body was still a little soft, and she leaned against him naturally. Shen Xinghe held her slightly cool and smooth hand, and the touch made his heart skip a beat. There was dead silence inside the ruins, with only the light footsteps of two people echoing in the emptiness. When he arrived at the gate of the ruins, Shen Xinghe condensed the Mo Lan Yuan sea fire with his left hand. Husband, what is this? It's so beautiful, like the stars in the deep sea. Jun Weishue tilted her head, staring at the cluster of blue flames with her purple eyes without blinking. This is called the Molan Abyss Sea Fire, a strange fire from heaven and earth. It was with it that I sensed the call from this place, opened this door, and finally, I found my lost treasure, my Schwer. A vomit expression appears on the system. Shen Xinghe just frowned and ignored the system. When Jun Weishue heard this, her purple eyes were filled with emotion and happiness. She shook his hand back firmly and smiled with a blushing girlish face. Shen Xinghe pressed his left hand, which was burning with the fire of the Melanuan Sea, firmly on the flame-shaped rubbing groove in the center of the stone gate. Buzz! The runes on the gate lit up with faint blue light one by one, flowing rapidly along the patterns on the door. Sound of a crash. With a deafening roar, the heavy stone door slowly opened to both sides. The long-lost daylight brought with it a chilling and cold atmosphere. However, the scenery outside the door was not as beautiful as imagined. Behind the blinding light of day, a sea of people greeted the view. Three distinct factions firmly blocked the only exit from the ruins. They had obviously been waiting here for a long time, and the air was filled with undisguised greed, scrutiny, and strong hostility. The three great families. The top powers in the Nine Netherworld. Left, the Joyoli family. All dressed in dark black robes, their aura chilling. The elder in the lead was tall and thin, with a haggard face and sunken eyes. The Li family elder Li Xianyin. The terrifying pressure emanating from him was evidently from the mid-stage Dharma realm. Behind him, a young man with a stern face and a long sword on his back, Li Yifeng, middle stage of Hua Gang, locked onto the door tightly. Right, the Jiuyo Huang family. Clad in azure Taoist robes, their aura is relatively calm. The elder in the lead is wealthy, with a seemingly warm yet unfathomable smile. The Huang family elder Huang Yan. His cultivation in the early stages of the Dharma realm is also not to be underestimated. The young man behind him, Huang Qiming, middle stage of Huagang, has lively eyes and the arrogance unique to children of aristocratic families, and his gaze is hesitantly scanning the inside of the door. In the center, the Nine Netherworld Tang clan. Their bright yellow robes were the most striking, their aura the most domineering and arrogant. The elder in the lead, a burly figure with unfurled hair and beard, exuded a commanding presence without even anger, his fierce eyes fixed on Shen Xinghe. The Tang clan elder Tang Jinshan. He was in the middle stage of the Dharma realm. Behind him, a young man dressed in gorgeous clothes with an obviously lustful look on his face, Tang Yulin, early stage of Hua Gang, was playing with a jade pendant out of boredom. But when the stone door opened and his eyes swept over the empress next to Shen Xinghe, he froze instantly. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Hiss. Almost at the same time, three gasps came from Li Yifeng, Huang Qiming, and Tang Yulin respectively. The jade pendant in Tang Yulin's hand fell to the ground with a click. He was completely unaware of it. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was slightly open, and a low hoarse sound came out of his throat uncontrollably. Oh my god, there is such a beauty in this world. With this figure, this face, if I could hold her under me, his eyes flashed with naked possessiveness, as if he had seen some unbearable scene. Although Li Yifeng has a cold personality, his eyes also burst into an astonishing light at this moment, like a swordsman who has discovered a rare treasure. The fingers holding the hilt of the sword tightened slightly and whispered, so beautiful it was a kind of admiration for the ultimate creation. The arrogance in Huang Qiming's eyes turned into amazement, and he murmured, so beautiful this girl should only exist in heaven. He even subconsciously leaned forward slightly. Shen Xinghe was shocked. 3 Dharma realms. 3 transformation realms. He forced himself to remain calm, pulled Jun Weishu a half a step behind him, used his body to block those disgusting gazes as much as possible, and spoke loudly. Fellow Taoists, what is the purpose of gathering here? In response, he was shouted at 3 times, almost overlapping each other. Hand over the 9 nether soul calming bell. The pressure of the Dharma contained in the voice made Shen Xinghe feel a tightness in his chest, but he still straightened his back and protected Jun Weishu even tighter. Shen Xinghe had no expression on his face and said in a low voice, "No. You're just an ant from the Yuanfu realm. Do you have the right to speak here?" As soon as Shen Xinghe finished speaking, a roar of disdain and violence erupted from the Tang family camp. It was Tang Yulan, who had already lost his composure. He had long been aroused by Jun Weishua's beauty, and Shen Xinghe's ant tone completely ignited his anger. There was a fierce light flashing in his eyes, and he completely ignored the presence of his elders. The long sword at his waist was automatically unsheathed with a clang, turning into an unparalleled sharp golden swordlight, piercing Shen Xinghe's throat. Dai Tang Yulan's face was filled with cruel satisfaction. This sword was too fast. Too fierce. The Dharma realm ancestors watched coldly, seemingly tacitly approving of this probing, or rather, trash-clearing, behavior. Li Yifeng and Huang Qiming also had a flicker of indifference in their eyes. Shen Xinghe's pupils suddenly shrank. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. The Yuanfu realm spiritual energy in his body was churning wildly, and he instinctively wanted to use the flowing light-breaking sky sword to block. However, a hand, soft as a boneless bone, yet imbued with devastating power, gently rested on his arm, preventing him from drawing his sword. It was Jun Weishu. The other jade hand casually and almost lazily waved its sleeve in the direction of the incoming swordlight. Buzz. An invisible and intangible, yet overwhelming and terrifying force suddenly erupted. The fierce golden swordlight hit an invisible wall of size when it was less than 3 feet away from Shen Xinghe's throat. Puff. The invisible force did not stop and hit Tang Yulan's chest hard. Ugh. The grim smile on Tang Yulan's face froze instantly. He let out a shrill howl and flew back even faster than when he came. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! With a dull thud, he fell heavily to the ground at the feet of Tang Jinshan and rolled several times before stopping. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. You can hear a pin drop. Only Tang Yulan's painful groans and gasps echoed in the air. The gleam in Li Xuanin's eyes froze instantly, and for the first time, a solemn and fearful expression appeared on his withered face. Huang Yan, the Huang family's ancestor, had a warm smile on his face, and deep in his eyes was a deep horror. The surprise on Li Yifeng and Huang Qiming's faces was completely replaced by fear. As for Tang Jinshan, his hair and beard were standing on end, his eyes were bloodshot, he stared at Jun Weishu and let out a deafening roar filled with shock, anger, and violence. Mid-stage Dharmakaya? Good. Very good. Little bitch. How dare you hurt the eldest grandson of my Tang family's ancestor? The bright yellow Taoist robe on his body rustled in the wind, and the ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. I don't care what kind of monster you are. Today, I will grind you to dust. I will torture you to the point where you can neither live nor die. He pointed at Shen Xinghe. As for you, a mere ant, I will extract your soul and refine your spirit, then hang you on the top of the 9 nether city, where you will suffer the agony of being devoured by thousands of ghosts. I will make you regret ever coming into this world. Being insulted and threatened so viciously, Jun Weishua's deep purple eyes instantly turned cold. A terrifying aura that was even colder, more majestic, and more vast than Tang Jinshan's began to permeate her body. She raised her jade hand slightly, a faint light flickered on her fingertips, and a bell containing the fluctuations of an ancient soul hung up. It was the 9-nether soul calming bell. Shen Xinghe's right index finger and middle finger just happened to hold a card. Chapter 48 9-nether soul calming bell. 9-nether soul calming bell. Three voices rang out quietly: Li Xianin, Huang Yan, and Tang Jinshan. The violent murderous intent and resentment on Tang Jinshan's face gradually melted away under the absolute suppression of the holy weapon's aura, and were replaced by fear that penetrated deep into his bones. His body took a step back uncontrollably, and his tiger eyes, which were burning with anger, were now filled with only panic and disbelief. And Li Xianin and Huang Yan, these two shrewd old foxes, after the initial extreme shock, a trace of imperceptible greed and cruelty flashed across their withered and wealthy faces at the same time. Almost at the same moment when the 9-nether soul calming bell appeared, a nearly invisible glint of consciousness flashed through Li Xuanin's sunken eye sockets. Beneath Huang Yan's wide sleeves, his fingers subtly formed a magical gesture. Silently, two secret divine thoughts containing their original aura and the coordinates of this place shot towards their respective families' most secret altars or secluded forbidden areas. They are calling people. When it comes to the holy weapon, every old fox wants it. Only by calling enough people can they have a greater chance of grabbing this 9-nether soul calming bell. Dirty thing! Jun Weishua's bone-cold voice rang out, and in her purple eyes there was only indifference and murderous intent looking down on all living beings. Her jade fingers, like picking up a flower, gently brushed across the suspended 9-nether world soul calming bell. Jingle! A clear bell rang out, as if it could penetrate the eternal cycle of reincarnation. 10,000 souls strangled, ringing reincarnation. Jun Weishua shouted, her purple eyes locked onto the retreating Tang Jinshan. The 9-nether soul calming bell suddenly shone brightly, and countless mysterious and complex runes flowed and combined on the bell. Buzz! A vast, boundless painting, emitting an endless atmosphere of vicissitudes and sorrow, suddenly unfolded in the void above Tang Jinshan's head. That was no ordinary painting, but a 10 lifetimes reincarnation diagram woven from the pure laws of the soul and the power of reincarnation. The image shimmered with light and shadow, reflecting fragments of Tang Jinshan's past lives. Countless twisted, tormented, wailing souls roared forth from it. They were not illusions, but rather karmic souls forcibly snatched and condensed from the long river of reincarnation by the sacred artifact. Densely packed, covering the sky and the sun, carrying a deep hatred for the living and a madness that tore through everything, it transformed into a destructive soul tide, rushing towards Tang Jinshan. Wherever it passed, the space groaned under the weight. Ah! Yin and Yang rotate, the Bagua protects the body. Tang Jinshan's soul was about to burst out, and he roared in anger. He spun his palms wildly, and before him, a huge, rapidly rotating Yin and Yang Bagua diagram was condensed. Black and white energy flowed. Boom! The soul tide slammed fiercely into the Bagua diagram. A sharp friction sound, the shrieking of souls, and the explosive sound of spiritual power shattering mixed together. The black and white energy flickered, and the huge Bagua diagram trembled violently, as if it wanted to shatter. Puff! Tang Jinshan's face instantly turned pale as if he had been electrocuted by an electric baton, and he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood was tinged with a faint trace of gray death. He flew backwards, and when he managed to steady himself, his breath was already weak and his chest was heaving violently. He turned his head sharply, looking at Li Xianin and Huang Yan, who were standing by and watching, and roared, Li Xianin! Huang Yan! You two old bastards! Why don't you come and help me? Are we supposed to wait for her to defeat them 1 by 1 inch? However, what responded to him were two old faces full of hypocrisy and calculation. Li Xuanin's haggard face forced a stiff smile, his voice dry, Brother Tang, you are wrong. My Li family is not in a position to interfere in the feud between this fairy and your Tang family. Huang Yan laughed even more happily and waved his hands repeatedly. Yes, yes, Brother Tang, every wrong has its perpetrator. This girl is extremely beautiful and has no grudge against my Huang family. How can we bully her by taking advantage of our power and use our numbers to bully the weak? Girl, please do as you please. My Huang family will never interfere. He looked righteous and stern, as if he was not the one who had secretly waved the hand just now. You two treacherous old dogs! Tang Jinshan was so angry that he was shaking all over, his eyes were bloodshot, and he wished he could eat them alive. Noisy! Jun Weishua's cold voice rang out again, a hint of impatience in it. Without even glancing at Li and Huang, her violet eyes fixed on Tang Jinshan, whose breathing was unstable due to anger and injury. This time, she raised her delicate hand, placed her thumb and middle finger together gracefully, and gently placed them on her lips, which were as delicate as petals. She slowly closed her deep purple eyes. When you open your eyes again. The cherry lips parted slightly, soul-tied, the nine netherworld returns. Buzz. With the soul-calming bell as its center, a wave of black soul power spread out with a bang. A terrifying and irresistible suction force instantly generated, firmly locking onto Tang Jinshan's soul origin. New. However, under the absolute lock of the holy artifact Nine Nether Soul Calming Bell, all struggles are in vain. The black soul power ripples instantly caught up with his fleeing afterimage, transformed into an invisible giant hand, and clenched it fiercely. Phew! There was no earth-shattering explosion. Just a soft sound like a bubble bursting. Tang Jinshan's fleeing figure suddenly froze in midair. The next moment, his body, along with the madly burning Dharma image, blood essence, and even the essence of his soul, quickly melted and decomposed. It transformed into the purest and most original ray of dark soul power, which was greedily absorbed and swallowed by the spreading black ripples, and finally flowed back into the Nine Nether Soul Calming Bell. Tang Jinshan, his body and soul were completely destroyed. Not even a trace of dust was left. Silence. A silence even more dead than before. The hypocritical smiles on Li Shenyin and Huang Yan's faces completely froze, and their bodies trembled slightly uncontrollably. Li Yifeng and Huang Qiming were completely livid, their legs weak and unable to stand. Instant kill. Absolute, crushing instant kill. The power of the sacred weapon was terrifying. However, after delivering these two earth-shattering blows, Jun Weishua's beautiful face instantly lost all color and turned pale. Her delicate body swayed slightly, her brows furrowed, and she subconsciously raised her jade hands and rubbed her temples hard. My heart is a little unstable. A barely perceptible trace of fatigue and dizziness flashed across those deep purple eyes. A subtle, painful groan escaped her lips. Forcibly activating the incompletely adapted sacred artifact, especially the powerful Nine Netherworlds returning to position, placed a tremendous strain on her newly awakened, memory-depleted body and soul. The void beneath her feet seemed to become unstable, her body staggered slightly, and she was about to fall from the air. Shen Xinghe saw it clearly, and his heart suddenly tightened. He subconsciously rushed over to support her. Want to go over? Have you asked us? Li Yifeng and Huang Qiming. One on the left and one on the right, they instantly blocked Shen Xinghe's path. Li Yifeng pointed his long sword diagonally, the sword energy was cold. Huang Qiming opened the folding fan in his hand, the fan bones flashing with a sharp cold light. At the same moment when Shen Xinghe was blocked, two figures that were faster and more sinister than ghosts appeared in the void behind Jun Weishua in an instant, as if they had calculated the timing long ago. It was Li Shenyin and Huang Yan. Dai Li Xuanin's face was full of ferocity, and his palm was condensed with the thick and insoluble Shenyin death energy, which hit Jun Weishua's heart directly. The holy artifact Angelica is destined for you. Girl, go with peace of mind. The fat palm burst out with terrifying palm power, slapping Jun Weishua's defenseless back hard. Puff. Jun Weishua didn't even have time to turn around completely. Two full-strength attacks from the Dharma realm hit her back firmly. Blood suddenly spurted out of her mouth, staining the silver hair falling in front of her and the cold air red. Ah, she groaned in pain, and the light in her purple eyes dimmed instantly. The light of the Nine Nether Soul Calming Bell in her hand instantly died out, becoming dim and lifeless. She fell powerlessly from the air. Shen Xinghe, who witnessed all this, was furious and filled with anger and murderous intent. Get out of here! And at the same moment when this roar resounded through the sky, the unlocking rune of the Tong Tian card lights up. Tong Tian card, 2-day trial card, unlock. Loading. Loading completed. Congratulations to the host, Shen Xinghe, who is now the supreme god of the nether plane. Host, please enjoy this power of controlling everything and deciding life and death. Let's have a killing feast. The last trace of mortal emotion in Shen Xinghe's eyes completely disappeared. What replaced it was the absolute divinity that looked down upon the heavens and was indifferent to reincarnation. This Joyo is destined to be reshuffled. Chapter 49 The Supreme God. Shen Xinghe raised his right hand and gently rubbed his thumb and middle finger. Bang! A crisp snap of fingers. The sound is not loud, but it has the power of law. Hoo-ah-ah! The sea suddenly boiled. A raging wave surged into the sky. Amidst a dragon's roar that shook the heavens, a giant dragon, its entire body covered in white scales as bright as moonlight, broke through the raging sea and soared into the sky. The speed of the white dragon surpassed space. Its huge body was just a blurry flash, and the huge dragon head had already appeared under Jun Weishue, firmly supporting Jun Weishue's falling body. Jun Weishue lay powerlessly on his side on the cold dragon scales, his silver hair disheveled, his purple eyes closed, and his breath weak. Shen Xinghe's gaze didn't even linger for a second on the white dragon that saved Jun Weishue. He stepped forward and took the first light step into the void. Collapse. A terrifying pressure from the supreme god of the lower realm erupted with his footsteps as the center. Plop! 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 Below, everyone, from Li Xianyin and Huang Yan in the Dharma realm to Li Yifeng and Huang Qiming in the transformation realm, and even the family guards who followed from afar, instantly had their knees shattered. Their bodies uncontrollably slammed heavily onto the cold, hard ground or shattered ice crystals. Ugh! Puff! Screams, muffled groans, and the sound of blood spurting instantly merged into one. The guards with weaker cultivation were directly crushed into meat paste by this first step of pressure. Shen Xinghe had no expression on his face and took the second step. Buzz. This time the pressure suddenly doubled. Ha ha ha! Li Xuanin's withered face pressed firmly to the ground, his eyes bulging and bloodshot, his heart pounding. His Dharma realm spiritual power, which he was so proud of, was more fragile than paper in the face of this pressure. No, impossible! What kind of power is this? Huang Yan's body trembled violently under the pressure, and he felt that his soul was about to be crushed. Save me! Li Yifeng's sword had already slipped out of his hand, and his hands were tightly digging into the ground. His finger bones were broken, but he could not move at all, and could only let out a desperate scream. Monster, monster, he is a monster! Huang Qiming was so frightened that his heart and liver were broken, tears were streaming down his face, his crotch was wet and smelly, and his spirit had collapsed. Step 3, step down. This time, the pressure was no longer evenly distributed, but like a precise divine punishment, it instantly locked onto Li Yifeng and Huang Qiming. No, the two of them only had time to let out half a scream that was extremely shrill. Puff! Puff! There were two soft sounds, like something exploding. The spot exploded into two balls of blood mist, leaving not even a trace of residue behind. The smell of blood instantly spread, so strong that it was disgusting. Shen Xinghe's gaze finally fell on the two old men in the Dharma realm who were crawling on the ground and shaking like sieves. His figure disappeared instantly and appeared in front of Huang Yan. No words, no expression. Shen Xinghe's right hand, which contained the power of the supreme rules of the lower world, grabbed Huang Yan's neck and lifted him up from the ground like a chicken or duck to be slaughtered. Spare my life! Huang Yan's thick lips trembled, and a fishy liquid flowed down his trouser legs. He had never felt so close to death. Shen Xinghe clenched his other hand into a fist. Bang! The first punch hit his dantian qi hard. Ugh! Huang Yan screamed like a pig being butchered. He could clearly hear the sound of the barrier in his dantian shattering. Bang! 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 Shen Xinghe's movements were continuous without a pause. His fists were so fast that only blurry afterimages could be seen. At a speed beyond the limits of vision, he struck the same spot again and again, solidly, Huang Yan's dantian. Every punch is accompanied by the dull sound of bones breaking and tendons taut enough to make your scalp tingle. Dozens of punches. Hundreds of punches. Shen Xinghe seemed tireless until snap pop. His dantian completely exploded and shattered, transforming into a ball of chaotic nothingness. All his spiritual energy, vitality, and the foundation of his diligently cultivated dharma form were annihilated. He collapsed instantly, his eyeballs bulged out, black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs flowed out of his mouth and nose, and only unconscious twitching remained. Shen Xinghe casually threw Huang Yan's dilapidated body down. Plop! The heavy sound of the ground fell on Li Xuannin's heart. Li Xianyin was already terrified. He witnessed firsthand how Huang Yan's dantian was shattered alive in despair and agony. The inhuman torture and the absolute crushing power completely destroyed him. No, please spare me. Li Xianyin no longer cared about his face and his body was shaking wildly. He burst into tears. I am willing to be a slave. I only ask God to spare my life. Spare. Shen Xinghe slowly turned his head and his divine gaze fell on Li Xianyin. Looking at this old Dharma dog who was sinister and vicious just now but now wagging his tail and begging for mercy like a mangy dog, Shen Xinghe's mouth corners twitched upwards very slowly. That was not a smile, but the supreme god's indifference to the struggle of ants. This subtle expression, in Li Xuannin's eyes, was more terrifying than the most ferocious demon. His whole body froze, and even his plea was stuck in his throat. The next second, Shen Xinghe moved. His figure disappeared from the spot and flashed in front of Li Xianyin, who was kneeling on the ground. Instead of strangling his neck, he used his right knee to hit Li Xuannin's chin hard. Snap! A teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking was heard. Li Xianyin couldn't even scream, his entire head flew into the sky with splattered blood and broken teeth. Shen Xinghe's figure followed closely behind. It was so fast that it was impossible to catch it with the naked eye. When Li Xuannin's body reached the peak of its ascent and began to fall, Shen Xinghe appeared above him. His right knee slammed into Li Xuannin's lower back again. Bang! Snap! The spine instantly shattered. Li Xuannin's body bent in the opposite direction at an even faster speed, slamming down to the ground. Shen Xinghe followed like a shadow. Just as Li Xianyin was about to hit the ground, he twisted his body in midair and hit Li Xuannin's back with his right elbow. Puff! Li Xianyin was like a puppet, being blasted high into the sky again by this terrifying force. His body formed a strange and distorted less than sign shape in the air. Knee. Elbow. Man. Knee. Man. Elbow. Shen Xinghe circled Li Xuannin's broken body, which was constantly falling and being blasted up, and launched the most precise aerial combo. What can I say? Every knee strike was accompanied by the dull thud of shattering bones, and every elbow strike brought a shower of blood. Li Xianyin couldn't even scream, completely ravaged and dismantled. This one-sided torture lasted for more than 10 breaths. Shen Xinghe's figure suddenly stopped in the air, and he felt a little bored. He stretched out his right hand, put his index finger and middle finger together like a sword, and casually and lightly drew them downwards towards the void. Buzz! A giant platinum sword, condensed purely from vast divine power and emitting magnificent divine power, instantly took shape in the void above his head. Shen Xinghe pointed his finger downwards. Zheng! The giant platinum sword instantly pierced through the dantian qi si of Li Xianyin, who had just been blasted up again and was badly damaged. Phew! There was no earth-shattering explosion. Just a soft sound like a hot knife cutting butter. Li Xuannin's broken body suddenly stiffened. The last trace of light in his wide-open eyes was completely extinguished. At the dantian, a huge hole appeared, which was transparent from front to back. His broken body fell helplessly from a great height. Shen Xinghe's gaze finally turned to Tang Yulan, who was lying limp on the ground, frightened and even his diaper wet. Shen Xinghe had lost all interest in playing. He raised his right hand again. This time, the thumb and middle finger are aligned. Bang! Another crisp snap of fingers. It's like the prelude to the god of death reaping lives. Puff! 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 Below, all the people from the Li, Huang, and Tang families who were kneeling on the ground and had not yet died, whether they were guards or corps members, exploded one after another in an instant like lit firecrackers. No screams, no struggles. There were only clusters of sad and beautiful blood flowers that suddenly bloomed and quickly disappeared. The thick and indissoluble smell of blood enveloped the entire entrance to the ruins. In a few breaths, except for the white figure standing proudly in the void and the white dragon that was squatting and guarding the unconscious Jun Weishue, there was no living creature here. Shen Xinghe appeared on the white dragon's huge head, next to Jun Weishue. The divine light in his eyes dimmed slightly, and he slowly squatted down, looking at the empress who was still unconscious with a frown on her face and blood at the corners of her mouth. Husband Jun Weishue's eyelashes trembled, and she opened her eyes a little with difficulty. "Don't move." Shen Xinghe's voice was still cold, but with a hint of gentleness. He stretched out his right hand and gently touched Jun Weishue's forehead with his index finger. Buzz! A soft and vast platinum divine light lit up at the fingertips, containing the power of the supreme law of creation in the lower realm, and slowly flowed into Jun Weishue's body. The two palm prints on her back healed quickly, and her skin became as smooth as jade again. The body is gently wrapped, nourished, and reshaped by the divine light, radiating a stronger vitality. The pale cheeks quickly regained their rosy color, and the weak breath became long and steady. "Just count your breaths." Jun Weishue moaned, her eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. Her deep purple eyes regained their brilliance, even clearer and brighter than before, brimming with life. Shen Xinghe retracted his finger, pointed at the white dragon coiled below, and gently guided it with his finger like a sword. On! The white dragon let out a loud roar, and its huge body stirred up the wind and clouds, carrying the two of them into the air and breaking through the thick blood mist. A strong wind blew their clothes. Jun Weishue snuggled up to Shen Xinghe, looking at the blood-stained Shura field below that was rapidly receding. She then looked up at her husband, whose aura was as deep as the sea, and asked softly, "Husband, where are we going?" "Take you to kill someone." The white dragon roared, tearing through the bloody sky and heading towards the three major families of Joyo. Chapter 50, Destroying the Tang Dynasty. The white dragon tore through the bloody sky and rushed towards the depths of the 9 netherworlds, the territory belonging to the Tang family, the huge city of Mingyuan. At the same time, in the deepest part of the huge city of Mingyuan, there is a forbidden area where the Tang family enshrines the life tablets of their ancestors. Snap! Snap! Two sharp, crisp, and piercing cracks echoed through the silent chamber. The natal spirit tablets representing Tang Yulin and Tang Jinshan of the Tang family exploded into dust. Ah! A roar filled with raging rage erupted from the deepest part of the forbidden area. Boom! The forbidden stone gate was shattered by the violent airflow. A figure with destructive power, wrapped in a monstrous murderous aura, soared into the sky. It was none other than Tang Hanhui, the ancestor of the Tang family, who had reached the pinnacle of the Dharma realm. He hovered above the giant city, his facial muscles twisted, his eyes bloodshot, his fingers trembling violently with extreme anger. The aura of the peak Dharma realm was released without a trace, stirring up dark clouds over the giant city of Nether Abyss, and electric snakes danced wildly. Who is it? I will tear him into pieces. Extract his soul and refine his spirit. I will forever imprison him in the underworld. His roar was like rolling thunder, echoing over the huge city, filled with deep hatred and boundless murderous intent. He was just about to use the secret method of chasing souls. However, just before his roar ended, boom! A vaster, colder, and more indifferent supreme god's terrifying pressure from the 9 heavens suddenly descended like an invisible sky, instantly enveloping the entire Nether Abyss city. Tang Hanhui's violent aura, in the face of this pressure, his face changed drastically, and horror appeared in his red eyes for the first time. He looked up suddenly. Above the dim sky, a giant white dragon broke through the thick clouds and hovered above the 9 heavens. The dragon's head was ferocious, and its dark blue pupils looked down indifferently at the huge city below. And on top of that huge dragon head, a figure stood proudly. It's Shen Xinghe. His face was calm, but his eyes were like a 1,000-year-old cold pond, deep and indifferent, without a trace of human emotion. He was a god. Beside him, Jun Weishue stood leaning against him, with a hint of complexity in her purple eyes, looking at the huge dark city below that looked like a crawling beast. The buildings in the huge city of Mingyuan are lined up one after another, and the lights flicker under the pressure. Countless members of the Tang family and their followers look up at the sky. Shen Xinghe didn't even lower his head to look at Tang Hanhui. He simply raised his right hand calmly, with 5 fingers spread out, pointing to the huge netherworld city below. Buzz! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 miles was instantly drained away. A giant platinum palm, condensed from pure divine power, covering the entire sky above the city, suddenly took shape. The palm lines are as clear as the ravines in the mountains, and destructive chaotic air currents flow in the palms, with magnificent divine power that makes the heaven and earth pale in comparison. In the city, countless people collapsed to the ground in an instant. The child's crying stopped abruptly, and his parents covered his mouth tightly, his eyes full of fear. The monks' faces turned pale, and the protective auras on their bodies shattered like soap bubbles under the divine power. They looked at the giant palm that seemed like a divine punishment in despair. Some people knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and cried for mercy. Some were stunned, waiting for death, and some tried to activate the city defense formation, but the faint spiritual light in front of the giant palm was like a firefly to the bright moon. At this critical moment, Shen Xinghe caught a glimpse of pity and compassion in Jun Weishua's purple eyes. He paused slightly. Swear, Shen Xinghe's voice was cold, remember today, remember this moment. His eyes were still fixed on the huge city below that was about to be reduced to dust. The path to immortality is littered with thorns and a sea of blood. Showing even the slightest mercy to your enemies is cruelty to yourself and those you care about. His voice was filled with a piercing coldness. Any Tang family member you let go today could become a poisonous blade that pierces you and me tomorrow. Jun Weishua's delicate body trembled slightly, and the struggle in her purple eyes became even stronger. She looked at the terrified and helpless faces below, and her voice was filled with pity. But husband, the disaster will not affect my family, there are innocent people among them. Innocent. Shen Xinghe raised the corner of his mouth in a cold arc, his smile colder than the Arctic wind. How can you guarantee that? How do you know that the crying child will not become a sharp blade to seek revenge on me 100 years later? How do you know that the monk who knelt on the ground begging for mercy didn't have any resentment in his heart? Swear, in this world of immortal cultivation, there is no right or wrong, no innocence. Only the law of the jungle. The moment he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and without hesitation, pressed it down lightly as if swatting a fly. No Tang Hanhui's eyes were bloodshot and he roared in despair. He felt the destructive power contained in that giant palm. Ancestor, save me, have mercy! A tsunami of wailing and pleading erupted in the city in an instant. Boom! The giant platinum palm, with the terrifying power to crush everything, smashed towards the giant city of the underworld like the sky falling. However, just when the giant palm was about to touch the highest tower in the city, a skinny figure, bursting out with light beyond the limit, slammed into the giant palm that covered the sky. Hold on! Tang Hanhui's hair and beard fluttered, his withered body instantly swelled several times over, his muscles knotted, veins bulging like an angry dragon. The spiritual power of the peak Dharma realm erupted. He lifted his hands to the sky, like a giant in myth supporting the heavens and the earth, firmly holding the edge of the falling giant palm. Boom! The terrifying shockwave spread like a literal tsunami. The outermost iron walls of the giant city instantly collapsed like paper. Smoke and dust rose into the sky. Tang Hanhui's body trembled violently, blood gushing from all his orifices, and the void beneath his feet shattered into pieces. He had actually managed to temporarily withstand this devastating blow, even at the cost of burning his essence. But it was only a temporary hold, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He raised his head with great difficulty, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Shen Xinghe on the dragon head, his voice hoarse. Daoist friend. What hatred or grudge does my Tang family have against you? Why are you doing this to wipe out our entire clan? Shen Xinghe looked at him indifferently, as if he were looking at a struggling ant, and his voice was calm and steady. You, a young man from the Tang family, bullied my wife and tried to steal her most precious treasure, the 9 nether soul calming bell. This crime deserves death. 9 nether soul calming bell. Tang Hanhui's pupils suddenly constricted. He instantly understood the root cause of Tang Jinshan and Tang Yulin's downfall. His facial muscles twitched wildly, and a flash of fear flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a strong desire to survive. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his voice filled with anxious defense. "Fellow Taoist. It's a misunderstanding." What a huge misunderstanding. It was those two evil creatures, Tang Jinshan and Tang Yulin, who were greedy. What they did has nothing to do with my entire Tang family. It was not instructed by me, Tang Hanhui. Fellow Taoist, please understand, he tried to distance himself from the matter and put the blame on the dead. Irrelevant. Shen Xinghe seemed to have heard something extremely ridiculous, and a low and cold laugh came from his throat. Hee hee ha. The laughter was full of mockery of the ignorance of the common people and extreme disdain for this pale excuse. The laughter suddenly stopped, and his eyes suddenly became as cold as the polar abyss. His voice was firm and decisive, with an unquestionable judgment. "I don't believe it. I'm too lazy to reason with you. Because Shen Xinghe, never make sense." The moment the last word fell, the 5 fingers of his right hand, which was in the air, suddenly clenched. Crack! Under Tang Hanhui's despairing gaze, the giant platinum palm that obscured the sky and the sun instantly disintegrated like glass crushed by an invisible force, transforming into scattered points of divine power. Tang Hanhui lost his support and was shaken by the backlash, staggering and blood spurting out of his mouth. And at this moment, when the old power has gone and the new power has not yet been born, Shen Xinghe, who was sitting on the dragon's head, twisted his neck casually to the left and right, making crisp bone sounds. Shen Xinghe bent down slightly, like a cheetah about to pounce on its prey, his body showing a powerful and ready posture. The next moment, his figure merged directly into the space itself, leaving behind an extremely brief, visually lingering shadow. His true form had already appeared directly in front of Tang Hanhui without a trace. His speed was so fast that it exceeded the limits of perception. What Tang Hanhui didn't even have time to make any defensive reaction. Shen Xinghe's fist was like a meteor shot out of a gun, hitting Tang Hanhui's abdomen hard. Boom! A loud bang so dull that it made one's heart stop. Tang Hanhui's swollen body felt like it had been struck head-on by a massive hammer. His eyes instantly bulged out, his mouth opened wide, but no sound came out. The whole person turned into a blurry stream of light, shooting out at a speed faster than sound, like an arrow from a bow. Wherever he passed, the air was compressed into white airwaves, emitting a piercing sonic boom. However, Shen Xinghe's figure disappeared again. This time, he appeared like a ghost, directly behind Tang Hanhui's flying path. Still at that speed without a trace. His right leg lifted high, enveloped in a deep, violent, galaxy-engulfing blue spiritual energy. That spiritual energy coalesced into a faint, radiant image of a demonic arhat, its feet treading upon the netherworld, its eyes wide open in fury. Filled with an aura of supreme strength and ferocity, a domineering aura capable of annihilating all things. Arhat demon leg. Shen Xinghe growled in his heart, and with his right leg, which was condensed with the shadow of the Arhat demon, he fiercely kicked Tang Hanhui's defenseless lower back. Boom! The dark blue magic light exploded. Puff! Tang Hanhui let out a shrill, inhuman howl. He felt his entire spine, along with half his body, completely shattered by this kick. Blood gushed out of his mouth and the wounds on his back. His powerful physique, at the peak of the Dharma realm, was instantly severely damaged by this kick. His body was blasted into the sky in an even more bizarre manner. You're going too far. Don't blame me, then I'll perish together with you. Tang Hanhui went completely mad. The excruciating pain and fear of death filled his eyes, and a glint of utter hatred blazed in his eyes. He bit his tongue hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood brimming with his life force essence. Using my blood and essence as a guide, I summoned my clan's sacred weapon, the 10,000 soul-devouring immortal banner. Descend! As he roared miserably, the blood turned into a mysterious blood-colored rune in the air. Buzz! A terrifying aura that was even more sinister and evil than the 9 nether soul-calming bell, as if it had gathered the resentment of billions of lives, suddenly descended. An extremely huge soul flag, completely black, with a surface made up of countless fragments of souls howling in pain, tore through the void and appeared in front of Tang Hanhui. The flagpole seemed constructed of bone, its surface fluttering and dancing. Every movement emanated the shrill cries of countless dead souls. Countless hideous, twisted skulls, burning with dark green soul fire, roared out from within the soul flag. With a terrifying force that corroded the soul and devoured life, they rushed toward Shen Xinghe, covering the entire sky and sun. How dare you show off your mere tricks in front of this young master operator, operator. There was only cold mockery in Shen Xinghe's eyes. He didn't even move, but just raised his right hand calmly. Buzz! An ancient, rough, dark golden whip condensed from the most primitive laws of thunder and punishment appeared out of thin air in his hand. The whip is wrapped with countless fine, jumping purple electric snakes, emitting an absolute pressure that can specifically restrain, whip, and annihilate the soul. Beat the magic whip! Great and mighty heavenly dragon Shen Xinghe uttered these 4 words, like thunder from the 9 heavens. They weren't spoken words, but rather a decree that unleashed divine punishment. His figure disappeared again. This time, he simply ignored the surging tide of skeleton souls and teleported directly above Tang Hanhui, who was wrapped in the soul flag and frantically activating it. When the endless skulls came within 3 feet of his body, they were silently annihilated into nothingness by the purple electric light emitted by the divine whip. Shen Xinghe raised the divine whip high and lashed it fiercely at Tang Hanhui's head, which was full of horror and despair. No, Tang Hanhui only had time to let out a half-desperate roar. Snap! The divine whip hit Tang Hanhui's crown with incredible precision. There was no blood or flesh flying. There was only a crisp sound like a glass cup completely shattered. The 10,000 souls devouring immortal banner lost all its brilliance and fell into the dust. Tang Hanhui's body froze in place, as if all support had been removed. All the brilliance, resentment, and fear in his wide-open eyes instantly vanished and dissipated. His head was not broken, but the origin of his soul was completely shattered, wiped out, and dissipated between heaven and earth by the terrifying law of thunder and the power of annihilation the moment it was touched by the divine whip. The ancestor of the Joyo Tang family, the strongest person at the peak of the Dharma realm Tang Hanhui, his soul and spirit were destroyed, and his body and soul disappeared. His soulless body fell powerlessly from a great height, hitting the edge of the huge city of the Nether Abyss, which had become a ruin, and splashing up a cloud of dust. Shen Xinghe's figure flashed and he returned to the white dragon's head, Jun Weishu's side. The divine whip in his hand turned into a point of light and dissipated. Ding! The child of destiny has been detected. Tang Xiaosan, destiny value 50,000. Please do not kill him by mistake, otherwise you will be punished by heaven. Shen Xinghe looked at the young man in a blue Taoist robe below, who was full of blood and energy, and his anger value was full. Heavenly Tao? Ha! Then come on, I've been fed up with him for a long time. Let's see who's more powerful, my supreme god from the lower realm or Heavenly Tao. A little knowledge. The prison course has started, the lower world, the upper world, and the divine world. Each world has its own heavenly way, and the combat power corresponds to the supreme god of each world. Chapter 51 Rebellion? The moment he finished speaking, he slowly raised his right hand towards Tang Xiaosan, who was full of hatred below. With his thumb raised, he gently pressed down towards the tiny figure. There was no earth-shattering sound. It was as if just brushing away a speck of dust. Buzz! The space collapsed and annihilated silently where the thumb landed. Tang Xiaosan below didn't even let out a scream, his body and the space around him evaporated in an instant. Not even a trace of ash remained. Only a bottomless circular pit remained. Ha ha ha! System! Did you see that? What a bullshit child of destiny! In the face of absolute power, he's nothing but an ant that can be crushed with a single finger. Heaven's way? Nothing more than that. Host. That's not the real body. Strong residual spatial fluctuations detected. That's the destined clone. The real body has already used the confusion of cause and effect at the moment of the clone's death and the protection of the fate of heaven to escape. What the wild laughter on Shen Xinghe's face froze instantly. The platinum divine fire in his eyes jumped violently, and a rage of being toyed with rose instantly. Clone? Fuck! This child of destiny is quite slippery. But it's useless. With a thought, the immortal devouring banner of 10,000 souls, which had fallen into the dust and lost its brilliance in the ruins below, turned into a ray of black light and flew into his hand. Since we become mortal enemies, let's eradicate them completely. Shen Xinghe's eyes were completely icy. He raised his left hand, pointed at the countless survivors wailing and fleeing from the vast nether abyss city below, and with his 5 fingers spread out, he clenched them fiercely. Buzz! Countless blood-red killing patterns formed by the pure destructive divine power covered the entire sky above the ruins, forming a terrifying killing array covering the sky and earth, emitting the aura of extinction. Destroy! The cold decree was like the sigh of death. TSK! 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 Countless tiny yet deadly blood-red rays of light poured down from the killing array like a torrential rain. They precisely penetrated every living being that was still moving, regardless of gender, age, or cultivation level. Those penetrated by the light instantly shrivel and wither, their flesh and blood essence, along with their souls, being mercilessly extracted, transforming into wisps of blood smoke that merged into the killing array. The screams were cut off abruptly as if their throats were being strangled. The ruins instantly transformed into a dead, crimson purgatory. The scene was so horrific, like a sea of blood descending upon the world. Jun Weishua let out a short cry, suddenly closed her eyes, her delicate body trembling slightly, unable to bear to watch this tragedy any longer. She subconsciously patted the white dragon's neck. The white dragon let out a low dragon roar and carried her away from this bloody place. Shen Xinghe ignored this. He withdrew his left hand and grasped the immortal soul-devouring banner, which had just absorbed a large amount of flesh, blood, and soul essence and had become increasingly sinister and heavy. He slowly raised his right hand, put his thumb and middle finger together, and gently pressed them against his lips with a hint of ancient and evil rhythm. Blood Soul Secret Technique Tracing. Buzz! A strange, blood-red light shone from his fingertips. It quickly spread, forming a blurry yet rapidly moving image before him, a dense forest. A fleeing figure. The figure was surrounded by a strong golden aura, and it was Tang Xiaoshan who was fleeing in panic. The picture became clear instantly and the target was locked. I found you, little bug. A cold light flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes. At the same time, in a dark ancient forest hundreds of miles away from the huge city of Mingyuan, Tang Xiaoshan was pushing his speed to the limit. His blood and essence burned, his figure transformed into a blurry afterimage, frantically shuttling between the towering ancient trees. He was completely unaware of the bloody marks left on his face by the branches. There was no longer any composure on his face as the son of destiny. Instead, there was only the extreme fear of surviving a disaster, the mad burning hatred of genocide, and a trembling deep in his bones at that terrifying existence. As he fled for his life, he kept saying, "Just wait. You will annihilate my entire clan today. This feud is irreconcilable. Just give me a little time. Just let me find that place, awaken my true destiny. I, Tang Xiaoshan, swear. I will make you wish you were dead, but you can't live. I will extract the souls of everyone you care about and refine their spirits. I will grind their bones and scatter their ashes. I will let you taste the feeling of having your entire clan wiped out." Every word was soaked with tears of blood and a deep-seated oath. However, just as he left the ground with his next leap, buzz! A terrifying divine power, as vast as the sea of stars and as cold as 10,000 years of black ice, suddenly descended like an invisible sky. In an instant, it enveloped the entire forest. Ugh! Tang Xiaoshan felt as if he was hit by an invisible giant hammer. His body suddenly stiffened, and he fell to the ground at an even faster speed after just jumping up. He was pinned down in the rotten leaves and mud, unable to move even a finger. Child of Destiny, a cold, indifferent voice, as if coming from the heavens, rang out in the void above his head. Tang Xiaoshan struggled to lift his face, which was covered in blood and dirt. Shen Xinghe's figure appeared in the dim forest. He stood in midair, like a god descending to earth, looking down at the utterly miserable Tang Xiaoshan with a gaze as if he were an ant. That look made Tang Xiaoshan's soul tremble. Do you think you can get away? Shen Xinghe didn't even make any extra movements. He just casually took a step in the air towards Tang Xiaoshan, who was pinned down below. Boom! The invisible divine power was like a real hammer, smashing heavily on Tang Xiaoshan's back. Puff! Tang Xiaoshan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his spine was about to be broken. The pressure made his thoughts become stagnant, leaving only boundless fear. A murderous glint flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes, and the myriad soul-devouring immortal banner in his hand moved without a breeze. The banner rustled, and countless ferocious skulls emerged, emitting shrill screams as they locked onto Tang Xiaoshan's soul. A terrifying suction force was about to erupt. At this critical moment, boom! A purple-gold thunderbolt, as thick as a bucket and imbued with immense power and destructive energy, tore through the darkened sky. With a will that judged everything, it fiercely struck Shen Xinghe's crown. Its speed was so fast that it surpassed the perception of time. Heaven has taken action. Shen Xinghe snorted coldly, his eyes gleaming with a glint. Just as the thunderbolt was about to strike him, his figure, like a ghost, left a trail of afterimages. His true form had already appeared 10 feet away. The thunderbolt brushed past his afterimage and struck, reducing a large area of ancient trees below to charcoal. Rumble! The aftermath of the thunder had not yet dissipated. In the torn crack of the sky, a giant hand that covered the sky and was condensed from the pure laws of heaven appeared. With an irresistible restraining force, it grabbed Shen Xinghe, who had just teleported away, as if grabbing a disobedient insect. Heavenly Law! Shen Xinghe roared to the heavens, his voice filled with extreme rage and unyielding determination. You're so mad at me for killing someone? Damn it! Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Break into pieces. Facing this giant hand that represents the supreme rules of this world, Shen Xinghe not only did not retreat, but rushed forward. An unprecedented platinum divine light burst out from his whole body, his right fist clenched tightly, surrounded by chaotic air currents, and with a resolute will to move forward and defy the will of heaven, he punched hard at the giant hand of heaven that was grabbing him. Boom! The moment when fist and palm collide. Time seems to stand still. Space, like fragile glass, exploded with countless dark cracks centered on the collision point. An indescribably violent energy storm instantly swept across the heavens and earth. Under Tang Xiaoshan's horrified gaze, the giant hand that represented the majesty of the heavenly Tao and seemed indestructible was actually blasted with countless dazzling cracks on the palm by Shen Xinghe's heaven-defying punch. The cracks spread rapidly, and finally, bang! Like a crumbling sacred mountain, the gigantic hand of heaven was shattered by Shen Xinghe's punch, transformed into scattered points of light. Heavenly Tao! Don't think I dare not! Shen Xinghe stood in the center of the energy storm, his hair flying wildly, his robes fluttering, and his whole body exuding a terrifying aura of killing gods and slaughtering the heavens. He clenched his right hand into the air. Buzz! A dark red, god-killing spear, oozing with chaotic energy and emitting annihilating starlight from its tip, instantly took shape in his hand. The spear vibrated, emitting an excited hum. Shen Xinghe held the gun in both hands, with the tip of the gun pointing far away at the crack in the sky where thunder was surging. The divine power in his body rushed into the spear like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. The light at the tip of the spear became brighter and brighter, and the terrifying pressure made the entire plane tremble. Die for me! He roared, his waist bent like a bow, and his arms were muscular. He was about to throw the god-killing spear filled with destructive power at the crack in the sky that represented the way of heaven. However, just when the god-killing gun was about to fly out of his hand, a sharp light flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes. The tip of the spear, originally pointing towards the sky, suddenly turned at an incredible angle in 1,000th of a second. With a terrifying murderous intent that could penetrate the universe and destroy everything, he tore through space and instantly appeared in front of Tang Xiaoshan's eyebrows on the ground. Ha ha! Old dog Tian Dao. Didn't expect that? I can also make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Shen Xinghe's arrogant laughter echoed between heaven and earth, full of mockery and ridicule of Tian Dao. Tang Xiaoshan's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. The shadow of death instantly engulfed him. He didn't even have time to close his eyes. It seemed that the tip of the god-killing spear was about to pierce through Tang Xiaoshan and his destiny, completely annihilating him. Bite. A clear and melodious bell sounded in front of Tang Xiaoshan. The original projection of the 9 nether soul calming bell instantly appeared, just blocking the indestructible tip of the god-slaying spear. Buzz. The tip of the gun collided violently with the bell shadow. Then the bell cracked instantly. It was in this instant of obstruction. Edict. The voice of heaven resounds throughout the universe. From the crack in the sky, an extremely dense aura of mysterious yellow energy instantly descended, like a guiding divine light, accurately enveloping the frightened Tang Xiaoshan on the ground. A flash of light. Tang Xiaoshan's figure disappeared instantly. Only the shadow of the bell that blocked the god-killing spear remained, and after emitting a slight whine, it slowly dissipated into the air. Shen Xinghe, holding the dimmed god-killing spear, hovered in midair. He looked at the spot where Tang Xiaoshan disappeared, then raised his head to gaze at the slowly closing space. Swearer! How dare you betray me? Chapter 52 Breakup? Jun Weishua's delicate body trembled violently, and her already pale face lost all its color. She looked at the disappointment and anger in Shen Xinghe's eyes that had almost solidified into reality, and her heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by an ice-cold hand, causing her to almost suffocate in pain. She tried hard to suppress the tearing sensation in her soul caused by the forced mobilization of her blood and essence, and her voice trembled uncontrollably as she spoke in an urgent defense. Husband. This is not betrayal. Schwer just saw that you were killing too much, wiping out all the lives in the city, even that last man. Although he was guilty, his crime was not this serious. Please, for you and me, for Schwer's sake, spare his life. Just consider it as a good karma for our future. Her words were intermittent, full of pleading and an almost naive expectation, trying to use future and good fate to impress the god in front of her who was blinded by murderous intent. Save his life? To accumulate good karma? Ha. Shen Xinghe heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, and he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, full of ridicule and sadness. Then Shen Xinghe suddenly stopped laughing, his eyes as sharp as a knife, fixed on Jun Weishua's face, his voice suddenly rising. A woman's kindness. A heart of a saint? Schwerer. Open your eyes and look. Look at this city full of ruins. Look at this sea of blood and corpses. The Tang family and I have long been locked in an irreconcilable blood feud. If you let him go today, I'll be the one to die tomorrow. But Jun Weishue argued weakly, his voice as thin as a mosquito's. If you hadn't come here to kill, the ending would definitely not be like this. Shen Xinghe asked angrily, should we wait for them to come and kill us? Human nature is inherently good. Can you please stop thinking of everyone as being so evil? Shen Xinghe covered his right cheek with his right hand. Ha. Human nature is good? Ha. Why didn't you tell them when they wanted to take your 9 nether soul calming bell? Why didn't they tell me when they wanted to kill you and me? He took a step forward, and the powerful aura oppressed Jun Weishue so much that he almost couldn't stand steadily, and by long also let out an uneasy growl. You keep talking about the future? Good fate. Your good karma is to use your lifeblood and the 9 nether soul-suppressing bell that I recovered for you to protect the enemy that I, Yichen, must kill at this critical moment of life and death. To block my fatal blow, to avenge you and clear the obstacles for you. His fingers trembled slightly with anger. I regard you as my enemy. I would slaughter cities and families for you, and crush the laws of nature. And you. His voice suddenly became extremely sharp, filled with the pain of being deeply wounded and the rage of being fooled. And you, my bedmate, you stabbed me in the back the most profoundly. You used my trust to achieve your mercy. No. Husband. It's not like that. Jun Weishue burst into tears, her purple eyes filled with panic and helplessness. She tried to move closer to explain, Schwer just doesn't want you to commit more murders. I don't want you to be completely swallowed up by this endless sea of blood. Let's leave here, okay? Find a deserted place and start a pastoral life. Irish life. Can you guarantee that the man who just escaped won't come back to kill us? I can guarantee that his cultivation. Before Jun Weishue could finish her words, she was interrupted by Shen Xinghe. You promised nothing, Shen Xinghe wanted to curse, but in the end he still wanted to maintain some dignity. He took a deep breath, suppressing all the anger, disappointment, and pain in his chest, and finally turned it into a bone-chilling sentence that cut off all emotional ties. If we don't share the same ideals, we can't work together. Our love is gone, and our gratitude and loyalty are gone. Jun Weishua's artistic conception is divine salvation, and he gained enlightenment from saving others. He put his right hand together and pointed like a sword, slashing fiercely in the space between his chest and Jun Weishua's chest. Swish! An invisible spatial crack suddenly appeared, which seemed to contain the power to sever cause and effect and break ties. Don't talk about each other's strengths and weaknesses. From now on, we are strangers, and we have nothing to do with each other, even if we are dead or alive. The moment he finished speaking, he didn't even glance at the shaky, pale Jun Weishue. His figure transformed into a streak of platinum light that tore through the sky, and with boundless hostility and murderous intent, he shot towards the direction where Tang Xiaoshan had last disappeared. Husband Jun Weishue let out a shrill and heartbreaking cry, wanting to reach out and grab the resolutely leaving figure, but she only grabbed a handful of cold air. The invisible crack in her heart sent a sharp pain through her, as if her soul was being torn apart. Her vision went dark, and a mouthful of blood gushed out, staining the cold dragon scales in front of her red. Her body collapsed limply. At this moment, Shen Xinghe, who was chasing the last faint breath of Tang Xiaoshan, suddenly became more ugly. The trace of destiny that belonged to the child of destiny was completely obscured and erased by the mighty power of heaven after leaving this area. No matter how he urged his divine consciousness, no matter how he traced back the cause and effect, he could no longer capture even a trace. Heaven Way. A loud bang filled with boundless rage and terrifying divine power that could shatter space exploded. His silver hair danced wildly, his robes fluttered, and the divine light around him was like a burning white flame. He must know how difficult and heaven-defying it would be to kill the son of destiny who was blessed by heaven. It might be difficult for him to leave now. Galaxy Whisper. For some people, meeting them is a mistake. Remember, if they can do it once, they can do it again. How many times can your heart endure such betrayal and tearing? Rather than sinking in the mire of suspicion and betrayal, it is better to firmly believe in your own path, even if it is stained with blood and lonely. Time will not stop for those who hesitate, nor will it give those who are conflicted the option of having the best of both worlds. Since our paths are different, why force it? Cut it off, and you will be reborn. Even if the road ahead defies fate and the sky is stained with blood, I, Shen Xinghe, will have no regrets. How can contradictory people be together? Right? Chapter 53, Son of Heaven. The road is right under your feet. Ding! After many days of observation and evaluation by multiple hosts, congratulations to the host for successfully passing the final screening and officially joining the Destiny Villain organization. Shen Xinghe was immersed in the violent aftermath of his previous breakup with Jun Weishue, and was startled when he heard the voice. He subconsciously raised his hand, and with a hint of irritation and confusion, his slender fingers scratched his hair hard. The Destiny Villain organization, he muttered to himself, his brows furrowed tightly, a trace of vigilance and confusion flashing across his deep eyes. What the hell is this? The Fated Villain Organization, as the name suggests, it's an alliance composed of beings with similar destinies but opposing positions. They also bear the stigma of the system. The system seems to have acquired a subtle sense of formality? Shen Xinghe's pupils shrank slightly, and his body subconsciously tensed for a moment. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. So there are many villains like me in this world? And they all have systems. His voice was filled with disbelief and surprise. This overturned his previous understanding. Correct. Then Shen Xinghe pondered and asked tentatively, are we teammates? Do we need to fight side by side? Relationship definition is highly flexible. You can choose to cooperate with them, share resources, and work together for a greater cause, or hunt them. This will improve your cultivation and turn them into stepping stones to your ultimate peak. Hunting. Shen Xinghe's breath suddenly caught in his throat, a chill creeping up his spine. Although he considered himself decisive, the system's blunt suggestion to hunt the same kind still left him with a shudder. Killing them, what does that have to do with improving my cultivation? Could it be that their system can even recharge me? The essence is similar. When the host successfully kills a target villain who possesses a system, the core source code of the bound system will disintegrate and dissipate due to the host's demise. At that time, this system can capture and absorb. After absorption, everything the target host possesses, cultivation essence, secret inheritance, and even partial insights, can be transformed without loss and infused into your body. Can we play like this? A terrifying light suddenly burst out of Shen Xinghe's eyes, a light mixed with greed, shock, and extreme excitement. Power. Directly plundering the power of others' hard work. This is simply a shortcut to heaven tailor-made for him. But then, a strong feeling of being fooled came over him, and he almost gritted his teeth and asked, "Then why are you telling me now?" "Because when I first met you, you were only at the body-tempering realm. Do you think I want you, a piece of trash at the body-tempering realm, to be my host? Who would care about you if it wasn't a mission assigned by a superior? The core directive from the higher-ups is clear: guide the host to complete the basic villain probationary period. If the host's performance is mediocre and fails to demonstrate sufficient potential and value upon expiration of the probationary period, the erasure procedure will be executed. Failed samples will be eliminated, and basic resources will be recovered in order to find a new host with a better suitability. However, your performance was acceptable, demonstrating unexpected resourcefulness and ruthlessness. Therefore, you have passed the final assessment. From this moment on, you and this system have officially entered into a deep strategic partnership. A strangely incongruous, yet playful, emoji appeared before my eyes. Eradicate. So that super invincible cheat system you talked about at the beginning, was it all just a lie? From the beginning to the end, I was just a test subject for you to meet your KPI. Who told you to believe in a system where I am the villain? Then how do I know you are a villain system? You're stupid. You never doubted me, so you didn't know. Fuck your mother, a burst of birdsong and fragrance of flowers. Host, don't you often talk nonsense to your master baby, painting many unrealistic pies? It's just the same for you. Then now, will you still erase me? Won't. Repeat, we are now official partners. The emoji flashed again. I don't believe it, Shen Xinghe blurted out, full of vigilance. The aftereffects of being deceived were too profound. It's right not to believe it. This is the first lesson in villain survival: never trust anyone easily. Trust is a fatal weakness. What binds us together is shared interests and goals, not empty emotional bonds. Remember this, and you will live longer and go further. Fuck you so much. Shen Xinghe's defense was completely broken, and a surge of rage at being played around with went straight to the top of his head. I treat you like a brother and I'm open with you. You still want to kill me? Reiterate, the erasure process has been terminated. Host, please focus on the current situation and future planning. After venting his anger, Shen Xinghe's chest heaved violently as he forced himself to calm down. He knew that anger wouldn't solve the problem. The most important thing now was to figure out what this so-called organization was. Okay. Then tell me more about your Destiny Villain Organization. To put it simply, the highest will of this organization, the Villain Supreme and the creator behind the Child of Destiny, share the same origin and belong to the same management order at a higher dimension. It paused. However, the creator of Destiny abused his authority and took advantage of the deep loopholes in the rules of the operation of the Heavenly Tao to continuously give birth to the Child of Destiny. Their ultimate goal is to completely destroy and eliminate our Villain Supreme Lord and his power system through these beings who are blessed with the destiny of heaven and are nearly invincible. This is the fundamental logic of our existence. A battle for survival. Either we hunt Destiny, or Destiny crushes us. If we allow the destined child to collect all 10 fragments of heaven, at that time, the entire world of immortal cultivation will be completely transformed into the absolute domain of the Son of Destiny. They will become the true rulers of this world, their words will be enforced, and they will have whatever they desire. The mighty power of heaven will unconditionally protect them, making them absolutely invincible. Truly invincible. Host. Imagine. When those sons of heaven, blessed by heaven, act recklessly with their supreme authority and luck. When they set their sights on your master on everything you care about, they want to seize and plunder in the name of destiny, taking those you cherish as their own and toying with them, and you, crawling on the ground like an ant, can only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. The system's voice suddenly rose, like the beating of a war drum, filled with temptation and determination. Look in my eyes. Tell me. Why? Why, baby, why? Shen Xinghe. Such humiliation, such a situation where your fate is being trampled upon by others, can you endure it? Without waiting for Shen Xinghe to reply, the system issued a deafening declaration. Why? Why are those wearing purple ribbons and halos destined to be the son of heaven? Can they wear dragon robes and slay the common people? Why can't we, those who refuse to submit and wish to defy the heavens with our own bodies, step onto the throne of the Son of Heaven? Since fate is unfair and heaven is unkind, it refuses to grant us the title of Son of Heaven. The system's voice reached its climax at this moment, filled with madness and determination to destroy everything, and burst out with a motto. Then kill. Kill all the so-called destiny in this world. When autumn comes on September 8th, my flower will bloom and all other flowers will die. With the blood and bones of billions of geniuses, I will pave the way for us to ascend to heaven. Shen Xinghe stood there, and the violent aura that permeated his body gradually settled, transforming into a deeper and colder murderous intent. The moonlight shone on his angular face, half bright and half in deep shadow. Thinking of how he had been manipulated by Capital on Blue Star, he slowly raised his head and looked at the vast starry sky that seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into an evil and cold arc. A low chuckle escaped from his throat. System, his voice was terrifyingly calm. I know you're just brainwashing me. He paused, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes completely dissipated, replaced by a determination to burn the world to ashes. But I admit it. You're right. His voice suddenly rose, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, pointing straight to the sky. Why? Why can't ordinary people become emperors? Why should this damn destiny just shit on me? Since this thief god refuses to give me the fate of being the son of heaven. The aura around Shen Xinghe exploded, and the platinum divine flame shot up into the sky, illuminating the surrounding ruins in a pale white. Then I will kill all the sons of heaven in this world. I will use their blood, their bones, their luck to forge my path to becoming the son of heaven. Heroes abound in the world. Only I, Shen Xinghe, can shatter the wheel of destiny with a single sword. Dare to rip the heavens apart and test my might. Fellow Taoist, the path is right before your feet. Why fear failure? Chapter 54 Review? Good. The system heard a satisfactory answer. Shen Xinghe shook his head, temporarily suppressing his chaotic thoughts, and restrained his previous frenzy. His voice was filled with a hint of inquiry. By the way, system, there's something I've never understood. Those children of destiny, do they also have systems like you assisting them? No. Just relying on that damned heavenly way crisis shelter is enough to make us overwhelmed and unable to truly kill it. Usually, this level of heavenly protection can only be triggered when the destined child's luck points exceed 50,000. Heaven's protection. Oh, that's right, he looked up suddenly. Every time I'm about to succeed, this thief god jumps out and interferes. Doesn't that mean I'll never be able to kill these children of destiny? Host. Use your brain. The system simulated a clang-clang sound similar to striking metal for emphasis. You can't just rely on a head-on confrontation. Use tactics. Use strategy. First, use all means to severely reduce their luck value, or as